Once again, good morning, honorable members and everyone present in this meeting. We again today going to have a very long shift dealing with the update by the Minister of the Department of Public Works, as well as the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture on the Sarah Baartman Center of Remembrance. Following that discussions, honorable members, we will then also deal with the fourth quarter of the 2025-2026 briefing by the department. The agenda has been flighted. Is there any honorable member that would like to propose? And
Thank
second,
you.
that
Good
we
morning.
proceed in this fashion. Honorable
Thank you. Good
Ismail
morning. And
Musa.
I propose acceptance of the agenda.
Thank you. Honorable Khabo. Please unmute, Honorable Khabo.
Good morning, Chairperson. Let me pass my greeting to your good self and all participants on the platform, Chairperson. Before I stand to second the proposal, I just wanted to get confirmation from your good self on whether we agreed on receiving the report in the next 10 days, the World Cup report in particular. I thought I must just seek clarity from your good self, because I believe, if I remember correctly, we agreed that the minister in the department must be able to give us a proper report with all the necessary documents that we had requested in the next 10 days. So I just wanted to check that part as to, am I right or wrong? But secondly, second the proposal as it is, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Honorable Khaba, we can deal with that under general. The directions by the Portfolio Committee, I think, was the 14th of August. But let me deal with it quick. Portfolio Secretary, did we receive any final report from the department pertaining to what Honorable Khaba has mentioned?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. I just need to confirm something with Siso, Chair. There was something that came through from Mr. Nzuzo yesterday, but we just need to confirm whether it is the full report.
Thank you so much, Jabu. You don't have to go any further. We can deal with it under general because we are dealing now with the approval of the agenda. Honorable Malatsani. Okay, I see that hand is down.
Yes,
we do
Chair,
have a...
I'm covered. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mtetwa.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members, the ministers, your presence, and the department. Our secretariat. Chair, I wanted to find out something that has been bugging me. There was a meeting where Honorable Davis, Daniels.
Honorable Mtetwa, can we put that issue under general? Let's deal with the procedure of this meeting, and that is to approve the agenda, and then we will deal with an issue under your name, Honorable Mtetwa, and first Honorable Khabo, and then Honorable Mtetwa, if that is in order. Honorable members,
please, Chair, through you, Chair. Sorry to if you can indulge on this one. I wanted us to clear that before we start with the meeting, so that when we participate,
no, Honorable Mtetwa, it is not part of the agenda now. I'm happy to deal with it under general. Let's deal with what we are dealing. We will accommodate you. We will definitely accommodate you and respond to your question. Members, we have the proposal. We have a seconder. Portfolio Secretary, is there any apologies?
Good morning, Chair. Once again, we do have an apology, Chair, from Minister Mackenzie. He's in the meeting, Chair, but he's indicated that he will be joining another meeting at 11 and then come back at 2 for the second agenda item on the fourth quarter. And we also have an apology from the DG of Public Works. He will not be attending today's meeting. The delegation is led by the DDG chairperson who is in the meeting and the minister as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to tender an apology. I've got quite a few arrangements on for today. Amongst those ones is also a travel arrangement which involves one of the committees. I serve on the committee on the presidency. We're on our way to two different provinces. So because of all those things, I will not be able to fully partake in this meeting. And with your indulgence, Chairperson, maybe because I'm not going to be in the meeting for long, maybe if you consider allowing Honorable Mthethwa to state his matter,
No, Honorable
then
Daniels,
because
I'm not. I'm not. We will
okay.
refer to the, noted your apology, we will refer to the minutes, the issue. I also suspect what the issue is. We will deal with it and we will accommodate the member. The Honorable Molatani.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to hear that I ran away and I'm on a flight and I ran away because I tend to say so when it comes to PA people.
The Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels, you are the only PA person on this platform. Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, Honorable Miletani. Chair, with your permission,
Minister.
I just want to confirm I'm still a member of the PA. Thank you very much.
No, you're the minister in this meeting, Honorable Minister. You're not a member of a political party. You are serving the country.
Thank you,
Honorable
Chair.
Molatani. Honorable members, come, let's start this meeting, man.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to your good self. Good morning, Minister. You are still a member of that, Minister. And good morning, Honorable
Member of what? Honorable Molatani, are you chairing this meeting?
Thank
The
you,
minister
Honorable
is the
Miletani.
Minister of Sports,
Thank you,
Arts and
Honorable
Culture.
Mansani. Thank you.
He is a Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture for South Africa. If you
I
go outside,
only
he will act in his
I only
capacity
said
as...
member of what? I
Of
didn't
that.
say yes of that. I didn't finish that sentence, Chairperson.
Honorable
Chairperson,
members, let's start.
I would like to tender the apology of Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi, she will be in and out of the meeting because she has other work commitments where she's supposed to attend. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, so noted, honorable members.
I'm
So,
acting, Chair. That is why I can tender the apologies.
thank you. Honorable Sitembile, another apology.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm
Please
also in
proceed.
the meeting, but I'm also attending another PC as well. So I will also be in and out, but I'll be here fully.
Thank you so much. As long as we start and we have a quorum, the work must go on.
Thanks, Chair.
So, honorable members, so noted that we will have an additional item on the agenda under general with regard to the issue of Honorable Cabo as well as the Honorable Mthethwa. I'm now going to call upon the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture to have a quick remarks and then also simultaneously introduce his entourage, and then following the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, I will call upon the Minister of the Department of Public Works to also have a few open remarks and introduce his entourage. When this is happening, I would ask, they can take off the agenda. I would ask those being introduced just to, for ease of reference, switch on their cameras so that we also put a face to the name. The Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to you and all the honorable members and Honorable Minister that's present and the Deputy Minister, including the DG. Good morning. Honorable Chair, please allow me for half a second just to... There was some misunderstanding regarding the invite that went out to the members. I've been made aware that members of the Portfolio Committee has been invited by my staff to only the sports. Honorable Mthethwa made me aware, I saw yesterday. So I wanted just to assure the members, I will fix that today, that the honorable members are invited to both the events because it's sports, arts and culture. But I will speak to the honorable members in by phone. I'll call them honorable members after the Portfolio Committee. So that's the first thing. And then without wasting any time, I want to give over to the department. You can present. Thank you.
No, what I requested, Minister, was to maybe introduce everyone in the meeting simultaneously Or maybe if the DG can do that, and then we will ask the Minister of the Department of Public Works. DG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, the honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Minister of DPWI, and all the colleagues that are in the meeting from both departments. I am Dr. Cynthia Khumalo, the Director General. Present here with me, as you have requested, Chair, I've got quite a number of officials because I think most of them are also here for the second part of this meeting. But allow me, with your permission, to just indicate that I have all the DDGs present, and perhaps as you requested, they can switch on their mics as, their cameras as I mentioned them. Let me switch mine off. I have with me DDG Ndima, responsible for heritage preservation and promotion. Can't see your camera, but I'm just going to move on. Present also in the meeting is the acting DDG for Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development, Mr. Sbusiso Tanyane. And also the DDG for sport, for recreation, sport promotion and development, Mr. Vincent Campbell. I do hope they are able to switch on, Chair. We also have the acting DDG for corporate services, Ms. Zimasa Velapi. They are here with quite a number of senior staff from within their branches. Chair, I do hope that suffices, or I do need to mention that also present is Mr. Israel Hwame, who is the Chief Financial Officer of the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. The Honorable Minister of Public Works, Mr. Dean McPherson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Minister Mackenzie, officials of the Department of Public Works and officials of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and of course, honorable members. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have the following delegation with us. Ms. Luyanda Kafile, who is the DDG of Construction Project Management. Mr. Adam Mtumbeni, who is the DDG for IGR. The DDG for Project Management is Mr. Batu Mohotu, and the Regional Manager for the Eastern Cape for the department is Nolizwe Tlengwa. From the IDT, Mr. Chair, I have the Chairperson of the Board, Ms. Mbini Hill. I have the Acting CEO of the IDT, Mr. Sifiso Nsabande, as well as Derek Kowale, who is the Executive Head, Mr. Grievance Sahodi, who is the Regional Manager in the Eastern Cape, and Mr. Tumisi Homo, who is the General Manager for National Projects. Mr. Chair, that is our delegation from Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Minister Dean McPherson. Honorable members, ministers, and also the committee, colleagues and guests, good morning and a warm welcome to each and everyone this morning. It is indeed for me a great privilege today to have this meeting, especially amid the fact that it's Women's Month, a time when we reflect to the resistance, the dignity and contribution of South African women, past and its present. Today's agenda carries a very deep and sound meaning. We gather not only to deliberate on matters of sports, arts and culture, but also to receive an update from both ministers on the Sarah Baartman Center of Remembrance, a project that stands as a symbol of justice, restoration, and national pride. As I wear my traditional shirt today, I do so in honor of Sarah Baartman, whose story reminds us of a long journey towards recognition as well as respect. The center in Henke has taken many years to reach completion, and it represents more than bricks and mortar. It embodies our collective commitment to memory, healing, and empowerment. I want to express the committee's hope that South Africans will soon witness the long-awaited opening of this historical site. It will not only honor Sarah Baartman's legacy, but also serve as a living space for education, culture, and remembrance for those being there during the oversight period. Before we proceed, I would also like to invite all the ministers and to be frank and to be truthful in the real happenings on the site. We also have quite a sound delegation of government officials, and we also would like to see that we hear the current story, whether there are progress or not. I say that this meeting, let it be about Sarah Baartman, let it be about purpose, let it be about unity, and as we're shaping this country that remembers us of the past and the pride of those who have built this country. With that said, I would like to give the department an opportunity to, if there is any presentation, but mainly so, I think the main focus will be on the Department of Public Works. Let me just check with the department first, Dr. Kumalo, to you have perhaps a short and a very crisp overview on what is transpired before we are going to give over to the Department of Public Works.
Yes, Chair, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture does have a presentation. We'll keep it short and crisp. DDG Campbell will lead it.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also just greet our ministers on the call. Chairperson yourself, DG, colleagues, fellow DDGs. Can we just flight the presentation, Mr. Nzuzo? I'll be very brief, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think let's move swiftly to the next slide, Mr. Nzuzo. I will not spend more than 10 minutes. You can proceed. So, Chair, just quickly, the table of contents.
Before you proceed, DDG, this presentation, has it been shared with the Department of Public Works? Does it carry their full approval? Because we are going to listen to the Department of Public Works after this, and I just want to guard against any contradiction.
Indeed,
coming there.
Minister?
Yeah, I do not think the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture need the approval of the Department of Public Works to present something to the Portfolio Committee. I think approval is not what we need. Maybe let each department present, and I've got full faith in the DDG that he will do the right thing. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it's not a question of approval, Minister. The Department of Public Works is the implementing agent. When we visited the site sometime, and I think some of the representatives of Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Public Works, I want to remind them on a presentation on site that did not speak to one another. There were sound contradictions, and that is the reason why I'm asking. Honorable Molatani?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Partially, Chairperson, you've covered me because I was going to say the same words that when we were there in Henki, what Department of Sports they were presenting and what the DPWI were presenting, it was two different issues and they were clashing. So we don't want to find ourselves in the very same situation where both departments are talking two different languages, Chair. Secondly, Chairperson, I will propose that we don't spend much time on the presentation because there are so many questions that we need to raise. At least today, the public works is here. We can be able to raise all the issues that we raise during our portfolio committee, which the Department of Sports didn't have any answers to. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to take a different position on the matter. The two departments were given the mandate to go and discuss and deal with the issues. It is none of our business if they contradict each other. We can't tell them how to present or which one they should present. They must present what they want to present. And if it contradicts, it's their business, will then pose questions. I agree with Minister Gaten Mackenzie. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I'm happy that you and the minister kiss and make up. You see, Honorable Mtetwa, my biggest concern here in this whole issue is that the Department Public Works is the implementing agent. And what we need is synergy, and we need cooperation, and we need to complete this project. But nevertheless, I'm going to give the department that opportunity. I also would like them to share this with the Public Works. And whether it's before or after this meeting, the document will be an open document. But I don't want the two departments who have to give us as the committee results to sit and contradict one another on the issue that we want an outcome for South Africans. DDG, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, no, I'll be short and to the point. And just to confirm, Chairperson, that this particular presentation was conceived at the level of both DGs, as well as myself and my counterpart, DDG Bato. So we are aligned, Chairperson, so I'll be very quickly. So, Chair, just in terms of the introduction, very, very briefly. I think, Chair, at the last sitting of the Portfolio Committee where we presented Sarah Baartman, we had quite an elaborate historical context of where this particular project comes from. So I'm not going to go into those details. I think it's common cause and common knowledge that this project has been running for around 10 years now. And our preoccupation, Chair, was to ensure that we finalize this project and that we can't be party to a project that is never ending. So that is the long and the short of what we're trying to achieve with these presentations together with our counterparts from DPWI. Just a quick reflection on the first slide, Chair. And I'll just sort of reflect on the last year or so. I think it's also common knowledge that there's been, different contractors that was appointed over the years to run this particular project. The last cycle was that there was a contract appointed through the DBSA to run the project on behalf of DPWI and DSEC. That particular project also failed. And subsequent to that, we had communication, Chair, with our minister and the Minister of Public Works with a view to see whether we can perhaps possibly take over this particular project as DSEC. That particular request was not acceded to. And then as a result of that, the Minister of Public Works presented a project implementation plan, which is the next slide. So, Chair, as you can see here, the project implementation plan was to culminate into the appointment of a contractor in December of last year. Unfortunately, Chair, that also did not pan out as per the process that was led by DPWI. And as a result, DPWI changed tact completely, Chair. They then appointed the IDT, the Independent Development Trust, to then take over the project, as an intervention around ensuring that this particular project is completed. Mr. Nzuzu, you can just go to the next slide. The slide is, yeah. So this is, I've just spoken, no. Yeah, it's just on that slide. I'll tell you when to move, Mr. Nzuzu. Please just go back. Yeah. So the PIP was then submitted by DPWI as an intervention to ensure that this particular project is concluded. And then again, like I indicated, there was a change of direction, and IDT was then appointed as the implementing agent Next slide. So the IDT was appointed chair on the 19th of January 2026, and the IDT started the procurement processes on the 13th of February 2026. The tender briefing session was held on the 23rd, and the tender advert closed on the 9th of March 2026. So we then received, subsequent to that, Chair, we received a letter from DPWI indicating what the budget would now be for the completion of the project, which was 181,343,000. Next slide. Chair, now, by the time that we received this particular budget proposal, the processes of budgeting had already been concluded in terms of the MTEF. So the only money we had on the budget as DSEC for the project was a total of 64 million spread over the MTEF period. So in 2026-27 we had 36 million, 27-28 we had 24 million, and then in the outer year we had 4 million rand. Now obviously if you aggregate those figures, Chair, there would have been a shortfall of 117 million rand over the period that we are discussing now. So we then sat with together with our counterparts, because they could not proceed with the appointment of the contractor, because we have to confirm the budget before you approve the contractor. We then sat with our DGs, and myself as the DDG, as well as the DDG from the DPWI and the CFOs, to then ensure that we then see how we can close this gap. So the following slide is just a depiction of what we then did, Chair. You can move, Mr. Nzuzo. So what we then did, Chair, so the cash flow for the financial years was as follows. For the current financial year, there was a cash flow projected of 104 million rand. And as I've alluded to in the previous slide, we only had 34 million in this current financial year. So there was a shortfall of around 68 million rand for the current financial year. And the agreement was, Chair, that during the adjustment processes, which normally happens around October, November, between ourselves and DPWI, we would then reprioritize some of the funds within the department and then come up with a shortfall of 68 million rand to then close the gap for the current year's financial projections. And then the 77 million, Chair, would then be budgeted for in the outer years in 2027, 2028. So that we're then that broad agreement, Chair, that is how we will deal with the budget going forward. So on the 14th of April 2026, Chair, we signed off on the project in terms of the budget. It was signed by both myself, the DGs, and the CFOs, and that is now our commitment in terms of ensuring that the project is completed within budget and as per the projected outcome. Next slide. So, Chair, when that letter was then signed, so the process of the contract appointment was then activated. So on the 22nd of April 2026, we then sent DPWI sent a concurrence letter to IDT to confirm the budget. The contractor was then appointed, and a site handover meeting was held on the 5th of June 2026, and the first technical meeting was then held on the 7th of July 2026. The contractor submitted a program as per the contract requirements, Chair, on the 5th of June, with an estimated completion date of the 18th of October 2026. So, Chair, as you can see now, we've got a fixed deadline in mind as to when the project will then be concluded, which is next year, October 2026. And just before we move to the next slide, Chair, I just want to indicate to the committee that as part of this process is now going forward, we've also discussed that our colleagues from HPP must, as a concurrent process, immediately begin to put in place the process of operationalizing the particular facility. We don't want a scenario, Chair, where in October next year the facility is finished and we then begin to start thinking about the operations of the facility. So those processes are running concurrently. When we conclude the project in October, Chair, the operations must kick in, and the project and the center must be activated and operationalized immediately. Next slide. So, Chair, this is just a depiction of what I've actually said. Now you can see the cash flow projection for 2026-27 is 104 million. Like I've indicated, there's a shortfall currently, which we will then deal with in in the adjustment processes. For the next year, it's 66 million, and in the last year, it's 2.5 million, which gives you a total of 173 million share. Obviously, there's an amount of 7 million and 7,600,000 as contingencies for unforeseen costs. Next slide. So, Chair, just to conclude then, there's full commitment, Chair, from both departments to ensure that this project is now completed on time and within budget, and that we will then be able to ensure that we open the facility in October next year. The last thing from our side, Chair, is that what we've done, Chair, over and above the normal technical meetings that are taking place on site every month, which is attended by all parties concerned, we're also putting in place a structure at the level of the DDGs, between myself and DDG Baartman, just to ensure that there's executive oversight on the project, so that we are able to intervene when issues may arise from the project. And there's also been a commitment, Chair, just for information, that next month in September, the two DGs, together with ourselves, will conduct a site inspection in Hankie, just to ensure that we monitor progress. Chair, and the rest of the presentation is just slides, and I think we've all seen what the center looks like. So I'm going to then ask to pause there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The Department of Public Works.
Chair, do you want me to say anything or just hand straight to the department
You
officials?
are very much welcome to say anything, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our colleagues at the department for that presentation. Chair, just to say that there is a steering committee for this project that both department officials sit on. So all of the information is known to us one way or another. I think, Chair, let me maybe just pick up where you left off. And I said that, you know, the Sarah Baartman suffered indignity by what happened to her. And unfortunately, we have continued to perpetuate that indignity by not completing this project, which is a great source of shame for the department. And while those issues have taken place before my appointment, I've been determined to make sure that we right those wrongs over those years. And that's why it was so important that we get this right, and we make sure that this project is finished, and that we provide a credible pathway towards its completion. Chair, that is why it was important that in the end we appointed the IDT, which has a very strong skills and technical base to be able to do something like this. And I believe you've been there, so you understand some of the complexities of those projects. And maybe the mistake from the beginning was not fully appreciating how technical and important that project is. Some of the technology that's involved, you know, trying to use natural systems of air cooling as an example, and so on. So what you will see today in our presentation, Chair, is the progress that is currently underway. I see that even the date for completion has now been brought forward a week, which I'm very pleased about. You will see that we are marginally ahead of our timelines, and we track these timelines very carefully now going forward through the steering committee, through the department, and through the IDT. And we assess that progress on a weekly basis. And I think that even the presentation has been updated to even reflect the most up-to-date of that. Chair, we've also wanted to say very importantly that community participation and social facilitation is important. We know that there has been some unhappiness in the community previously, and so we have a full-time social facilitator, professionally registered social facilitator and community liaison officer through the social facilitation framework that Cabinet recently adopted. So we're actually, the Sarah Baartman Centre of Remembrance is actually the first project for the social facilitation framework that has been newly adopted by Cabinet that guides our interactions with local communities, how we work with SMMEs, and so on. Chair, we also have said very clearly that we must learn from those previous failures because we only have one shot at completing this, and I think that there's a lot on the line, not least the finalization of this chapter for the department, but once and for all, sealing that legacy for the public's benefit of Sarah Baartman. Chair, there obviously are a number of risks that remain in any project. We continue to work through the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to mitigate those risks. But I am quietly confident, Chair, that we are going to deliver something that would benefit the legacy and heritage of Sarah Baartman, the pride that the people of Hankey and the First Nations community at large will be able to accept and celebrate as something that pays homage to the incredible person that she was. So, Chair, with your permission, I'd hand over to the chairperson of the board, Ms. Zimbini Hill. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Before Mr. or Ms. Zimbini Hill
Miss.
is going to present, may I ask the question whether this presentation has been shared with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture? Am I audible?
DDG Kafile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, we did share our presentation.
Can you speak louder? We can't hear you.
Am I audible now, Chair?
Yes, just a little bit louder.
Oh, okay. Chair, yes, we did share our presentation with colleagues at an administrative level in the department.
With the Department of Sports?
Yes.
I'm asking this question, otherwise oversight will be superficial in this particular instance. And if you have shared it, then at least I would think and argue that we will have a productive meeting. Please proceed.
Greetings and thank you, Minister. Greetings, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Ministers, DG, DDGs, and colleagues. My name is Zimbini Hill, and I've got the privilege to be serving as the Chairperson of the Board for the Independent Development Trust, known as the IDT. Honorable Chair and Ministers, we're very, very privileged and honored to be the implementation agent for the Sarah Baartman Center of Remembrance. As the daughter of the Eastern Cape myself, this project carries particular personal significance for me, and I'm conscious of the responsibility entrusted to the IDT to bring this project in completion on time and on budget. As the board, our role is one of oversight and support, and we're working very closely with management to ensure that we deliver on our commitments to this project and at the same time drive the reforms necessary to strengthen and reposition the IDT as an effective and accountable institution. And if I may then, Honorable Chairperson, hand over to our acting CEO, Sifiso Nzibande, who's got his executives to support him in the presentation. Sifiso, I think you may need to change your presentation, but you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good honorable ministers, the chair of the portfolio committees, and colleagues, DDGs and DG of Arts and Culture. Chair, I hope the presentation is the correct one that I'm flagging now.
Acting CEO, it does look like the correct one. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I think indeed the minister as well as DDG Campbell have said the mouthful in terms of the project itself. We as IDT minister, we were appointed to actually chair to actually come in and assist and complete the project, Minister. So we will be just giving sort of a breakdown in terms of the work that we're currently doing and how we are implementing the project and where we're currently at in terms of the particular project. Honorable chair and members, In terms of what we are reporting on, this is contract number 3, Chair, and I think we commenced the work on the 5th of June 2026, and I think DTG Campbell did indicate that the estimated completion date is 18 October 2027. We confirm, Chair. Most of the information that has been presented by DTG Campbell, honorable members, will be pretty much similar in our presentation because we all share and sit in the same committee in terms of the particular project, honorable members. In terms of the progress itself, in terms of the work happening at the Baartman, from the projected work that we currently completing, honorable members, the work that we currently have undertaken is IDT, currently sits at around 13.5%, and that is measured against honorable members the contract time lapse, which is currently sitting at about 13.35, of which means that the work is slightly ahead, honorable members, in terms of the work itself in comparison to the time lapsed. How we measure time lapse, honorable members, we are projecting that the completion date would be October 27, and then from the inception, we're currently sitting on 13.35, honorable members, which means that the contract is progressing very well. In terms of the certified expenditure and what is currently being built, we currently have built about 5.9 million, which is about 4.2 of the 148 million of the 141 million contract amount, honorable members. What this give us indication, honorable members, is because we also understand that in terms of the cash flow hedging, it's critical that we manage the cash flow. So the contractor is actually helping us, because currently, if you're looking at how much is we currently have and currently segmented, it's about 36 million. So for us to be able to head a necklist, so we're progressing the billing in such a way that we're able to then reach the adjustment period with at least of capital in hand, and without actually stagnating the project. So we are very mindful of how we project that particular cash flow. And that, because if you're looking at the funding received, we currently, I think the DTG did indicate that currently what has been received by the department is sitting at 36 million. So that's the reason why we are managing this cash flow very, very, very carefully to ensure that the work does not stop at any point in time. You recall, Minister, Honourable Minister, as well as ministers, that in terms of the history of Contract 2, one of the things that was indicated as a big stumbling block was issue of the cash flow and the payment of contractors, and I think that's the risk that we're currently managing by managing that our cash flow is stagnated, honourable members. From the funding of the current financial year, we projected a cash flow of about 104 million. And of course, the department, as indicated, only had been able to provide for now 36 million. And I think if you're looking at the projection requirement again, it's sitting at about 68 million, honourable member. I think the DTG Campbell did indicate most of the information that we that is on the slide, but just to indicate that we did undertook the initiation processes, including document verification. We also did a site visit leading to a signed project execution plan in February 2026. The purpose of this particular visit, honourable members, was for us to actually determine the exact scope of work that we needed to complete, so that when we produce our project execution plan, we produce an informed project execution plan that we can be able to actually deliver on it, honourable members. And of course, the minister have pressing on us the importance of this particular project. We then moved into our fast-track processes. I think DG Campbell did touch on how we fast-track the processes, starting from January 2026 up until we appointed in March 2026, which was the reflection of the magnitude of this project and our need to actually complete this particular project. I think in terms of the contractual arrangement, honourable members, the client that does remain as the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture. Then who appointed DPWNI, and of course then there's a PSP, and then IDT is responsible for 2 arms of this particular implementation, which is the social facilitator and the contractor, honourable members. The minister did indicate, I think, that the approach we adopted in this particular project, based on the history that we have learned from the community uprising, was us early adopting the social facilitation framework, which was approved by cabinet, and it's helping us greatly. As you can see, that when we deliver this project, we're delivering with the partners, and we're not delivering just only as IDT. So we're delivering with 4 partners plus community, which makes the partnership in this regard 5 of 5 partners. The first partner is the Arts and Culture, who's the project sponsor. We also have the Public Works, who is also the appointed implementer, IDT and Kuha municipality, as well as the community. The purpose of this MEC is also, as we are also expanding on this particular delivery, also touch base on the DDD model through using of the relevant local municipalities, and that the strategy that we're delivering on honorable MECs. Honorable members. The contract projects, I think the DDG Campbell did touch on most of the information. And of course, I think just to give background in terms of where we are now. We commence on the 5th of June in terms of the work itself on site. The contract duration is projected for 15 months, and indeed the completion date is set for 18 October 2027. And in terms of the work, the time lapse at the time of where we concluded the submission, we're already sitting on 2 months, which gives us about 13.35%, whilst the work progress was work progress was about 13.5%, and the expenditure that we have incurred so far. Of course, that is subject to us managing cash flow, was about 5.95, honorable members. This slide, I think was touched on by DTG campaign, where we're giving a sort of our projection in terms of the MTF. When we planned this project, honorable members, we also applied the IDMS framework in terms of the cash flow projection, as well as the stage gate of billing, because it's very important for us that when we deliver this project, we must make sure that we all comply with all relevant laws and also safeguard the issues of the cash flow. So the cash flow projection was very important. One, so for the department to actually know exactly how it will be measured in terms of our delivery, and 2, for the department to actually make sure that in terms of the cash flow are made timelessly, and we also know that from a budgeting perspective, that budget is provided accordingly, and where adjustment need to be made are made. And we are grateful that the DG of Art and Culture, as well as DG Public Works, were part of our meeting when we discussed the cash flow projection, which does indicate that this particular project, honorable members, is a project that the both department are led by the ministers is taken very seriously. So this projection and the cash flow was approved by both the department whilst we presenting in front of you, honorable members, and it's implementable by us as IDT, and we believe that it will actually assist us in terms of that particular aspect. We also just want to appraise that in terms of the work that we're doing, as much as IDT have management fees, but we're also very strategic in how we are bringing our management fees, because we want to make sure that first we stagnate our management fees to support the project to proceed, and as soon as the adjustment is done, honorable members, that's when we're going to start bringing forward our fees. But for now, we're just managing that particular aspect and making sure that we support the progress as much as we are based on the projected cash flow projections. In terms of the work that we currently are completing, it's a multidisciplinary work which requires different skills as well as different competencies in terms of the CIDP grading. And of course, if you're looking at the nature of that particular project, it needs a complex integration of infrastructure, because some of the work itself are complex, and some of the work requires a technical skill as well as high specialized skills in that particular regard. If you're looking at what are we completing as IDT, based on the relevant work streams and competencies. One under the GP, which is in the general building, we are completing the building, including construction of classrooms. We're also constructing the multi-purpose hall, reading room. We're also completing the gatehouse, dormitories, reception area, living heritage, workshops, restaurant, and other elements that require general building, honorable members. Then under the electrical works, which is EP at the stage, we are looking at work covering recirculation, distribution boards, street lighting, CCTV systems, access control, infrastructure, and comprehensive data network installation. And then also have a ME, which is mechanical installation. Around issues of the mechanical installation, we're looking at fire detections, protection systems, HVAC, laundry equipment, hot and cold water systems, as well as accessibility features through the facilities, which will also include security systems in that regard. We under civil works, which is also part of this particular project, honorable members, we are looking at civil works, which will encompass reinforce the concrete repairs, stormwater harvesting, fire reserves, water pump stations, system sewer, landscaping, irrigation, and stone cladding as insights finisher. We are in terms of making sure that from the tourist point of view, will also be working around upgrading the road R331 museum as well as the roadway to the burial site to enable that visitors must be able to then drive in a better condition, honorable members. So this is the scope of work that we're currently doing as IDT, and we do believe that from projection we will complete it within 15 months, honorable members. The percentages of the work in terms of each and every stage, as I indicated, we're also using the framework of IDMS, which is a National Treasury Guideline under the FIDIP. We're looking at about 14 packages that we currently finalizing, and the significant one that we need to start working on is the mass earthwork layers, constructing stormwaters, which is currently sitting at about 5%, but most of the work, honorable members, we would then be able to progress because they are within completion time, and then of course removing rejected steel structures, honorable members. But most of the work, honorable members, are still in progress. There is a visual demographics that we also put in this presentation to indicate our work. The honorable members did indicate that we adopted the social facilitation, and the plan that we brought in forward, honorable members, is part of the approved social facilitation, which was approved by the Parliament, and we managed to appoint the social facilitator on the 24th of April 2026. And as indicated, the minister have actually indicated that we already have a PC that's already been established for Baartman project. There's also minister did speak of the CLO as well, and of course we did have a meeting on the 15th of July, and we also had the follow-up meeting on the 16th July. And I think the most important meeting that we will be having as well, where we'll be attending the next with the team, is the gravesite design consultation meeting, which I will also be attending as well on the 25th of August, 2026. And I think the importance of this meeting is making sure that we are as consultative as much as we can with all relevant stakeholders regarding the gravesite design to ensure that the community buys into the project. So the leadership of the ITT and the department will be part of that meeting to ensure that this particular engagement, I think the minister stresses very much the legacy of Baartman, and that we need to uphold. So as part of our commitment to the project, we will then be attending this meeting to ensure that we proceed as the IA as well as the department in line with that particular respect that we need to offer to Baartman. In terms of the benefit realization, I think we are looking at this items in front of us, which is one is training and skills development. One thing that we did when we compiled and then prepared and planned for this particular project, we made sure that we comply with all laws and regulations that are applicable to within the infrastructure framework. And in these particular guidelines that we're adopting are aligned to the CIDB's standard. I think the first one, which is the training and skills development, we're committed with the project committed about 708,000 to actually train people of the area, and that is partly part of the CIDB standard for skills standard, which we also aligning with. Enterprise development, we're also committing about 1.17, which is committed, which is also part of the CIDB skills enterprise development standard, and the subcontracting opportunity of about 7.1, also committed on the project as well, and that is particularly aligned to the contractor participation goal or CPG standard, which requires about 5% committed by the contractor. And we will also be in the process. We'll also appoint about 4 SMMEs, which all aligns to the framework of the CIDP as well as National Treasury. And primarily because we want to make sure that when we deliver this infrastructure, we also comply with laws and regulations to ensure that we deliver a very successful infrastructure on honorable members. From local labor, we were targeting about 98 local laborers that will be appointed. Already we've appointed about 30 appointed to date, which is about 20% achieved as at 31st July 2026. And of course, we also wish, as part of this CITB, that standard for uniformity as well as standard for enterprise development, as well as skills development, post the completion as part of the IDMS. And I think the DDG spoke very well about issues of the asset management post the implementation. We will then train them for further employment opportunity. And our engagement with the department is that some of them might be placed through facilitating operations and maintenance of this particular asset. And that's also part of a broader IDMS requirement that we are bringing into this project, MEC, because I mean, Chair, because our position is such that, Chair, that this asset must then benefit the community even post the implementation and construction, and the asset must then be left in the hands of the community, who will then look after it, Chair and members. Lesson learned, the minister did speak about lesson learned. I think one of the things that we picked up was the issue of the late payment of contractor, the timeless transfer of the funds by department, which enables payment to contractor. We are grateful that indeed, I think that lesson learned, we are trying to have it as much as possible. The Department of Sport did make 36 million available, and I think what we are doing now, we're doing a cash flow management in terms of how we then progress the project. And that is what of the lesson learned from the previous contractors as well. Both the DPW and DSEC have committed to the tranche payment system, and we're grateful for that. And I think as I did mention that both the DG Public Works and DG DSEC were part of the meeting that we held, and such commitment was made, and we're grateful for that, honorable members. I think one of the things that we also picked up was lack of proactive management of the project. I think as IDT, what we've done, honorable members, we've appointed someone to be a project manager just for this particular project, and that person is pretty much sitting on site. And so, and the reason we're doing that, honorable members, is one is to pick up warnings at a very early and be able to then address them through the committee that the minister spoke of, which is the PSC minister, as well as honorable members. Community unrest. I think community unrest and disruption we also picked up that as a lesson that we needed to learn. And I think if you're looking at the pillars that we're bringing now, we're bringing 5 pillars where all the department, including the community as well as the municipality, participate in the delivery of this infrastructure. And this is one, to bring the community to the project, and as well as making sure that from the engagement of the local municipality, ward councillors and community support, that we are able to then progress this particular project. It's not only IDT delivering this particular project, we're delivering with these partners who then ensure that the community is part and parcel of this particular delivery of this project. And more importantly, as well as making sure that when we do our recruitment, as well as when we do our processes of the SMME, we also involve all these particular role players, and as well as the local municipality, to ensure transparency, as well as ensuring that the opportunities are shared fairly within the community, honorable members. In terms of the risk mitigation, I think it's part of the lesson learned. I think just one that I will speak on is on the post-completion operation, which we did speak on. I think the TCS have confirmed that they are currently working on the operating model as well as budget before practical completion. And then this is mainly to ensure that the asset, after it's been completed, it's then been able to operationalize the honorable members, and then be able to then be put into use for the state. Excuse me. We did actually provide pictures of visual presentation, honorable members, which we took on the 7th of August, where we are demonstrating the work that is happening on site. Honorable members, I think the first one is where we're removal of the steel canopy, where we will be removing the steel canopy and then galvanize it, and then put it back to be able to be then form part of the project. We are also working around the plastering of the parapet walls on the picture number 2. And we are also removing screed on the roof, as evidently by picture number 3. We're also plastering the parapet walls as well in that particular picture as we're demonstrating. So the work is indeed underway, honorable members. And I think if you're looking at the other one is where removal of the ceilings, where there was actually a leak in the ceiling. So as part of the screed that we're removing on top. So we also had to remove the ceiling to ensure that they were able to detect any leaks that was picked up on the screed on top of the roof, where after removing the screed, we then apply waterproofing to ensure that there is no leak in terms of the damaged ceiling that we're currently removing. There is also preparation of the service bed. That's what we also in the other picture. In fact, in the classroom, we're also moving with the casting of concrete to finalize and then making sure that we prepare screeding so that we can then be able to lay the floor. On the other picture, where floor screeding has been done and laid as well. This is the minister when he went to the site, where he then, on the date we're heading over, and he laid the brick of the palisade wall as well, honorable members. With that, thank you so much, honorable members. I'll hand over back to the chairperson and the minister.
I haven't seen a level where the minister laid the brick. Minister.
It's there, Chair. I can assure you, and the brick is still there. There it is there.
Yeah, thank you, honorable members. To the Department of Public Works, this presentation lacked 2 very serious things, of which one is it lacks numbers. There's no numbers, and imagine this was the Madlanga Commission. Mr. Fiso, you would have been in big trouble if we have to refer to a particular page. And when it comes to Parliament, documentation must be clear and it must be traceable. The second issue is the equipment on site. There were a lot of equipment on site, and the presentation does not speak to that, where that equipment is presently. Now, Minister Mackenzie and Minister McPherson, we know where that equipment is at this moment. There's a clause. When we were there, we were told that there's a general clause that when it comes to termination or suspension of contractors because of non-payment, where the department, any department in Parliament doesn't pay, a contractor is allowed, if the department fails to pay, to suspend work, cancel contract, and lawfully remove his staff, all his equipment. Now, I just want to say this, and it has become a trend in South Africa in all spheres of governance where this happens, and the contractor is buying a lot of equipment and stuff, and when the department don't pay, that contractor pack and leave. I'm leaving this with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Department of Public Works, and on behalf of the committee, I would like to plead to both departments to ensure that our contractors out there are being paid to prevent similar cases of this nature. Honorable members, opportunities now for questions, inputs, deliberations. The Honorable Mbuyo, please proceed, followed by the Honorable Matahung, followed by the Honorable Potgieter. Please proceed in that order, followed by Honorable Molatani. Please proceed in that order, and remember, honorable members, raise your hand so that I can see. I have to work out time. We still have other business on the agenda as well. The Honorable Mbio.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, ministers, our two ministers and the departments. Chairperson, the reality is that this project is already about 10 years behind the schedule, and two previous contractors were terminated. What guarantees can the department give Parliament that the third contractor will not suffer the same fate?
Have we lost Honorable Mbio now?
Hello, Chairperson. Chair, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, please proceed.
Oh, yes. That is the first question. Did you get the first question, the department? Okay. Am I audible, Chair?
The department.
Which
Honorable
department?
Inati, can you please repeat the question and to the relevant department, please?
Okay. What guarantees can the department give Parliament that the third contractor will not suffer the same fate of the last two ones that were the contractors were terminated? So what guarantees can the department give us that the third contractor will not face the same challenges that these other contractors have faced, or the contractor will not be terminated?
Public Works.
Chair, do you want me to answer?
Yes, or the DG, doesn't matter.
Sure. Or Mr. Nspande. I think I can say this, Chair. Of course, you know, anyone who offers you guarantees in life, you should be wary of. But what I can say is that the process of appointment has been far more rigorous than previously, particularly through the IDT that are social infrastructure specialists. And so what they did very clearly and carefully was to ensure that the contractor that appointed has sufficient liquidity. I think that we see that as a problem with contractors, and also work very closely with them to ensure that that is managed. Of course, without jinxing anything and touching wood, it does seem that they are working in a much more professional manner than has previously taken place. I also think that the second risk mitigation issue would be the hands-on approach that the IDT is taking to this. I've made it very clear to the board and to management that no failures can be accepted here. And so there's a very strict on-hands approach that is taking place. And then thirdly, another risk mitigation has been the issue of social facilitation and making sure that we have the community on board to protect this project and to see it through to completion. But I'll ask Mr. Inspande to also add. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I think you are spot on. I think if you're looking at because we're not involved in contract 1 and contract 2, but if you're looking at the issue of the cash flow, it seems to have played a big part in terms of the issues of the project completion. I think the late payment, cash flow difficulties, as well as issues of the community, which the minister spoke on, were critical in those two projects. Minister and honorable members, in this particular project, one issues of the cash flow protection and cash flow viability of the contractor was critical. I think the honorable members will note that if you're looking at the work itself, we're currently sitting at around 13.5% being work completed on site and certified. But if you're looking at the expenditure itself, the contractor is carrying almost about 10 million or so in terms of that particular expenditure, which means that the contractor is a liquid contractor and is able to then fund the project while we are then be able to then pay the contractor. The issue of the community involvement as well is a critical one through the social facilitation, and one of the things that also brought in very which helps to play as a early warning sign within all government spheres was bringing in issues of the local municipality, Kucha in this instance, who then forms part of our PC as well, and that helped primarily in ensuring that early warnings are early detected, and then also, of course, they also have interest in making sure that this project is finalized. So that we're also doing that. We also brought in the issue of the CNO in terms of that particular project. We also assist in terms of the making sure that the community liaison is also done correctly. So, of course, I think the issues of community interfacing is critical for us as well. And of course, the issues of the performance on site, where IDT, without speaking for other contracts, we have brought in a dedicated personnel onto the project to be specifically on site to ensure that that individual monitor this particular project. And that person is qualified individual who is a qualified QS, and it looks at two things: the technical aspect of it, as well as the making sure that from the claim point of view and cash flow protection, we are able to then progress. So with those interventions that we've made, honorable members, we believe that we should be able to get early warnings of the project. The minister is correct. No one can actually give 100% assurance, but from what we are doing and what we're putting together, we're putting a formidable.
Thank you. We're happy surety has been given. The honorable member, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Only 30 of the targeted 98 local labourers have been appointed. Why is the employment still so low? And by when will the department meet its target?
I'll ask Mr. Inspande to specifically answer that one, Chair.
Inspande.
Thank you so much, Minister. Yes, indeed. I think at this stage, we currently only appointed about 30 people on site. The employment is stuck in terms of the project stages. As we move to other stages of the project, then we will start employing more people. But for now, if we're looking at the number of people that the contractor requires for the work that's currently doing is about 30. But what we then do confirm is that as the project evolves and then where they move into other stages of the project, then the relevant labor will be required to then be put on site. In that regard, so the contractor follows the project timelines in terms of the IDMS, which then dictates the number of employment that's required on site. But the 96 will then be completed, Honourable Chair.
Honorable Mbuya.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you. The next member, the Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greeting to everyone, greeting to the ministers, and greeting to the department and greeting colleagues. The first question that I want to pose to both ministers. I just want to find out what is their working relationship in order for them to make sure that this project is complete in time. In terms of their communication, are they communicating well? Are they meeting the ground? Are there any deliberations and disagreements whenever it comes to certain things? Maybe that I'll pause there for one chair before I move on to my second question.
Good question, Honorable Member. What is the relationship?
Well, I can assure you that we have nothing more than a professional relationship, if there's a question around that. What I can say, Chair, is that the issues between the departments are dealt through the Project Steering Committee. We certainly trust our officials to be able to work on this, and if there is ministerial interventions, then those are sought. Where there are DG interventions, those are sought, and those have been very forthcoming when we have required them. And we certainly look forward to delivering this important project that I think both of us see as critical to fulfilling our task as ministers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I think the only thing that we have here in common is the completion of the project. Minister Mackenzie, do you want to speak to the relationship?
Well, no, I just want to agree that I've got a very good relationship with Minister Dean. We much respect between us, and I also want to thank him because we at the department had reached a stage prior to his arrival that it can't go on like this, where we said, you know what, we are always being blamed as the department, the DG, myself, and we said, you know what, let's do this thing ourselves. And I then wrote letters to Minister McPherson, and he said to me, I absolutely give you my word that we will get the right people, we will follow up, and I'll keep you informed. And that is what he has done. Our relationship is really, really very much more than collegial. Thank you very much.
Proceed, Honorable Mataung. It has nothing to do with the relationship between chiefs and pirates. Proceed.
Yes, I love that. You know, Chair, my reasoning why this is a big magnitude project as much as it has been delayed for over 10 years. So we also wanted to see if both ministers are committed to this, especially when finishing this project. But it comes again to my second question to say, in terms of job creations, how many permanent job creations that they think the facility will do, and how many people have been trained so far, and how many local businesses that they've maybe put on site or employed. But one other one that is very important again, Chair, is this is going to become a tourism site. And in the presentation or in the structure that was presented by Sfiso, I did not see the Department of Tourism. So I just want to find out from both ministers to say why the Department of Tourism was not being involved in this project.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. Jobs is obviously an important part and component of this. And I think that if you see in our presentation and some of the commentary around this, we've said, I know the Mayor of Cocha is very keen to see this developed into a tourism site and tourism hub. And so, our focus obviously is on the construction side of that. And there are obviously a number of jobs in construction. Construction, by its nature is on a contract basis. So while there is the development of those jobs, they are for the period under contract. In terms of the Department of Tourism, our client is the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So I wouldn't want to speak for them, but just to be clear that our client or our accountability line is to the department, and that's where our job ends on that basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The Honourable Member, please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I saw there's a road that needs to be done that goes to the cemetery. Is that road included in the budget? If so, how much?
Chair, I'll defer to Mr. Nsibande on that question.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, yes, indeed, the road is part of the project budget that we've awarded. I will just go into the BOQ, then give you the specification in terms of the view of that road that leads to the grave site. With the permission, Chair.
Yeah, please do. The Honourable Member is asking very important questions today.
Chairperson, it's so nice because of there's a BOQ. If it's possible, can we
Honourable
be finished?
Honourable Mataung, there is someone is going to respond onto the road. Just a second.
I don't know, Chair, if Mr. Nsibande is going to come back once he's pulled that bill of quantities.
Yes,
no,
Chair, I will come back.
When he comes back.
He's going to come back. He's just going to go through the bill.
Honourable Mataung, Mr. Nsibande will come back.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I think this one will be my last one. Since as well there's a BOQ, which is it's a document which is detailed about the project, about the budget, about each and every line item, how much money is going to be spent there. Is there any possibilities, Chairperson, that we can be finished with the BOQ, so that by the time we do our track record or go to a site visit, then we know that certain amount of money went where and how and all the budget breakdown? Because of a BOQ is a beautiful document whereby you know how much money is spent in that. If they can just finish us with the BOQ, I'll be so happy, sir. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member.
Chair, I would just need to take advice just in terms of the contractual obligations, and whether they may pose risk to the contract. But if there are no contractual obligations or no legal impediments, we will definitely do so.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next member is Honourable Potgieter. Honourable Potgieter, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to both ministers. I think, we unfortunately deal with a lot of issues where this predates everybody by decades. So I'm glad to see that we're kind of getting somewhere. I just to understand, I unfortunately joined a bit late to the committee. But there was information pertaining to this particular matter where the committee obviously did the oversight chair, which I wasn't a part of. But so excuse me if I'm asking things that have already been asked, but I'd just like to get an understanding. It stated that the contractor was confirmed. Who exactly is the contractor? Are you able to give us that information?
Absolutely. Mr. Nsibande?
Thank you, Minister. The contractor has been appointed is Temu Construction. Construction was a grade 8 in CITB grading. Honorable member.
Thank you so much. And then tell me, are you aware of any current projects that they're involved in or past projects that gives us an idea of the kind of work that they do?
Mr. Nsibande?
Yes, honorable member. When we did our verification of the work that they've done, we did pick up some of the work that they've done. So we are aware of the work that they've done in terms of the work that they're doing currently within the province of Eastern Cape, which one is helpful in terms of making sure that from sites material and sourcing of material help in that regard. They've done a lot of work with Kocha as well, so we're comfortable with the work that they're doing.
Fantastic.
I would
Thank
also
you.
just say, Chair, with your permission, that we also wanted to ensure that the grading with the CIDB was correct. And I think for the honourable members, understanding why that's important, that's the Construction Industry Development Board that is an entity of Public Works. They grade every construction company, and you've got to meet certain standards to move up those gradings in terms of project delivery, in terms of what you've been awarded. So you can't be awarded a 180 million rand project if you did a 1 million rand pavement, as an example. There's got to be a track record as you move up, and then that is constantly verified and certified by the CIDB. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Honourable Peter.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, I mean, I'm quite happy to hear that they are liquid. This is a big problem with a lot of contractors, and that's why they run out of money on site. Just one of my favorite questions, because it's something that I've come across, particularly, where we're from, not in the Eastern Cape, but I'm going to assume then, because of the experience and obviously the ability of this contractor to carry out projects of this magnitude, that they are completely capacitated to deal with things like construction mafia and disruptions on site and things like that, that they're not going to allow that to kind of come in, because that always creates further delays. If you can just confirm.
Chairperson, through you, let me just say to the Honourable Potgieter, I understand the question, but it's actually contractors that are the victims of site disruptions. And so our job as the department, in conjunction with law enforcement, is to mitigate that. And so we do that through our partnership with the Kocha municipality, which are very helpful. We do that through our relationship with the SAPS in the area. And most importantly, we do that through our social facilitation framework to ensure that the community have bought into these projects. And we find that when the community are our first line of defense, that there's a much decreased rate of disruptions. That's why we've deployed a full-time professional social facilitator who works with the community that I've met. The municipality are also helping us with social facilitation. And we also have a sort of a community liaison officer as well. So while one can never fully, fireproof yourself from disruptions, I think that we are as best prepared and have mitigated it to the extent that we can to avoid such. And before I go to bed at night, I say a prayer that that site will be protected, and because we really must deliver this on time and on budget. Mr. Nsibande, I don't know if there's anything you would like to add in terms of risk mitigation.
Minister, I think you've covered the risk mitigation fully. I concur.
Thank you so much. I'd just like to know, Chair, just from DSAC's point of view, if they can confirm the approved budget. I know they did say in their presentation they've confirmed 64 million, but the further amounts that are required are dependent on adjustment budget as well as future MTF reprioritization. I'd just like to understand their commitments in terms of those funds, because what we don't want to see is a stage where we get to the point that further money is needed and then it's not available. So if they can just explain to us that discussion that happened, because I think it was accepted by the committee that they serve on and the discussions that they had with DPWR.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, we can confirm, Honorable Member, the DDG made reference to engagements that took place between March and April. Both DG Mdagan and myself were part of that. And we made our commitment based on the main, I think, common objective of seeing this project coming to conclusion or being finalized. The payment that was being made reference to by IDT was what was on our budget, because this happened post the budget finalization process. And we are also advised by our director who sits in the steering committee that the minister was making reference to, that IDT is looking at further adjustments. And once that is finalized, in line with the midterm adjustments, we will then be able to finalize our allocation. That is for not just for the 26-27, but also for the MTF, given the fact that now there is sound confirmation and assurance that we've received. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thanks, DG. Chair, I've just got two questions really, and then I'll leave the rest in abeyance because I'm sure it'll be covered by my colleagues. The one issue that I have is obviously there have been several contractors that have been terminated or have left due to funding issues, etc. And I don't know, the sort of logicality of going after these people 10 years after the fact. But what hasn't been clear in previous minutes and previous meetings is whether or not there was any action or consequence management taken against contractors who, did defective work, which was, I think in one case, it cost about 9 million rand in terms of defective work, as well as contractors that ran out of funds. Was any action taken? Because I can't find any confirmation and we didn't have any in our February meeting. And whether or not it is logical to pursue any action if none was taken at that time. Sorry, Chair, that would include sort of recovery of any funds, because I think I recall that we were looking at about 246 or 247 million previously that had already been spent over this period, in addition to what's already been budgeted now. Thanks.
Very important questions. We can't just turn our backs and walk away.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I fully share your view on the question that it can't be that you just get paid an amount of money and then don't do the job or work off of it. So I think as a baseline and as a principle, I fully support that view. I do also want to suggest that where there are other agencies like the DBSA that has been appointed or contracted to do this work, they are the ones that then appoint those contractors. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I would believe that they would be the ones that would have to legally hold those contractors or individuals accountable, or pursue civil or criminal litigation against them. As I said, I'm not a lawyer, but I think it's a very important question, and I think it's something that maybe should be put to the DBSA to respond to. We are doing that with them on other projects, particularly around police stations that they were contracted to do. But let me call on the DDG for construction project management, Ms. Kafile, to maybe respond to that question or provide more color to that. DDG?
Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, you are indeed correct. The project was initially implemented by the DBSA. So the first contractor that failed due to performance issues, the matter is then handled through DBSA. The second contractor, Minister, Chairperson and members, terminated due to a non-payment by the DBSA. In that instance, we then do not have a leg to stand on because the employer, which in this case was the DBSA, did not stick to their end of the agreement. So there is no recovery to claim in that instance. This is part of the reason, members, that we then took this project to IDT to ensure that there will be full accountability and that the project is handled in a manner that we will then all be responsible. As the minister indicated, we are still dealing with our recovery in terms of the portfolio that is being attended to by the DBSA. So those matters are still being addressed between us through our legal components with the DBSA to ensure that where they have cost us a loss of funds, we are then able to recover funds. It will then be incumbent on the DBSA to pursue a responsible contractor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very clear. Chair, I'd like to end off with then, and I'll send it to you in writing. If we can request, please, from the DBSA a full explanation on both Contractor 1 as well as the payment issues relating to Contractor 2, exactly what actions they've taken, consequence management and financial recovery, as well as the reasons for the non-payments. I think this is quite pertinent to this issue, and it seems to be the underlying cause for why this project was delayed exponentially. So if I will send it in writing, but if we can maybe make that a recommendation from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Potgieter. Ms. Kafile, do you think that DBSA has something to answer to this portfolio committee?
Chairperson, maybe there might be something to answer to, but just to be clear, on Contract 1, there is already a process initiated by the department. There's an arbitration going on for that particular project. So it's the Contract 2 that we need then to undertake with the DBSA. So we will see the outcomes of the discussions that are being undertaken through the legal interactions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Potgieter. I think we should consider that bait that you've thrown in and cast DBSA in here. I know that at some time during the oversight, we also had them around the table. Minister McPherson?
Chair, thank you. I just want to say that, you know, it's for some of those problems that we've had with the DBSA that I've been reluctant to see further work go to them, because I don't have direct line of sight or accountability over them. Because I'm the executive authority of the IDT, I have much more say and direction in terms of how they perform or not. And I think that one of the challenges that we've had with the DBSA is not being able to get some of that consequence management. So I think that obviously through the committee, they would be well placed to be able to try and understand what civil or cost recoveries have taken place. But that would be for the committee to consider. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And they have a very interesting name. They are called the Development Bank of South Africa. The next honorable member will be Honorable Monatsane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me just go back to one of the questions that has been asked. I just want to check with the DPWI, just for them to confirm if there are no pending legal disputes from the previous contracts that were terminated.
DDG Kafile or Mr. Nspande?
There is currently a process with the first contractor. There's an arbitration in progress at the moment.
Ms. Kafila, you're very far from your
Can you
speaker.
hear me now, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. I was indicating that with the first contractor, we have an arbitration in progress.
Thank you. Honorable Molatani, proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, some of the issues, they need to be added in the presentation so that we don't need to ask them. And secondly, I just want to check, Chairperson. I think somewhere when Minister was talking, Minister McPherson, he talked about the issue of I remember when we were in Henki, they mentioned that there was an uprising, if I may so, that forced the contractor to stop at some point. I just want to check with the department. Are we not going to see the same situation happen again? Because I remember when we asked what was the reason behind. The reason behind was the employment of the local people. They've complained that the contractor who was there did not employ a majority of the locals. Are we not going to see a situation where the same Temu contractor that you've just brought in, bringing people from outside Henki?
Very important question, Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much. I would just repeat that we have outlined the risk mitigation matters, including the use of the social facilitator and community liaison. Of course, and I think if we all have to be realistic, colleagues, that there are some skills that will not exist in Hanki. That is the reality. Whether you are talking about a quantity surveyor or a structural engineer, there are some jobs that will naturally come from outside of the area.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, when we talk about the employment, simply we can even talk about the general workers. Something that those people they mentioned, they never mentioned this your quantity surveyor and so forth. They talked about simple general workers, one. Number two, the transport. They complain also about the transport, that people were being transported from one area to their area without even them being given a share in that transport. They have taxis. They wanted their taxis to be also part of that development. I cannot talk about those quantity surveyor, whatever. Simple general work, Chairperson.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair, the next breath I was going to get into that matter. So if I can just finish what I was going to say, I think that it would assist. That I think that we have also been very clear as the department and the IDT that we must seek to use as much local employment as possible through the social facilitation process and through the community liaison, and I'm quite sure that that is understood and being done to the best of the ability. But I'll also allow Mr. Nspande to comment as well. Thank you.
I think that will suffice, Minister. The point the honorable member made was we had a community meeting, and it was the locals who has complained, and they are 500 to 1 kilometer from from where the developments are. But noted, and thank you also for the undertaking in ensuring that our locals are employed. Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, I just want to check the other thing. I remember when we arrived there was an issue regarding the tombstone. There was an issue regarding where the remains are being buried. They were not even sure when we arrived there because remember, they said that immediately when the remains arrived there was some sort of identification by putting some stones, and when the contractor came, he never even consulted the locals so that he can be able to do to put the stone where the remains are. I just want to check with the department. Have they consulted the community thoroughly regarding that? Because it was one of the things that the community have told us that if the contractor comes here, doesn't consult us, they don't care about the work that are going to be done. Their concern mainly was on the grave of Sarah Baartman, where they complain that they are even not sure presently where are the remains because the previous contractor just came in and threw stones away and then just built that gravestone there. Have they done enough consultation with the community of Henki?
Chair, I'll give to Mr. Nspande to respond.
Thank you so much, Minister, and thank you so much, Honourable Member. Indeed, I think, Honourable Member, we have engaged with the community of Henki around the issues of the gravesite. And we, as indicated in my presentation as well, we are now moving to the stage where we, with the community, we will be discussing on the 25th of August. I will be leading a team that will be going to
One second,
Henki.
Mr. Sibandi, 1 second. The Department of Sports, what is your contribution to this or respond?
Thanks, Chair. And yes, we are directly involved. DDG Ndima, as Heritage Unit, is very closely involved in the whole review.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Thank
Yes,
you. I'm
okay.
going to, thank you, Dr. I'm going to solve this in this fashion. That the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Department of Public Works give a 14-day report on the reinstatement of the gravesite. Now, this was the resolution. The resolution on the day some 2 years ago, Honorable Molatani, was that they will engage with the community and have a healing service, cleansing service. That was the word mentioned. And the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture at that meeting stood out in saying that they will arrange that. And in terms of tradition, in terms of belief, and in terms of culture, it was a serious indictment for the community of Henki by removing that tombstone without the knowledge of that particular Khoi community. So I'm going to resolute, and I'm so happy that you are bringing it up, Honorable Molatani, that both departments come together and see through it that the necessary cleansing service be dealt with the community of Henki. Proceed, Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The department is, I'm trying to remember the name of that acting DDG who was part of the oversight, who said that as the department, they will take care of that. Secondly, on the very same issue of the graves, we were told that where the original on the remember that remembrance is on two sides. It's on the right hand side, it's on the left hand side. On the main building on the left hand side, there was a tombstone of David Steerman. And they also complained that the tombstone has been put there outside there, covered in papers, and it was supposed to be part of the project also to be restored. Is the department still going to do that? This question, let me just take it straight to the Department of Sports, because I'm trying to remember the name of the DG who was with us, and he said that no, we'll do all those things. Is the Department of Sports still going to ensure that the tombstone of David Stirman is also going to be part of this project?
Thanks, Chair. I think that would be at that time, Mr. Langeveld, Honorable Member. But can I, through the Chair, ask DDG Ndima to come in on that one?
Thank you very much. I think, thank you. Good morning, ministers, and good morning to the chairperson, honorable members. I think Mr. Langeveld is here. If I could allow him to speak through you, chairperson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, ministers, chairperson, members, and colleagues. Indeed, Honorable Moletani, the department is also, in fact, leading the engagement with the community as undertaken during that visit of the portfolio committee.
2 years later, Mr. Langeveld. It's 2 years later.
Indeed, Chair, the site, remember, was a closed site, and that could not be undertaken on the site. And now that the contractor is on site, the undertaking at the time, Chair, was that as soon as a contractor is appointed, the first work, the first responsibility of the contractor, portfolio committee had indicated, must be the rehabilitation of the gravesite, and that is the work that is being undertaken now, Chair. And indeed, also the incorporation of David Stirman will be part of that work. The site is also a declared national heritage site, Honorable Chair. And one of the reasons for the meeting on the 25th is for the community then to agree on the redesign of the site, and to approve that a permit can be requested from the South African Heritage Resource Agency, SARA, to then undertake, for the contractor to undertake the work on site. So we'll be driving that process with SARA, and we'll be giving then updates to the portfolio committee as we conclude that work with the community. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Moletani, just a second. Mr. Langeveld, while you're on that issue, can you take the committee through the exhibition spaces?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. We've been working with the University of Cape Town, the Koi and Son Center at the University of Cape Town, to develop 2 exhibition spaces. One that will depict the life and times of Mama Sarah Baartman, and another museum, 2 museums actually. The second museum will depict the history of the 5 main Koi and Son groups.
Just a second. Any motivation why UCT, and where does Ezekiel fit in here?
Oh, UCT was the entity that was appointed through a supply chain management process, and they met all of the requirements of the terms of reference as we took the process through the SCM process. So after they had met the requirements and they've been duly appointed, a service level agreement was signed with them to develop a museum plan, including incidentally the preparation for the operationalization of the facility once it is completed. And we are delighted that we now have a date for the completion of the site, so we can then work towards the installation of the developed exhibition, as well as the operations of the facility, as well as the governance, put in place the governance system for the facility once it's completed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Langeveld. Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I just want to check with the DSEC. Has the DSEC confirmed a custodianship and operating model, including an operation and maintenance budget for the completed facility? I just want to check with the DSEC, Chairperson.
Very important question, Honorable Molatani. Maintenance.
Thanks, Chair. Once the project has been completed and handed back to DPWI through our infrastructure unit, it will then be operated and driven by HPP, Heritage Promotion and Preservation Unit. Hence, the involvement, as Mr. Langeveld was indicated, in terms of the finalization of how the exhibition space looks like. And they have put together a concept document that also talks to a question that came in earlier from another honorable member around creation of jobs going forward once the place is ready for occupation. But DDG Ndima has got more specifics through you, Chair.
DDG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, what Mr. Langeveld has said is true, that we have been conceptualizing the museum planner. And in that museum planner, the projections that we have for the employment of the people in Hangi, once this has been completed, currently the projection looks at about 80 individuals who would have to be part of the operationalization of that particular facility, of course, looking at, your CEOs, your CFOs, as well as other areas that looks at curatorship, maintenance, and all the works that has been there, given also the magnitude of that structure. Thank you.
Honorable.
Through you, Chair. Yes.
Molatani.
I hope, Chairperson, the very same employment that is going to be created when this center is completed, they will still also consider the local people before they go and get people from outside the province. Chair, let me have my last question, then after that question, I will have my recommendations, Chairperson.
Please proceed.
What is the specific timeline and process for National Heritage Resource Act permitting related to gravesite and museum work? And what happens to the program if approvals are delayed beyond the September 2026 target?
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Ndima.
Through you, thank you very much, DG. The timelines for the National Heritage Resources Act, the longest of all is 60 days. So there's no way that you would have this not having been approved, by the end date of the project. So if the application is done, say for instance, as early as next week, which we will still be in August, we can be assured that it's only September and October, early November, that particular approval would have been done. This is a site that is also known to SARA. They know the sensitivity of the SARA. They appreciate that. and there's no way that they would delay the approvals, more particularly if what has been suggested by the community is what will be implemented, because it's also very sensitive to the issues of community participation as well as community authorization. Thank you very much.
Through you, Chairperson, let me thank you very much, Mr. Ndema. The reason I've raised this question, the issue of that Sarah Baartman Remembrance site, it's almost 12 years now. That site, it's almost 12 years. We are still not yet finished with it. That is why I'm asking, because I can see that the departments, both departments, are very reluctant to finish that site. And the other thing before I go to my recommendation, definitely let me make this meeting aware that from the portfolio, I'm the one who was deployed to go and do oversight and give the PC members a report regarding that. Whatever that the department, both departments have presented and have said regarding the timeline and so forth, I am going to go to that area unannounced. I'm announcing now in this meeting that I'm going to go to Henki unannounced to go and check if everything that both departments have said in this meeting is happening. And Honorable Chairperson, finding that whatever that the department has said to us is not happening, I will take it as the department have lied to us and as a perjury, and I will go and open the case. We can't deny the people of Henki what they're supposed to have got 12 years back. It's 12 years now, we are still discussing the issue of Sarah Baartman. It's unfair to that community of Henki. Let me go to my recommendation. First recommendation, I will request the portfolio committee to be provided with the minutes and attendance register of the project steering committee that Minister McPherson referred to, just to confirm its functionality. This first recommendation, can we get those minutes and so forth before the end? Today it's Tuesday. When we go to our portfolio on Friday, we should have received these minutes. I don't think the department will take even a day to get those minutes, as they confirm that the steering committee is functioning very well. Second recommendation, Chair, will request a written confirmation from National Treasury on the timing and certainty of the adjustment budget allocation, given the funding shortfall represents the single highest rated risk on the project own dashboard. That will be my second recommendation. The third recommendation, DSEC and DPWI should present a binding, contractually enforceable payment schedule, not merely a committed tranche system, to eliminate the payment delay root cause that ended the two previous contracts. Remember, we are sitting here with two previous contracts claiming that they were not being paid by the DPWI. My fourth recommendation, DTI should require to complete and report on legacy work testing by the committed 30 September 2026 deadline, with an accompanying contingency budget estimate for potential additional defects. And my last recommendation, Chair, given that the project decade-long delay and history of community-driven termination, the community should request quarterly, not annually, updates specifically on community relations, MSME appointments, and local labor targets to enable early intervention. As I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Molatani, for your passionate input. I just want Minister McPherson also ask for protection for Honorable Molatani, who has made that undertaking and represent the committee on the oversight there as well. I'm asking for protection because we are not allowed to have access to Sarah Baartman buildings. I passed there, I think on a Sunday. It took me 1 hour and no one wanted to help me. And I think you are aware also by now that we don't have to make appointments. I would like to request that the department communicate us through the contractors who are playing very big shots if we are assisted there. The issues raised by Honorable Malachani is very emotional for everyone, every single one of us. In 2009, Paulo Jordan has announced the competition for the design of Sarah Baartman. And here we are today. We are sitting here almost how many years later. And we just hope that this will become a reality. The next honorable member is the Honorable Sitembile Nkosi. Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentations that were done to us. I'm just going to probably take it a slight step back to the ministers. I just want to know that given the historical delays, the cost pressures and the project management challenges that have been associated with the Sarah Baartman Center, what are the key lessons that the department has drawn from that project regarding project planning, contract management, oversight, and accountability? And particularly, I want to know where projects are implemented through a third-party entity like the IDT and subsequently delivered by contractors. What are the specific changes that the department has made to ensure that these lessons are institutionalized, one, and that the lines of accountability remain clear, and that the department remains an effective financial, technical, and project management oversight throughout the entire project lifecycle? That's the first one. And if I can get a response to that, I'll be able to get on to my follow-up question.
The department.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Nkosi, a very thoughtful question. I think that it would be unfair, Chair, to see, or at least to say that Minister Mackenzie and I should be maybe judged on 12 years of previous failure on this. I think if Minister Mackenzie and I'm not speaking for him or a spokesperson, but I do know that we share this common passion for this project. If we didn't care, we wouldn't be as hands-on and dealing with this as personally as we are. And I say that because, I think that there's maybe a view that could be forming, that says, we must be held accountable for what's previously happened. And I think that that would be unfair. I think that we are dedicated to this project.
Minister McPherson, let me allay your fears. We are all owning projects when we are being elected. Now, in this current situation, we had a situation where promises 2 years has been made, where a lot of things has happened, DBSA et al. Has not been paid, where oversight must be given from both departments and portfolio committees. We used to say to Minister Mackenzie, you have buy this lock, stock and barrel. So we have an opportunity. Your department as a minister, and the Minister Mackenzie's department as a minister, and us as a committee. So we are here all together to deal with the legacy of the 6th Parliament. So it's not that no one is blaming. The only thing what members are doing is dealing with their oversight role. So from here, we have to say to one another, going forward, we have to at some time look back and say, we have done it. Your Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and the oversight role of Parliament. Thank you. Please proceed, Honorable McPherson.
I assure you, Chair, I have no fear about completing this. I think I was just making the point in relation to Honourable Nkosi that Minister Mackenzie and I are committed to dealing with the failures of the previous administrations that didn't deal with this correctly. The lessons I think that have been learned are around correctly planning these projects. That when these commitments and announcements are made, Honourable Nkosi, they are not sort of you flip a switch and start digging in the ground. And some of these projects are highly technical, they are very complex, they are often budgeted incorrectly, and how we procure is problematic. And I often don't believe that taking the sometimes the cheapest priced option is the best option. Because what I've seen previously, and I think that there's enough documented cases to suggest this, that people bid at the lowest price and they immediately start putting in variation orders. Or that they are awarded something that they actually cannot complete themselves, they don't have the correct cash flow, they then have to start outsourcing or subcontracting. So I think understanding the scope is very, very important. Understanding the procurement process that you will follow is also equally important. I would suggest to you that the use of third-party implementation agents are in themselves not a bad thing, but it's whether you have the line of sight and the executive authority over those implementing agents that can make a difference. So as I said earlier, Honourable Member, that I have no authority or no direction over the DBSA, but I do over the IDT. And so I have worked incredibly closely with the chair of the board and the acting CEO to make sure that they understand that this is a ministerial priority for us in the department as part of our larger portfolio of turning around failed projects. And I think that we have around 40 at the moment that we're dealing with. So I think that that I don't have a problem with third parties so long as you have line of sight and control over them. Part of the changes that we are making, Honourable Member, is around how we contract and how we procure. So we, unfortunately, just because we cannot compete with the private sector in terms of having the requisite skills to contract and develop a lot of these projects, we're actually reorientating the way in which construction project management works to say, well, what we should do is we should contract those skills on a project by project basis so that we are able to get the necessary skills at the correct rates that have the correct experience to deal with some of these complex projects. And I'll give DDG Kafile a moment to speak to about that. So on the broader scale, you'll see that we have an identified portfolio of projects that we are bringing back online, a lot of exciting stuff. And we are working to rebuild the institutional expertise and structure that we need with a lot of those people that have left into the private sector. The last one that I would say is that you have to watch these projects like a hawk, Honourable Member. So making sure that I keep an eye as the executive, the DG, DDGs is very, very important so that you can ensure that costs are maintained, that they don't run away, and that they know. I also met with the contractors chair to say, guys, I'm not accepting a day late. We will not, we will penalize you if you don't deliver. And I think that that helps as well. I'm going to hand over to DDG Chair with your permission. She may also just want to lean into some of those issues around changes and project planning. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much, Minister. The other thing I want to emphasize, I really want to assure you that the committee's attempt is to be fair towards yourself and Minister Mackenzie, because as a matter of fact, you inherited this mess. But we should also take note that our role players also around this table here today that formed part of this mess. So we can only just wish you good luck, both the two ministers, so that this legacy must be addressed with. Honorable Sitembile, you still want the
Yes.
DG to say something?
No, I think
DG?
that's fine. Sorry, I think that's fine because maybe if she can come in from the second part. The first part was me really trying to firstly get to that. I do have a follow-up question, and I think from what the minister has given me, I've got enough to move on to the next part, right?
Please proceed.
Thanks, Minister. And I think just building from the lessons that you have alluded to, and particularly the role of the department and yourself as an oversight body, my next question, which would also form part of a recommendation, would be, would the department consider re-engineering its project-driven model to establish and strengthen a permanent in-house project management and technical delivery capability? And I'm saying this because I'm trying to get us to move away from largely being dependent on implementing agents such as the IDT. And I'm saying this in particular because there would be a need, maybe particularly, to establish a multidisciplinary in-house project management team. You've mentioned now, Minister, the fact that you've lost to private sector and all of that. My worry with that is that we are heavily relying now on private sector and third-party agents to deliver the work of the department, the work of government, and this is compromising us in certain delivery aspects as government. Then now within these departments, obviously you would look at compromising appropriate qualified project managers, quantity surveyors, engineers, architects, and all of that, and obviously financial specialists and legal practitioners who would be able to work directly alongside the department's contract management and financial teams. The reason I'm saying that is because if we, or rather the departments themselves, don't have these capabilities in-house, it's easy for us to sit here all the time to raise the same issues. When you talk about early detection and all of those things, the question is, are you then considering making sure that some of the issues that you're raising now, as the fact that you don't have line of sight and all of that, can then be worked back into the department by taking most of the power back to the department? Because ultimately, the accountability of the money and all of that sits with the department, not the third parties, not all of that. When projects are not complete, we're not here asking why the contractors don't have the money, why they ran out, why they were given tenders or contracts without checking if they've got the cash flow and all of those issues. It is the departments themselves that account to us as Parliament. And therefore, that's why I'm asking, are you guys then considering creating an in-house capability to be able to look after those? That's the first question. If you can respond to that, and then I've got two more questions. Thanks, Chair.
So let me say this, honourable member, and thank you for the question. I think it's a complex and complicated matter that cuts a number of ways. So the reality is that we do not and cannot pay market-related rates for in-house project management, quantity surveyors, planners, architects, etc. So
Sorry, Minister, why can we not? If you can just explain
well,
that.
because of the Public Service Act, that you can only pay the notches that are agreed to by public service. So we would need to seek an exemption from the Public Service Act to be able to pay those market-related rates, but it would require an increase in the budget to do so. So it's not a over the night sort of thing. It's very complex, and also DDG will speak to that in a moment. So what you do at the moment is, because you can only pay a certain level, you employ people who are maybe less experienced or less qualified than what you need. Now, the risk, obviously, of that is that you then have project failures because you may not be getting the kind of the level of experience for some of the complexity of these projects that exist. Now, the IDT is able to pay slightly different and be able to achieve a greater level of skills than the department can. which is why in this instance, because this was so complex, it made sense to go along with them to do so. So I don't think that the answer is to say we don't want any in-house project management, and I don't think that the answer is to say that we want everything externalized, but it's around how do we work within the law, within the budget envelope. I mean, our budget keeps getting cut every year, which is incredibly frustrating, and making sure at the same time that we're able to deliver on the mandate with these realities in which we are faced. But DDG, you and I have had many discussions about this. Maybe you want to expand on it and also talk about some of the work that you're doing to bring in these skills.
Thank you very much, Minister. It is correct, Honorable Nkosi, that we have sat down and considered all options, looking at the lessons that we've learned from the projects that have failed. As the minister was indicating, when we started with an analysis of all the projects that have failed and identified common issues relating to financial management and other issues that are technical. We then developed a strategy that one seeks to ensure that while we are re-engineering ourselves within the department, we are able to continue working and complete the projects. That is why then we had to bring in the IDT much closer to say, on these critical projects, we can then appoint them to assist us to ensure that work continues, because you do not want to wait up until we have fully realigned ourselves prior to implementing and concluding projects. But on our side as a department, we then looked at our capacity, the available budgets, and in the main, budgets come through projects. Our compensation of employees budget is limited and has restrictions. So we then looked at what is possible to with what we have, and we are bringing in specialist technical teams that are going to specifically focus on projects and nothing else. They will not be dealing with our departmental administrative issues. So those teams, we recently advertised, we're still busy evaluating those applications so that they can then look at the projects, also ensuring that as they implement, they are working with our internal project management teams to ensure that everything that they do as specialists is fully centered and aligned within government and departmental processes. So that is the work that we are doing, hoping that over time we will be able to insource some, but the reality is that you cannot have them permanently within the department. So they will be coming in for a period of not less than 3 years for them to do the work that we need them to do, fully concentrating on projects, also conducting skills transfer, because it is correct at times our professionals don't stay for too long within the public service because there are greener pastures out there. But there are those professionals who do want to stay within the public service. So our mandate is to make sure that they are well equipped to handle complex projects, because this is one of the projects that are not just a simple small project. There's a lot of money invested in this project, and we then have a responsibility to ensure that whoever handles the project has the requisite capacity. Because all of these structures at the end of the day come into the assets of the state. So going forward, there must be a plan to also ensure that we are capacitated as the government as a whole in terms of facility management of such critical and highly designed structures. So there is that plan, but it's not complete insourcing with permanent employees, but we are bringing in people for at least extended periods that will focus on the implementation of projects. Thank you very much, Chair.
Has the requisite capacity. Thank you, Ms. Kafile, the Honorable Nkosi.
Yes, thank you so much. I think the next question won't necessarily be a question anymore, but rather a recommendation, just building on the responses that they've given. And then I'll ask my last question. That would be to the CEO. But maybe just as a recommendation, I do think that the department should really consider a client-side capability-first model, where the government retains, as you've said, sufficient skilled internal project team with a full visibility over the projects, the finance, the contracts and risks, while implementing agents and contractors are still used where they add genuine specialist and delivery capability. This would then strengthen the accountability, protect public funds, and make sure that we've got full oversight over projects of government rather than just throwing it out there to someone and having situations where ministers can come into an engagement like this and tell us that they actually don't have full oversight or full exercising rights over projects and where things are at, because that is not good enough for us sitting here where we are speaking about millions and millions of government money being spent and we don't actually get to the crux of how we're going to be held accountable for this. So we should not be using private sector and third-party agents to run away from accountability and responsibility that sits on our shoulders as government. Thanks. The last question to the CEO. In one of the responses, the CEO referred to a framework around early detection and warning mechanisms. I would like the CEO to please take us into confidence on what this framework actually consists of. And I ask this because we don't want to simply hear about terminology or packed presentations about early warning without understanding how it actually is being implemented in practice. Now, what I want to know specifically is what are the actual early warning indicators or red flags that the IDT monitors on a project? So, for example, delays against milestones, expenditure against process, and all of those things. 2, what are the threshold triggers for an escalation? So at what point does a project move from being regarded at risk to requiring intervention of senior management, board, or ministerial intervention? And who receives these warnings and who is responsible for acting on them? I think if we can just maybe understand that. And then finally, if they can provide us with a practical example in this project where an early warning mechanism was identified and what was the corrective measures or the project that would have been taken. Thanks, Chair.
The department.
Mr. Nsvane.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much, Honourable Member, for that question. I think in terms of the framework that we're currently using in terms of this particular project, we're using a framework called framework of infrastructure procurement and delivery management framework. I think it's a framework that was issued by Treasury. I think as IDT being part of the public works family as well as part of government with that responsibility. So we use that framework. That framework is specific in terms of the stages that one needs to look at for a project delivery. So Treasury is prescriptive on the each and every stage of delivery, and as well as giving early warnings in terms of each and every stage, including the issues of the cash flow and budget management system. So for this project, we're using that particular framework. It follows from the IDMS, that was a CIDP procurement standard that was also issued and used by government at all. We are government as IDT, so we use that particular framework as well. So in terms of the early warnings that we've picked up, one, I think in terms of if you're looking at the early warning that we picked up was the issues of the cash flow projection and management, where we have projected that from the disbursement point of view. We needed to have at least for the quarter 104 million. But we as DG Kumalo indicated that I think the completion of the project was after the financial year. So we did not have that amount. So we only had about 36 million. So if we went back to the framework, we then now came back to a contractor and say, contractor, how then do we then stagnate the issues of the cash flow to enable us to be able to complete the project without failing and produce the community without stoppages? So that's why we are now stagnating the cash flow. We only have built about 5 million. While the work is sitting around, say, 15 to 16 million or so. So that is what we are using the framework to actually be able to then stagnate the cash flows. So in a nutshell, we want to move with the project whilst the cash flow is not inhibited. But of course, I think to bring it to the members information as well. We are part of government. We are reporting fully to the minister and we report to Parliament as well. We are held accountable by the standard of our treasury as well in this regard. So this is a framework from treasury.
Thanks, CEO. Is it safe then to say that going forward, when we've got issues similar to this as projects, we would not be discussing the same issues, considering that you guys have now seen the early detection signs and therefore will be working on a contingency plan? Because I don't want this to be only specified on this project, because there's lots more sports projects, there's lots more public works projects that you guys would be faced with, and therefore the learnings should be taken across. Are you able to take us into confidence that while you actually pick these things up, there's already plans in place to make sure that we don't sit in more meetings like this and discuss the same kind of situations?
I can say absolutely yes to the question, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Is that concluded now, Honorable Nkosi?
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I want to piggyback on the Honorable Nkosi's question on the detection signs. One of our biggest problem and experience is the fact that contractors are not being paid. Any advice to the committee how you're going to deal with that detection signs? The 30 days. The 30 days.
Well, I mean, I think DDG Kafile will be able to answer that. Thank you, DDG.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, there are standing guidelines, firstly, in terms of the principal agent ensuring that invoices are submitted on time to us for capturing. Because there is a cash flow projection that we already have, so we do know how much money we need to have every month. The principal agent and the professionals then have an obligation to ensure that they do process the work that is done on site on time. It gets to us. We are then processing that within the required timelines throughout. So there is an agreement and monitoring mechanisms between ourselves and the IDT, because we do meet to check on each and every project. That is why even the CEO, when he was presenting, he indicated that we are pacing the current work so that we do not come to a stage where there is no money prior to the adjustment period. So all the cash flows are aligned properly to ensure that when we get to the adjustment period, we will still have money to pay invoices for any work done until such time then we get the new money that is going to come in to help us finish the balance of the project. So it's something that we are monitoring on a monthly basis from the measuring of the work on site right through to the capturing and submission of invoices, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll hold you to that promise. The Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to ministers. I hope Mr. Katie Mackenzie is still available because I want to focus on the issue that has delayed us to be, I think it's almost 2 years now. It was the 8th of October when we visited the center. We are now sitting here and talking about promises of what is going to happen. Minister McPherson, I want to find out from you, that now you regard this project very important. And in our experience, you've been the one that has been not easily available to appear before the portfolio committee. Have you had access to the recommendations that were made by the portfolio committee when we returned from the visit?
I can't recall because I think you said it was October sometime, so I can't recall, Honourable Member.
So you haven't had a look at the recommendations, even the report of the portfolio committee regarding this center of memory?
And unless it was sent to myself, Honourable Member, I'm not sure if it was sent directly to myself from the PC.
Minister, I'm asking a simple question. Have you had access to the report of the portfolio committee that we presented before the parliament about this regarding the
Honourable Member, if it wasn't sent to me, I wouldn't have seen it.
So you haven't had. Have you received letters from Minister Gaten Mackenzie inviting you to meet with him as one of the recommendations that we made as the portfolio committee?
I would have to come back to you. I can't recall.
So it means you haven't. You wouldn't miss receiving letters from another minister, especially within the GNU. I would expect that you would have responded to his letters, unless your admin is so poor that you don't know what comes into your office. Is that
Well, I
what
receive a lot of letters, Honourable Member, so I would have to come back to you.
specifically from Minister Gaten Mackenzie on this matter, because this matter has been in your office.
I would have to come back to you, Honourable Member.
I will assume that you haven't. That which then would maybe even explain why you haven't had a meeting. So in other words, you haven't had a meeting with Minister Gaten Mackenzie.
We have had a discussion around this. We then agreed that we would proceed with it, and that is what we are doing.
Please, can you clarify? We can have a discussion at the foyer of a hotel. I'm referring to a meeting, a formal meeting, because that's what was one of the recommendations we made. And he has appeared before this portfolio committee on 2 occasions, saying, I've written to the minister, he hasn't responded. And I am asking, have you formally met with the minister?
I have not formally met with the minister.
Now, you see the challenge that you are putting. You have actually dragged even the portfolio committee into being seen as a non-functional portfolio committee that doesn't deliver on its promises. Because when we visited, we met with the community, and we expressed our consent. They expressed their consent, and we said we are going to take their concerns seriously. But the 2 ministers who are responsible have not met. How much has your department, or how much has been spent since our visit in 8th of October and to date? How much has been spent? DG, how much has been spent by your department towards Sarah Baartman? DG?
Thanks, Honourable Member. I'm assuming you're referring to the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Can I ask DDG Campbell or the Director to confirm since October 2024, is what the Honourable Member is saying?
Thank you, DG. Can I ask Director Pam to respond? Honourable Member, you're saying from October 2024?
The 8th of October was our visit. How much have you spent since then to date?
Okay. Director Pam, thank you, Honourable Member.
My time for questions is, I think, can you give us the answers?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Member. The amount that we have paid
It's only the amount related to the consultants preparing the documents for this tender. The invoice that we received was 1.9 to date. We have not paid for now the 5.9 that has been mentioned in the report as an expenditure because we're waiting for the invoice from Public Works as we pay on a recovery basis.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
I just wanted to find the figures and want to bring this to your attention that it seems like you're spending money before even the two ministers agree. And I don't know what are the commitments between the two ministers in terms of this project, because this project is between the two departments. DPWI is the implementing department, but the decisions, most of the decisions must be taken by the Department of Arts and Culture, who's the one providing the budget. But the ministers have not met. This is what you have done. You have undermined even this committee. That is why you have not been appearing before this committee. What's your take, Minister McPherson?
I'm not going to make a comment on what the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture does, but you want to know whether two ministers have met. We've commenced the project. We don't need to have meetings over, around a boardroom table to discuss whether the project is proceeding. We have moved on, we have commenced, and we are actively doing now. That is
So you are-
what we're doing.
In other words, you undermine this portfolio committee so much that you don't even take its recommendation serious. But you can come here and appear before this committee and make promises. But you don't want this portfolio committee to play its role. How are we going to do oversight role on projects that are continuing without any agreement, without any decision, without any reporting back to the committee that this is what we have agreed and this is what we have placed? Who is supposed to approve the budget that you are utilizing currently? What's your take, McPherson? Because you've been the one who's been delaying us on this project. Literally, it's you.
Well, I would disagree with you, Honourable Member. I haven't been delaying anyone. We are actively building the project. I don't know what could be possibly more an example. You saw the pictures for yourself that we are proceeding and that it's
What
moving
were the
on.
reasons? What were the reasons for you not to appear before the portfolio committee on two occasions when we had to cancel because your department was not, you were not available, and the minister
Well,
had brought the letter that he had written to you?
I would have to go back and look at my records and what we placed before the committee, but there would have been a very good reason. It wouldn't have been a spurious reason, and that was what was provided to the committee. I'm also appear before another committee. We have cabinet commitments, we have other commitments, so there would have been very good reasons. There wouldn't have been spurious reasons.
I'm asking these questions because you have expressed how important this project is from the beginning, and you have expressed how hands-on you are. But in my view, you have not shown that commitment. And this is what I am worried about, that you have a department that could be the reason placed before the portfolio committee for not concluding this project. And we have nothing to say. This is what we have as a commitment between the two ministers, that they are going to work this way. Because now you don't have DBSA anymore. You have this. What Stembile was referring to in terms of insourcing skills in-house. It's what we talk about, capacitation of government. Government cannot be a bystander and not create jobs for people and expect private sector to create jobs for this nation. You must be able to do that. But in the manner that you are working, you are part of GNU. We expect you to be able to talk and come up with concrete things, plans. Don't come in with promises, saying we are promising that it's going to be like this. Even previously, we had promises, but those promises were not kept. I want something tangible that we can say between minister, because remember that our role is to hold ministers accountable, not departments per se, officials. Officials are your responsibility for you to take to play your oversight over their activities. But we must hold government, which is ministers, accountable. When you come before the portfolio committee, you come as the minister, the department staff are your technical support. But what we have often experienced is that ministers, they always refer questions to the staff members because they are not in touch with what is happening on the ground. You know, the PR statement of you putting a brick doesn't mean that place is going to be completed without you being able to say it is halfway, it is almost complete. And that's what I need to feel when you come before the portfolio committee. I need to feel that minister is very conversant with what is happening on the ground, what is happening with this project. This project has taken more than any reasonable time. So we can't play around, especially after we have gone as a portfolio committee to visit. We can't come back and say the minister said. The minister is not doing what he said he would do. So I want to find out further. And now it's fine. I will leave you with your lame excuses and your answers that don't give us answers. You have not met with Minister Gayton McKenzie. He has written letters to you. You have not responded. I don't know what public service admin would say about that. You as a minister not responding to another minister. In terms of okay, DPWI, are you still using the same consultants that were employed, or rather that were procured previously, or you have procured different consultants? DPWI.
Yeah, I'll hand over to the Mr. Nsibande, but I would just say to the honourable member, if he refers to the presentation, it gives specific progress, it gives specific dates, it gives specific expenditure, it gives a very specific timeline on what is going on there. So this suggestion that nothing is taking place just couldn't be further from the truth. And I would really encourage the honourable member to go through the presentation, but also to understand that the IDT is not a private company. It is a government entity owned by government that is subjected to the DPSA. So there's no outsourcing of skills outside of government. This is a government-owned entity that the government is the 100% shareholder of. Mr. Nsibande, would you like to answer the other question?
Thank you, Minister. In terms of the project, due to the contractual obligation on the project, the consultants that are still on the project are the contractors that were part of the team. The project itself, by the design, it's a design by employer. So the contractor have the consultant have a significant contractual obligation in the delivery of the project.
What is your logical reason in keeping the same consultant that could not alert you about the situation on the ground? When we went there, that place was almost dilapidated. It was beginning to lose value. There are some parts of it that we couldn't get through. Yet you had the same consultant. What is the responsibility of the consultant? Is it a one-way stream where it advises? It advises the company or the constructor, or it advises the department?
Can I respond, Chair?
You can respond.
Thank you very much. The contractors, they are contracted with DPWI to ensure that the planning and implementation of the project is run properly on behalf of the department. So they are providing a service to the department, and we do monitor their activities, and they do submit reports to us in terms of issues that may be coming up on site. And there are those issues that are related to pure contractor issues that the consultant may not be able to prevent, but they do provide reports to us, and we do measure their work on that particular basis as we have contracted them.
I guess they're the first ones to know whatever that is happening, whether it is happening from the department side or whether it's happening from the constructor's side. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, they would know.
Now, this is the consultant that could not tell you that the constructor is about to terminate the contract, but because it hasn't been paid. And this is the consultant that you are comfortable to go on with. Because I don't think that the constructor would just terminate, would just be angry one day and then the following day he terminates. There should have been meetings and meetings and meetings where the contractor says, I'm not happy, I can't continue because I don't have sufficient money to get whatever that I need to continue with this thing. The department or DPSA is delaying payments. There should have been those engagements. And I do not agree with the department distancing itself from whatever that has happened. It cannot, because within the department, there must be somebody who's part and parcel of the progress of the process that is happening within that. There must be reports that are coming through. What reports are you receiving? So it doesn't make sense. Now you have the same consultant that should have warned you, alerted you. You're still comfortable with that consultant. What logic is it? Can you give me logic behind that?
At the time of the occurrence, the matter was discussed because we do have meetings that involve DPSA, ourselves, and the project team. The matter was tabled, and unfortunately, the delay was with DPSA in terms of the payment, the processing of the payments. And on our side, we did intervene to request DPSA to process the payments. Unfortunately, by the time they were ready to do that, time had lapsed and the contractor had activated a termination. So that was essentially the problem. It was not the consultant not having reported the matter. It was tabled to all.
But are you agreeing that it is a lame excuse that you would say by the time they were, as if it's something that happened within a very short space of time? The issue of 30-day payment has long been there during the time of Jacob Zuma, President Jacob Zuma. It was there. We discussed about the 30-day payments. The department is not new. It was there. It has been always there. So it means that you keep on allowing mistakes to happen, errors to happen, and then you come back to report that we couldn't because by the time we're ready, there's no such. I disagree with that notion. That's mediocrity. That's mediocrity, totally mediocrity. You can hear that nobody can stand here alone and say, I take full responsibility of everything that has happened. Everybody is passing the buck to another person or another entity. I disagree with that because these are the things that we need to sort. When we ask questions, we're asking questions in order to better the situation, the processes that we are dealing with. I don't want to be sitting here like Honorable Stembi said. She doesn't want to be sitting here and asking the same questions again because the systems are not tightened. You need to tighten. You can't be using the same consultant that was unable, even when we were there. This consultant could not give answers to us as the portfolio committee. So please, I would like to say, Chairperson, I don't feel like I should continue with my questions because I'm not getting that. We are not taken into confidence that these things will never happen. We'll be sitting here tomorrow again, be told that we referred the matter to DTI. DTI didn't do ABC. The most important thing is the relationship between the two departments. The problems that we have in governance is that different departments want to do their own things. They do things in isolation. I have not heard, maybe Minister Gaten Mackenzie, if he's here, can he maybe explain if he has made any commitments so that DPWI doesn't say, no, the department did not provide enough budget. We are all planning here with no budgets that are sufficient, first and foremost, but we are just hoping that by the time we have to pay the service providers, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture would have accumulated or being able to secure the budgets that we need. We have shortfalls in these budgets that you are telling us about now. So,
Honorable Mtetwa, I just want to ask, you refer to DTI or IDT?
Oh, IDT, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted a correction, and let me just explain. Let me just explain to the department. The honorable member mentioned IDT because during our visit there, and we should be as Parliament reminded of the fact that IDT also, mismanaged the I think it was the Enyokeni cultural precinct project.
Yes.
And we're raising this because we want assurance from the department both. And maybe Dr. Kumalo must also respond to this so that we don't receive a repetitive behavior of IDT in the failure of implementation of heritage infrastructure projects. This is the one that we are now discussing. The failure of this and IDT is involved. So, Dr. Kumalu, from the side of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture as well, what assurance can you give us as a committee when it comes to this project on the interrogation and concern of Honorable Mtetwa?
I think, Chairperson, it would be the same as what Minister DPWI and the officials they have said, that we see a shift from what was happening to the approach that is being used now. When we got the correspondence from the minister in terms of the recommencement of this project, it didn't just come with a letter, but it came with an implementation plan that indicated the timelines as against the actual actions that will be undertaken. We are well aware that they then commenced with the process which they had to cancel. I don't have dates in front of me, but I think it was in the report, which they then had to cancel. And as has been explained by the minister, the appointment of IDT was motivated by the fact that it's an entity that falls below, that falls within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and the issues of accountability, etc., would be best managed in that way. But over and above that, Chair, you have seen that the identification of challenges and recommendations of interventions, and I think about 6 or so of them have been mentioned here, have come up with very concrete interventions that we can only be hopeful, Chairperson, we are implementing that those actually bear the test of time. But they are very concrete and very specific to what has been experienced. We have also made a recommendation. I think there was reference to a steering committee, which we have now implemented, that the steering committee shouldn't just be at the level of the directors, but we should actually elevate it to a level of DDGs. That is why DDG Campbell is now leading the project and working closely. I think there's been a change now, but he was working closely with DDG Bato from the Department of Public Works. So bringing them closer in terms of oversight and accountability, over and above the technical meetings and site visits that are being done by officials below them. So I think I would give that as my response, Chairperson.
Thank you. Let us just, Honorable Teta, I'm going to ask you to wrap up now, but let us rewind a little bit. And I like what you said, TGG. You talk about accountability, best management, and all of that. Who is in charge of the infrastructure from the Department of Sports, Arts, and Culture? Because, again, and I don't want anyone off the hook here, the Department of Minister McPherson's department is an implementing agent. Then you have the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture who must do the oversight. And in this particular issue, when it comes to infrastructure and what Honorable Mtetwa is so concerned about, who is in charge of the infrastructure from this side, and who sees through the oversight of what Honorable Mtetwa is asking?
Currently, Chair, and that is in terms.
I'm asking this with a purpose, and I think you might catch my drift why I'm asking this, because the very same member who's speaking is the very same member who every time asks about the deployment of Mr. Libucham. He was
Yes,
at
Chair,
infrastructure.
I could hear that that's where you are going. But at the level of DDGs, it's DDG Campbell that is in charge of infrastructure. That's the current structure, Chair, but we have changed that one going forward. But currently it is him. And below him, in terms of the infrastructure unit, is the chief director who's currently deployed to serve in, I think he's serving in one of our entities as an interim CEO. However, there are three directors that are there that report on issues of infrastructure to DDG Campbell. One of them is the lady who was responding earlier on, Miss Pam. So that is how we are structured in terms of our oversight, Chairperson.
Honorable Mtetwa, wrap up.
Let me conclude, Chair. I did not take it light, Chair, when the Minister Gayton McCann says we do not report to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. When he spoke initially, there's an underlying tone to that, which then reflected to me that there might not be a good talking relationship between the two ministers, because the buck stops, when it comes to us, the buck stops with the ministers. They are the ones who account to us. Now, if you have a minister saying, I do not report, I don't need an approval from the Department of Public Works, who is supposed to be a partner? They are actually married on this project. They're supposed to be talking very nice. So when you hear such undertones, that suggests that there's something wrong here. I'm worried. I don't want to end up with another meeting of the portfolio committee on this project where the minister says, I did this. I don't know that IDT was responsible for this. If you remember, part of what Dr. Kumalo, you also said during our CIFSA meeting, you said, from the period I was involved, I have all this. That's not the attitude we must always have. We must be able to account for everything that has happened. That is why from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, there should be somebody who's able to tell everything that is happening, whether it's happening at IDT or Department of Public Works, or even with the consultant. He should be able to say, even without them here in the meeting, I am able to account to say, this is what we did, this is the meeting we had. So I'm really worried, Chair, but let me rest my case on that note. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ted. I'm sharing your concern, and our biggest issue here for me, and I don't want to leave or left anyone from the hook, is the oversight role. Whatever is happening there, the oversight must be from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and it must come from us as members of Parliament. But the biggest challenge here for me is the infrastructure, and I think the portfolio secretary must make a side note about IDT, because at the end of the day, if this does not succeed, I can tell you it's IDT, it is the land bank, it is so many role players involved here. But also, again, without the oversight from the necessary key role players, doesn't matter who. Simple examples is the cleansing service that was supposed to be happening 2 years ago. It never happened. Simple example is numerous issues that had to happen on that Sarah Baartman development side. And it's really time for us to cut this umbilical cord of Sarah Baartman. It is high time. It is really a very sore matter in the eye. The Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, my colleagues, the two ministers, and all the staff members that are here, the officials with the minister's chair. You will bear with me when I'm asking questions that are already been asked, because I was out, I couldn't listen some of the questions as Honorable Mletsane indicated to you that I'll be in and out. You'll bear with me. But I've got...
That's fine. If the question being asked to...
You will indicate, Chair.
Yes, or the department will also indicate.
Yes,
but that's
because
fine. That's 100% fine.
Yes. Chair, one, I want to say funding shortfall is rated the high risk with 68.2 million of the 2026-2027 requirement unfunded and mitigation resting on a confirmed tranche schedule. Monthly cash flow forecasting and rating escalation ahead of the adjustment window, owned jointly by DSEC and DPW. My question with regards to that is that what specific written assurances or escalation commitments has National Treasury given regarding the adjustments budget covering the 68.2 million shortfall, and what is the contingency plan if the adjustments budget does not materialize by October 2026? That is my question, Chair. And another thing, latent defects in the legacy works are similarly rated high, since testing of existing works is only 40% complete and further rejected work may emerge. I just want to check that given that late payments caused two prior contract terminations, what binding mechanisms beyond a stated commitment to a tranche payment system will prevent a repeat of payment delays under contract 003? My last question, Chair, with testing of existing legacy, with testing of existing legacy or works only 40% complete, what is the estimated financial and schedule exposure if further latent defects are discovered? And is there adequate contingency plan to address that? Thank you, Chair. I will then, after responses, go to the recommendations. I've got two recommendations that I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. I think there are two questions that has been responded to, but there are two questions of yours pertaining to the 40% completion. And you have just reminded us also 2 years ago, it was also spoke about 40%. If the Department of Public Works can just respond onto that, Mr. Sibanda.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Minister. Yes, indeed, I think our focusing in terms of the completion of the testing of the existing work, we estimate that we should be completed by end of September. And the issue of the contingency, yes, we did provide contingency of about 7.5 in terms of the contract, and we believe that contingency ought to be sufficient to be able to cover any issues of the latent defects that we might be picking up on the project. The figure that we have as a provisional sum currently is about 10.6 million, which will only be confirmed upon the assessment completion. So, but as a IDT, we firmly believe that it should be able to cover any eventualities that we can pick from the project. Currently, we're happy with the progress, and we believe that it should be sufficient.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sibande. Recommendations, Honorable Nkosi?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Before I left the meeting, I heard Litsane speaking about the custodianship, completion custodianship operating model. I didn't hear when maybe she raised the recommendation with regards to that, but I just want to recommend that DSEC should be required to finalize and present the post-completion custodianship operating model and maintenance budget well ahead of practical completion in October 2027 to avoid the facility standing unused or under-resourced after handover, as has occurred with other stalled heritage projects. The other recommendation, the committee should commission an independent progress verification, for example, via National Treasury's Infrastructure Delivery Management Unit or an external quantity surveyor, given the reputational and historical risk profile of the specific project. My last comment, Chair, is that it has been said that the project has been taken long. I think it's more than 10 years, if it's not 10 years now. Hoping and trusting that the ministers, as they committed themselves, that they are making sure that this project is completed. Can we really request our ministers to take us as portfolio committee members very serious, Chair? Because for us being here, we left most of our things that we are supposed to be doing. But you'll find that when there are meetings, there are no ministers in those meetings to come and account on these issues. We really request both ministers to take this matter very serious, hoping and trusting that, Chair, by the 18th of October 2027, as they committed that this project will be finished, indeed it will be finished. Thank you very much, Chair.
Respond to that, Minister McPherson. You had promised before, you can do that again.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Nkosi, also a member of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure. So nice to see her here again. Chair, I think that we share the seriousness of it, which is why Minister Mackenzie and myself are determined to be the ministers that get this done. After the repeated failures to do so. So I think there can be no doubt about that. I have been to the site myself. I have actually gone there to personally speak to the contractors. DDG, Kafile, and IDT were there with us. We are tracking it, monitoring it, and so far I think that that's being shown that we're slightly ahead of schedule or on schedule. That's good. There are obviously risks in any construction project. There's risks. We actively are managing that because we want to be the ones that deliver this. I've said publicly that Sarah Baartman is suffering a second round of indignity, humiliation through this that's gone on for 10 years. I don't believe that she deserves that. I believe that it's incumbent on both of us, Minister Mackenzie and myself, to restore that dignity and to have a project that is world class, that is iconic, and that benefits the people of Hankey, that is a tourism a site, but most importantly, it's a site of education for South Africans, both First Nation and those that want to learn about the history of Sarah Baartman. So we are committed to that, and that's what we're going to endeavour to deliver on. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. I'm now going to, before calling on the member, welcome the Honourable Poole, newly appointed member by his party, the political party, the Democratic Alliance. Welcome again in this meeting. You have the floor, the Honourable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to acknowledge the two ministers and the different DGs as well as the department and honorable members. Chair, allow me to make a few comments based on the presentation received by the Department, Sports, Arts and Culture.
Chair. My apology, Chair. Can I ask the new member to show his face because we haven't met him?
Yeah, I think that's a fair request, Honourable Poole. Please, if you don't mind, switch on your video. Members would like to see who is in their committee.
I'm struggling to get a view.
You sure you're not on the bed?
On his pajamas.
On his pajamas. It's okay, Chair.
It's
okay.
fine. It's fine, Honourable Poole.
Eugene is familiar with the space.
Proceed, Honourable Poole. Honourable Mtetwa is just naughty.
They allow me to make a few comments based on the presentation, Sports, Arts and Culture in DPVI. Firstly, to commend the Department DPVI for progress so far and the well-structured funding model to complete this long-awaiting project in 15 months. Allow me to commend Minister McPherson and his department for stepping into to complete this project due to previous failures of others responsible for delaying this project for so many years. But also express my disappointment that such an icon project and dismal failure restores the dignity to the name of late Sarah Baartman Center of Remembrance by the sole owner and DBSA for many years not succeed in doing just that since 2017 as shown by the presentation. First question, Chair, what comes to mind was, what was the exact amount went to waste due to these failures? And can the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture gives us a breakdown of it and jobs lost that goes with it? Second question, Chairperson, remarks was done by DG Cynthia Khumalo, just for interest sake. She preferred to two acting positions. My question, what is the reasons for acting and whether the department starts a recruitment process to fill these positions permanently? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Poole, and thank you for your comments and questions. Dr. Khumalo.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure whether I had the first question
The first
correctly.
one was about job losses. And the second one, I wrote it down, acting positions, the reasons, and the plan to recruit.
Oh, okay. No, thank you very much. I will respond to the second question, Chair. I think in terms of job losses, I would request a DPWI to respond to that. When I was responding to the question about the infrastructure unit, I made reference to an I made reference to the chief director who has been deployed to act in one of the entities, and the sole reason was because we needed, as a department, to deal with the challenges that were being experienced in that particular entity. In this infrastructure unit, there is no other acting. I said the DDG Campbell is in charge, and it is as per structure. He's not acting. But what I then said was that in the structure that we are finalizing with the DPSA, that particular structural formation has changed, but DDG is not acting. The only person who is not there is the chief director, who's deployed as an accounting officer in one of the entities. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Job losses.
DDG Kafile or Mr. Sabande, although I'm not sure that he might have that.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think maybe, I'm not sure if I've captured the question correctly, that it is asking the job losses that were affected by the delay of the project. Maybe if the honorable member can
Yes,
confirm.
yes, yes. You are quite right.
Okay. There have been a number in the nature of the project. Your jobs are of a temporary nature. So we had initially planned to implement some jobs, which a bulk of them were affected. Because if you look at the project when it started and where it was left for a considerable number of time, the jobs that were targeted for that period, which is usually linked to general labor from the local communities, that generally caused a dispute when we started. Yes, we lost quite a number of them. I may not have the exact quantities with me. I will have to check the records of the project. But what we have done is to ensure that even now, as we are proceeding, we do account for numbers of people that are then going to benefit from this particular project. As we indicated in the report, that already we've appointed at least 30. So we are proceeding with that. But for the historical records, I will have to come back and submit to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Pool, are you happy?
Happy, Chair.
Okay, I want to rewind and come a little bit back, Dr. Kumalo, on the issue of the structure that you were referring to relating to infrastructure. Is there any time frame that you can tell us when this will be finalized? Because this has been ongoing for quite a while.
The structure, Chair, on our side as a department was finalized and signed off by the minister. Then procedurally, we were then required to submit it to DPSA, which we did. DPSA did respond, I think, within a month or two back to the department, highlighting some of the areas they wanted us to improve on, which we did. But coupled to the process of finalization of the structure, the new structure, DPSA then indicated that we need to evaluate all the posts as per that recommended structure, which amounts to close to 600, between 500 and 600 posts. We have engaged with DPSA to prioritize the evaluation of that post because it might take a while. And as and when we finalize a batch of those posts in terms of evaluation, we be allowed to then advertise those posts. That's where we are at this point. We are evaluating posts in really big batches, but we have to be careful, Chair, so that there are no mistakes that are made in terms of the grading of those particular posts as they are being evaluated.
Thank you so much, TG. Honorable Mataung, you want the second bite? You will be the last one on the cherry. Or is that a legacy?
Okay, Chairperson. No, Chair. Thank you so much, Chair. What I wanted to say, Chair, it's quite easy and simple. To say, are the both departments willing to give us quarterly reports of the progress? My reasoning for that is because of we don't want to do a back and forth after 13 months again to say where's the project or what is happening and so on. And this could also eliminate maybe Honorable Molotsane than for her to go and do an oversight for herself. But if both departments, if it's possible, they give us quarterly reports, where are they? Breakdown in terms of, again, finances at the same time. This is how much they've used. This is the scope of work that has been done so far. I think that was one of the other reasons why I asked earlier when I started to say, what is the relationship between the two ministers? But through the conversation of my colleagues and what they've asked, you could see that at length there was maybe a miscommunication before, but now it shows that they've found the ground to work within the departments themselves, and the both ministers are working now to us to complete this project. So I would love both departments to give us quarterly reports of progress where they are. As you know, Chair, we're living in the condition whereby the weather changes at any time. So the 13 months, did they also have a leeway of saying maybe they can happen after October, or is still going to be the 17th or the 18th of October 2027 that everything will be finished by that time? So did they consider the weather as well? If they did consider the weather, how did they predict the weather between now in 2026 to 2027? Thank you so much, Chair.
Very, very important points raised by Honorable Mataung. I would argue that it is possible, and perhaps just say maybe one should consider a combined report, Dr. Kumalo, especially with you as the head leader in the oversight role, and then perhaps do that quarterly as the member requested, similar to what we are doing with Cricket South Africa. Can you give us a yay or a nay, Dr. Kumalo?
It's a year from our side, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Colleagues, let's pause here and let me close this meeting until 2 o'clock. Please be ready to continue then. Thank you so much and enjoy lunch.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Baie dankie voorsitter.
Thank you.
Relating to I realized I did not release the Minister of Public Works. I want to correct that oversight from my side and apologize to the Department of Public Works and ask that we formally write to the department to rectify that oversight. Once again, welcome. We are going to proceed with our meeting, and I'm going to call upon the department to make their presentation pertaining to their fourth quarter report of 2025-2026. The department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to yourself, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the colleagues. I would like to then take this opportunity to present to the Portfolio Committee the fourth quarter performance report of the department. If you could help me, Nzuzo, and put it on the screen, please. In terms of the 2025-2026 financial year. I will take the Portfolio Committee through the report and then hand over to the CFO to cover the expenditure part of the report. Chairperson, this is a report that follows the outline as reflected in the slide that you just took off, Nzuzo. It gives an indication of the areas that we cover in the report, and you will note also that as directed by the Portfolio Committee, we have since incorporated the demographic report together with the geographical spread of the projects as per the target areas in the report, together with the portfolio of evidence, which is provided in a form of the visuals. I would not waste your time by going through the purpose, Chairperson. It is as form of an accountability that is in the next slide, as prescribed by the law. And if you also move on, Nzuzo, the next page talks to the introduction in terms of how we ensured alignment and also how we are ensuring adherence to the reporting requirements as per National Treasury Framework for managing program performance information in the departments, government departments. In the next slide, we continue to also then outline the process that we followed in demonstrating our performance in that particular quarter in the last financial year. If we move on to the next slide then, and you just skip the cover slide and you go to the next one, we are showing a comparative here, Chairperson and members. We have taken the last audited 5 financial years, including the financial year that we are reporting on, the last quarter, just the last quarter, as indicated. And we show that as management, we have looked at this performance, and we also have raised concerns to the respective branches with regard to the performance of the fourth quarter. There were a total of 21 key performance indicators against which we were performing in that quarter. However, we failed to deliver against 6 of those key performance indicators, and we will provide detail in terms of those 6 KPIs. If we then look at the next slide, it just zooms into comparative of the 2 financial years, the one that the fourth quarter on which we are reporting here to the Portfolio Committee, and the one for 24-25. And we here then zoom into the specifics as I have highlighted. But further in the next slide, Chair, the pie graph then indicates just a different graphical representation of what I was talking about in terms of, for the whole year, the number of the KPIs or output indicators stood at 25. And on the fourth quarter, if you just do an analysis of the fourth quarter, there were 21 that we were reporting against, noting that some were accumulative in terms of the approach. And then we highlight and we indicate the 6 out of the 21, where 15 were then subsequently achieved. In the next slide, which is slide number 10, we give indication of which of these KPIs are we talking about. It is RDSP 2.4, sorry, which is the number of hubs, clubs, or schools provided with equipment and or attire to enable participation in sport and or recreation. Chairperson, we will zoom into each one of these KPIs when we go into the individual branches, and we will indicate the reasons for that non or underperformance, and we'll also show cause in terms of the measures to avoid recurrence. The second one is the number of learners competing at the National School Sport Championships, which is RDSP 2.5. And then the number of school sport programs supported at a district and or local level, RDSP 2.6. And the number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks constructed, which is RDSP 2.8. All those four fall under one branch, hence the coding RDSP, which is Recreation Development and Sport Promotion. Then there is one which is number of capacity buildings project supported, underperformance again there, ACPD 3.8, and underperformance with the number of archival records that were supposed to have been digitized, which is HPP 4.4. So if I then move further and do a comparative just in terms of the 4 programs that make up the department, that's the next slide. So this particular slide shows the different branches, as I indicate, which will then go into in further detail as I proceed with the presentation. We have the administration that stood at 100% with the 2 indicators that they were reporting against. RDSP was tasked to perform against 8. They delivered against 4 of those. The ACPD, which is Arts and Culture, had 5 indicators and they delivered against 4. And HPP had a total of 6 and they delivered against 5 of those indicators. If you move on, Nzuzo, to Program 1, administration would cover those areas as depicted in slide number 15 in terms of the sub-programs that fall under this particular program. The reporting was against 2 indicators that are incorporated inside the annual performance plan of or where was incorporated. And this is the number of systems, in the next slide, number of systems developed to automate manual functions, which was achieved, and also the percentage of the valid invoices paid within 30 days, which is a prescribed requirement for all the departments, and it is reported to be sitting at 100%, indicating that all those payments were processed within the timeline. The next program is Recreation Development and Sport Promotion. And if you go to the next slide, we will then talk to the individual key performance indicators. The one that was achieved that is showing on the slide right now is the number of athlete development programs supported by the sport academies. The unit was to actually deliver 9 of those in the quarter 4, and they managed to deliver all of them. What we then show, Chairperson, in the next few slides is the breakdown in terms of those particular athlete development programs as per the provinces. But I do want to also indicate, honorable members, through you, Chair, that we have a detailed annexure which I think we categorized as Program 2 Annexure, which has got further detail in terms of each of these programs that we indicate in this report. Where I am now, it would be under Program 2 Annexure. So the portfolio further shows in the next slide, as I said, some of the visuals that are applicable to this particular KPI. The next KPI talks to the percentage of compliant sport and recreation bodies that have been supported. We do give indication at the bottom of that slide, Chairperson, those that were processed within this particular quarter, and hence the translation into an achievement of 5 out of 5. The next KPI is the number of sport and recreation programs in communities. We were to deliver on a total of 126 in this quarter, and we delivered a 561. We explain the overachievement there in terms of the provinces that scaled up delivery in response to community demand and partnerships that were created. We will then further expand on this one if the members would like us to do so. However, what we are indicating on the next page is some of the visuals that are indicative of this particular sport and recreation programs that take place within the communities. Again, the annexure that I made reference to would have further details. RTSP 2.4 talks to the number of hubs, clubs, or schools provided with equipment and/or attire to enable participation in sport and/or recreation. Chairperson, I did indicate when I spoke to that summary slide that this is one of those that was not achieved. We were to provide this particular equipment and attire to a total of 1,250. However, we managed only 1,177 as reported. However, Chair, we then indicate that the reason for the deviation is that most of those schools that were identified to receive equipment in quarter 2 and quarter 3, so, most of the identified schools did receive in quarter 2 and quarter 3. Therefore, fewer received this in quarter 4. Furthermore, there are provinces like Gauteng and Mpumalanga that experience administrative challenges in securing the services, which then affected the suppliers meeting the delivery timelines by the time of reporting. In terms of the corrective actions that we are putting forward to make sure that there is no recurrence of this kind of underperformance, we are saying we would ensure that we finalize the procurement plans at the beginning of the financial year with clear timelines, improving internal systems for provinces to enhance record keeping, reporting, and aligning with quarterly targets. The unit would further expand in terms of where we are with our commitment. We again in the next slide then show some of the visuals that are indicative of this equipment and the attire as it is being distributed. RDSP 2.5 talks to the number of learners competing at the National School Sport Championships. We were to deliver 1,500 in terms of the number of learners, and we only managed 1,229. And the reason we are providing for this deviation is there were few sporting codes that were implemented as per the school sports strategy. However, going forward, we are saying engagements with external stakeholders and role players, including the relevant federations, to align programs will start early in the 26-27. I know for a fact that the unit has started these engagements quite early, but they can then give more details around that. RDSP 2.6 talks to the number of school sport programs that are supported at a district and or at a local level. We were to deliver 52, but we only were able to deliver 32. This one, Chairperson, is because the department is fully dependent on provincial departments submitting, corroborating a portfolio of evidence. And some of these provinces have not submitted as per their commitment. So while they report that they have implemented these programs, but the portfolio of evidence we couldn't accept to actually confirm the adequacy of the information and therefore confirm the numbers. We're putting in measures in this financial year to ensure that all grant-related indicators will be monitored through the payment stubs that is within the control of the department. We are giving indication in the next slide of the school sport programs that we support at district and local level. Those are the next two slides. We'll then move on to RDSP 2.7, which is the number of municipalities that are supported during the planning and implementation of sport infrastructure projects to ensure compliance with applicable norms and standards. The department, national department, is the custodian of these applicable norms and standards, which they then provide to the municipalities to ensure that they adhere and comply to those norms and standards. The target set at 52, and we are reporting actual achievement being at 52. And we give a breakdown, Chairperson, in the next few slides. The next slide, that's a graphical representation of the numbers per province that then translate to this total of 52. But what we then do in the next few slides, going over to slide number 37, is we then give the individual municipality and the individual project name within that particular municipality per province. So you can move on to 38, Nduduzo and Nzuzo, which then talks to it's a further portfolio of evidence of the examples of those projects that we are saying our role is to ensure that there is full compliance to the applicable norms and standards. On RDSP 2.8, those are the community outdoor gyms and children's park, as you will see in the visuals, in the visuals that we show later. We were to deliver a total of 100 here, Chairperson, but we were only able to deliver 17. And this is as a result of the delays we experience in getting approval of the environment from National Treasury, which was only received in February 2026. At that time, at the end of March, we were sitting with a total of 17 gyms that had been completed from the 70 that were budgeted for this particular KPI. We then made a commitment to complete this by June 2026. And we can report, Chair, that between April or end of March and the end of June, we had managed to ensure that a further total of 30 gyms, outdoor gyms and children's parks are constructed in addition to that 17 that we could only report on by end of March because of those delays. When we speak to the outdoor gyms and kids play area, there is that next slide that then gives indication of the nature of these particular infrastructure facilities or projects. Moving on to another program, which is Program 3, Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development. I would like to go to slide 42 that talks to the first KPI, which is the number of multi-year human language technologies project that we supported. This was an annual KPI, Chairperson. However, we do give indication that the indicator, while it was not due for reporting on that fourth quarter, however, in the annual target of that annual target of 4 was already achieved in the preceding quarters. So when we come to the portfolio committee with our annual performance report, you will see that this has been achieved. The same would apply with the next one on the number of university students supported to study languages. Even though it wasn't due for reporting, we do give indication that the annual target of 140 was exceeded with the additional 13 bursaries awarded in the preceding quarters, bringing the total to 153. So the annual performance report will indicate that this has been achieved. The number of cultural and creative industry projects supported to enable local and international market access. This target was 25 for the fourth quarter. We managed to deliver a total of 37, and the over performance there is as a result of the fact that that financial year, perhaps the portfolio committee would recall that we had revised the open call process, and there was an oversubscription of the project in the reporting period, which then translated to that increased number that's being reported at. We then give a breakdown in the next slide of those particular projects that we are making reference to. I think there's a total of about 3 slides and Zuzo that talk to that. And then there are visuals, which is the portfolio of evidence of the kind of examples of projects that had been funded. And then ACPD 3.4 talks to the programs that are contributing to the transformation of the cultural and creative industry sector supported. The total here is 3, and we did manage to achieve 3. The focus in terms of this APP target is on programs that are targeting youth within the sector, and this is what is shown in the next slide, Chair, in terms of which are those 3 projects that we are talking about. And there's a portfolio of evidence that accompanies that. The next one, which is the number of initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide, it wasn't due for reporting in the fourth quarter, but it was achieved in the previous quarter. In the annual performance report, it will reflect as having been achieved. The same thing applies to 3.6, which is the number of sport and cultural diplomacy initiatives implemented to promote South African cultural values. Again, even though it wasn't due, but it had already been achieved in the previous quarter, and it will reflect in the annual performance report. The number of initiatives promoting social cohesion and nation building, this is basically incorporating any of the National Day events that we hold, as you will see in the next slide, but it also incorporates community conversations that are held on rights, freedom, and responsibilities. The next slide then gives indication of some of the visuals. The number of capacity building projects supported. This is the one KPI that we did not achieve. The target was 27. We only managed to achieve 26. And the one is as a result of the Community Arts Center network that could not be achieved due to the changes that were experienced in the Free State Arts and Culture Council, who had to introduce a new administrator to deal with their internal challenges that they were experiencing. This then delayed a second tranche because we couldn't transfer the second tranche given that kind of a situation where we had not received a report. The project support for the Community Arts Center network will then be deferred to this financial year, provided they then meet all the requirements. The next KPI is the number of work opportunities created through the creative sector stimulus. Target was 10,000 and we reached 10,007, and this is against the PES 6 initiative. But as members would hear, when we come for the annual performance report, we then subsequently experience challenges with this particular KPI. At that time, it was audited internally and deemed as having been achieved. When I then go to program 4, heritage promotion and preservation is on the number of heritage bursaries awarded to students, overachieved at 32 as against 25. I'm in the next slide, Nzuzo, and this is explained as the overachievement that was due to the availability of surplus funds after budget reduction to accommodate a new approach for heritage bursaries. The target has been revised in this current financial year to 45 due to an annual increment by the National Treasury. The next one, HPP 4.2, is the number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness of the national symbols. The target there for the quarter was 108, which includes public activations and the distribution of national flags. And we provide a breakdown there. This one was also achieved. We then further show some of the activities or activations that take place. That's the next slide. During this program, when we raise awareness on the importance and the understanding of the national symbols. 4.3 is on the number of reports on the implementation of national policy on the repatriation and restitution of the human remains and heritage objects analyzed. One report was to be processed in the first quarter, and it was processed. 4.4 is the number of archival records digitized. This is one of the 6 that we reported on that couldn't be achieved. This branch, with this particular branch, it's the only one, which was about the digitization of records. And we do need to indicate that this was subsequently achieved, Chairperson, but we are reporting it as not having been achieved, just looking at the January to March quarter. However, we will obviously give detail. Chairperson, I'm just finishing. I'm seeing your thumbs up telling me, I'm not sure whether it's saying I must stop. The number of libraries...
Please proceed. Please proceed. I'm thumbsing up for the digital report.
Oh, okay, Chair.
Please proceed.
So the breakdown there, the reason, if you look at the total target there is 160 against 160. However, why we are saying we did not achieve it at that time is because if you look at the breakdown, it's 60 dictabells against 50 treason trial dictabells and 100 TRC audio tapes as against 110 TRC audio tapes. Going forward, then we are saying we will ensure that the capacity that is brought through the PESP is appointed early to make sure that, but as I said, this was subsequently overall. If you look at the accumulative figure, it was achieved. Number of libraries financially supported, we are indicating 22 and 20 have been achieved. Maybe also to indicate that as part of the annexures, we do have an annexure program 4 that shows the breakdown of all these HPP KPIs. Same thing applies to program 3 that I was reporting on previously. The number of gazette notices on standardized geographical names published, one was due in the quarter, but the total was 3 at the end of the fourth quarter. And the reasons there, Chair, is because in the prior quarters, the names were still undergoing careful consideration. As a result, at the end, we had 3 gazettes that were approved on the 6th of February 2026, leading to that overachievement that is reflected there. Chairperson, this would be the performance against the KPIs as set in the department, but in keeping with the framework that we made reference to, the CFO will then take you through the expenditure report. Over to the CFO through the Chairperson. thank you.
No, thanks very much, DG, through you, Chair, and good day to Honorable Chair, Honorable members, ministers, DG. We can go to the next slide. We will be presenting expenditure report for the fourth quarter in terms of programs and economic classification. Next slide. For the period under review, which is the fourth quarter, Chair, the department spent about 99.6%, which is about 6.2 billion. That was spent for the financial year 25-26 ending in March against the budget of 6.3 billion. And the money that is remaining is about 0.4% in terms of rent is about 22 million. In terms of composition of employees, we spend 100%. Goods and services, we spend about 99, which that 1% represent the Silapa project, which was then terminated based on the value for money issue. Next slide. And then you've got provinces and municipalities that we spend 100%, that relate to your two conditional grant that is given to provinces, being a library grant and a sports grant. The overall budget of that is 2.2 billion, and then we spend 2.2 billion. And the departmental agency and account, we also spend 100%, that is related to all the transfers of our public entities. Next slide. Higher education, those are the bursaries that we gave as a department. Also, we spend 100%. Foreign governments and the international organization, there was a savings that we realized based on the rate to become strong. That is why we pay less than what we anticipated. Public corporation and private enterprise, this rate more of your last payment tranches that we made. We could not able to process all those tranches based on the non-compliance of those beneficiaries. We do have current now chairperson process that we take within the department. Even when the beneficiary does not comply, we work with him until he's able to comply. So most of those that didn't comply in the previous financial year, we're able to, some of them to comply in the current financial year. So that is the exercise to make sure that we take them through the process, how government works, Chair. Next slide. Household is 100%, that is based on the leave gratuity. Non-profit organization also relate to your transfer payment on the tranche payment. Also is more of the same issue there, Chair, where we can't pay the second tranches because second tranches are subjected to the review of the project, the expenditure attached to it, and the proof of payment. So that once we count that project isn't done, then you've got also enough information to back up that service did take place. Next slide. Under building and other infrastructure, Chair, we spend about 11 million, which is 100% of that on say March. On machinery and equipment, there was we spent about 82.6%, which part of the delay there, Chair, was based on the switch that has been waiting. We have been waiting for it from CETA that took long than anticipated, Chair, and hence the reason is we then underspent with 1.5 million. Heritage is 100%, Chair. Next slide. Then I'll take you through the program level. Administration budget, which was spent, is about 99.7%, with the amount remaining 1.6 million, and that relate to the switch that I talk about from CETA. And recreation and development spend 100%, which is 1.1 billion. Arts and culture, the budget being 1.7 billion, we spend 1.735 billion, which with about 20 million that was remaining, which is 98.8, which we rounded off is 99%. And the reason being the second tranches that I've explained in the previous slide. And heritage and promotion, the 2.7 billion was 100% spent. The overall departmental budget that was allocated for financial under review was 6.3 billion, and then we spent 6.28 billion, which is represent 99.6%, which in terms of rands, only 22 million was remaining at the end of the financial year, which represents 0.4%. Next slide. If you look at your economic classification on the composition of employees, 100% goods and services, that is a 6 billion that I talked about, come from the issue of beneficiaries, and also the Silapa project is there. Transfer and subsidies in overall chair. Most of the unexpenditure come from our beneficiary, which is the second tranches, as we can see there, under public, corporation, and private enterprise and non-profit institution. And payment on capital asset, that is a CETA project. Next slide. Okay, that's okay. On the buildings, there, chair is 100%, and then heritage side also is 100%. The one that I was talking about, CETA, is 1.5, that was remaining, which is 82.6%. And overall, chair, the department spent 6.2 billion against 6.3 budget, which is 99.6. I'll end here, chair. Thanks very much.
Almost wanted to say thank you, Homi. Thank you, CFO. Thank you to the department. Members, I don't want to stifle debate, but I've noted Dr. Kumalo has given a report, and also where there was an underperforming, there was an explanation, and also overperforming, there was an explanation. I'm not saying it cannot result in questions again, but thank you, Dr. Kumali, for also make our task easier to have an understanding on why under and overperform. With that said, honorable members, I'm going to allow members now the opportunity to ask questions on the report. I just want to get to the names. I see Honorable Molatani's hand first. Honorable Molatani, Honorable Poole, Honorable Potgieter, Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Khabo, Honorable Motawung, in that order. The Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon again, Chair. All protocol observed. Chair, my first question, why are we discussing the Q4 report now? It's in August. Are we discussing the Q4 now, Chairperson? That will be my first question. Because it looks like even the Q4, we are going to discuss the Q4 again next day, possibly at this time of the year, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo.
Thanks, Chair. The reason is because when the item was on the previous program, I just can't remember the date, Honorable Member, the Portfolio Committee made a decision to then not proceed because I, as a DG, was not available on that day, together with, I believe, also the Minister. I'm just trying to remember the details, but that's the reason it was deferred, Chair, as a result of us not being present in the meeting.
Through you, Chairperson, thank you very much. I wanted that to come straight from the DG, because even till today, I still don't understand why the quarter report was brought without the responsible officials to be part. Because the reason we deferred that back was because the officials that were sent to come and present this report, some of them made it clear that they won't be able to answer some of the questions. And Chairperson, I still want to say that it can't be right. Who the department said he or she must come and represent the department, that person will have to answer all our questions. We cannot be told that I won't be able to answer these questions because the certain official is not there. Secondly, Chair, the departments must take us serious. If they knew that we are going to discuss the quarterly report, it must be, they must be present. It's not something like the meeting has been, they've been informed this week, the meeting is next week, and they already have prior arrangements. No. We have the quarterly meetings where you will know that on this day, this is going to be discussed in the meeting. So department must plan their trips, their everything based on our meetings. It can't be right that they will send someone who can be able to answer our questions, Chairperson. And I hope it will never, but let me say it will never happen again, because it did happen again on our last portfolio meeting where Mr. Zanyane was brought in. He said that he won't be able to answer some of the questions when Mr. Mtetwa was asking him. So it's a problem, Chairperson, that we are having. It's fine. Let me pass on that one. You know, Chairperson, let me just start by saying that this quarter four.
Honorable Molotani.
Yes, Chair.
You have raised a very important question, and as the chairperson of this committee, I can't let it go unchallenged. And what you actually address is the issue of accountability. And when people are not available, it is an outright governance red flag. I think the backbone of accountability is having that individuals present here, the designated individuals. And without designated individuals, it is really difficult. It is actually, it become a risk, although Dr. Khumalo is, overly responsible, but, there's something called skewed reports. And when we have a skew report, we will find members that will not be able to do their oversight. It will be impossible to do their oversight. And I think it is imperative for the future, Dr. Khumalo, that those individuals must appear. That's why we ask a list of the department, who is involved, where involved, what is the designation, so that they can do that necessary report. But for now, I think in this meeting, let us accept it in that fashion. But if those individuals are present, we would like them to address us. Proceed, Honorable Molotani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me welcome the report. Unfortunately, this is not a good report. I'm just welcoming, but this is not a good report. The reason I'm saying that this is not a good report is because it's reported that 76% achievement of planned quarter four of 2025-26 output indicators. 16 of 21 target achieved, with 6 indicators underachieved, which is 24%. Chair, this is the weakest fourth quarter performance in 4 years. In 4 years, trailing the 90% achievement recorded in both quarter four of 2024-2025 and quarter four of 2023-2024. The 81% recorded in quarter four of 2022 and 2023. This performance, Chairperson, decline occurred despite the full budget execution, with the department spending 99.6% of 6.29 billion of its available appropriation, leaving only 23.4 million unspent. Chairperson, I mean, this is not what we are expecting as this portfolio committee. Like as I've said, that this is the bad report, Chairperson. This is the bad performance in 4 years, but the budget has been spent. So I'm just asking myself, what have we done with the money if we fail to achieve all our indicators, Chairperson? Let me leave program 1. I will go straight to the program 2. The program 2, which shows underperformance in other indicators, the National School Sport Championship participation. 1,157 of 1,500 targets, a shortfall, Chairperson, again, of 343. The district level school sport program, 32 reached. Out of 52, the shortfall again of 20, Chairperson. The underspending of 23.4 million, Chairperson, in 3 programs. This can be a Chairperson. My question, what specific institutional, management or operational failures explain the decline from 90% in 2024-25 to 76% in 2025-2026? And who is accountable for it? I will pause there, Chairperson.
The department.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like the DDGs to first comment, and I'm going to add at the end. The DDG sport would start through you, Chair. For the four DDG.
Yeah. No. Thank you, DG, and good afternoon once again, honorable members. I will just give a brief input, Chair, and then I'm going to ask the chief directors who's responsible for those particular KPIs to come through and to respond directly to the portfolio committee. Chair, safe to say that within the program, we've got a number of indicators that's entirely grant dependent. And I just want to speak to the point that Honorable Molotane has indicated, that money has been spent and yet there's underperformance. Now, Chair, if you look at those indicators, and I'll refer to one of them before the chief directors come in. If you look, for example, at the indicator pertaining to equipment and attire, where we transfer the funds to the provinces, and we are then dependent on them to spend the money on our behalf. So those are the things that are hampering our performance. Another example, Chair, would be on the issue of, for example, the portfolio of evidence that we're expecting from the provinces. There's a requirement, for example, in one of the KPIs that provinces are supposed to submit a payment stub. Now, money has been spent, but provinces don't submit those payment stubs. At the time of reporting, Chair, it is then reported as underperformance. So I just thought I'd raise that as a general point, Chair. But with your permission, Chair, let me ask Chief Director Tebai to give some more substantive responses to the KPIs that was underperformed in this particular area. And then the other Chief Directors will then follow, Chair, with your permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, DDG. Good afternoon, Chair and members, and Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and DDG's present and colleagues. Thank you so much for that. Maybe let me start with the first indicator of the National School Sport Championships underperformance, where we had a target of 1,500 learners against the performance of 1,150. Chair, I think I must contextualize this to say the national championships take place throughout the year. So we've got an annual target of 5,000. So in that quarter in particular, we had a target of 1,500. Now, because we fund the provinces to deliver the teams, they would have spent more money on delivering athletes to the other versions, like sporting codes like athletics and swimming, which take place earlier in the financial year and the winter games. So by the time they come to the specific one of the summer, budget dictates how many teams they can enter. So you would have seen there in terms of KZN, for instance, and Northern Cape, they did not enter the full contingency of the teams against the categories that were available. And as a result, it dropped the number of entries or learners that participated into that. So that's one factor. But the underlying factor of that is really the budget constraints that when they approach that particular championship, they have. And therefore, as a result of that, they would have less numbers entered into that. What are the mitigating factors that we are looking at in terms of correcting that for future? One of the things that we are discussing is to ensure that we have a cyclic type of event that will make provinces to be able to at least have full entries. The cyclic event that we are discussing with our counterparts, education and other stakeholders, is not to have annually this championship, but to have them in a cycle of 2 years or 3 years so that there can be funds for them to be able to enter the athletes. But importantly, as we do so, is to ensure that the sporting codes in those provinces, there's investment, and we do invest in the lower level participation so that there can be regular participants, and that can feed up to the provincial teams. Second to this is the issue of the district programs at schools level that have been supported, 32 against 52. In this instance, this is one of the new indicators, new in a sense that we had to redefine it in this particular financial year, moving from counting the number of learners into championship to looking at the sports programs supported into the program. So as a result of that change management, we needed to ensure that even as well, the means of verification, as DDG has indicated, also match that type of support. And so the lack of provision of proof of payment, not just invoices, from provinces who have implemented these programs to this, led to that reduced number. However, we do have reports that there are programs that have been delivered. However, because of insufficient portfolio of evidence, we are unable to verify those programs coming to provinces. What have we done then to change this so that it doesn't occur in this current financial year? We have amended some of these requirements. We do continue to provide a regular site inspection of the files of the provinces when we visit them to go verify this information. But we have amended the technical indicator description so that it speaks to what we do with provinces and not what provinces do with us. So from that end, I think we'll be able to provide adequate verification going forward. Thanks.
Honorable Molatani.
Thank you, Chairperson. I can hear the response from the department, even though they can respond, but they have failed to achieve their indicators. And while we are still on that, Chairperson, can we get an explanation what happened to the school sports program that was supposed to happen in Northwest, and it was shifted to Gauteng? What happened to that program? Did we manage did the department manage to get the money that they've spent? What is going to happen to the parents who have spent money? And then the event was just cancelled on the 11th hour. Or what is going to happen? The reason I'm asking that, Chairperson, is that, remember, this is the second time that we have the problems with school sports athletes. It was last year in Bloemfontein. It's this year again in Northwest. And the last time when we raised this matter, in fact, I remember when this matter was raised, someone on the media raised this matter, and the minister said that he will go and do investigations, and whoever who is responsible, he or she will be taken to task. Until today, we haven't heard anything. So can we be explained in this platform what happened to the agent change of venues from Northwest to Gauteng, and whereas other parents have already spent money on the very same event, Chair? Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Tebogo, if you could come in, please. I want to actually, Chair, if you could please give me an opportunity just to, on this one, to also add. I just want Tebogo to start at a level at which they were dealing with the matter. Thanks, Chair.
I want the department to just give us a crisp synopsis, because we are scheduled to meet with the department and the Department of Education on this matter. It is on our program. But seeing that it forms part of the quarter report, the honorable member is entitled to ask that. Please proceed. Department.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Once again, that report is due for as part of the quarter one report for 26-27. However, to answer directly the question about that, Chairperson, at the beginning of each financial year, each province gives us a business plan to commit to participate in each championships, part of which were participation at the school sport championships, the athletics that was to take place in Northwest. And the planning take place as a result of a multi-stakeholder processes, meaning there are federations, there are provinces, both Department of Basic Education and Sport consult each other, including the potential host provinces, who are then given funds to plan and prepare for this particular championships. So as the national department, ours is to oversee and drive the process collectively with the Department of Basic Education to ensure that these championships do take place. So as a result, this year, there was a collective agreement that the championships will go to Northwest. Now, part of the process to ensure that there is a smooth running of the championships is the consistent engagement with the province. It is the oversight into the host province, the facilities, including the availability of the accommodation. It is not one departmental responsibility. All departments, including the provincial, the host, have a role to play into that. So the host identified a stadium, which was in Rustenburg. And that stadium, already in November last year, we were made aware that the stadium is undergoing renovations. However, by March, we were told that the renovations have not completed. But the province then undertook to engage further the host municipality, including at some point involving the MEC and the Premier to consult with both the city, the host city, and the traditional council, in this instance, the Bafokeng Royal Tribal Authority, to fast track those kind of decisions. And in our engagement, following up on the state of readiness, because we needed to give provinces a direction as to whether this has to happen. Provincial departments of sports carry the funds. Provincial departments of education mobilize the learners and the teachers to participate in there. So when we foresaw that provinces are not going to be, the stadium is not going to be ready, without necessarily looking at whether there is an alternative being looked at, but focusing solely on the provision that provincial departments have committed funds to this particular venue to go and book accommodation in Rustenburg. We had the responsibility to salvage additional damage, which was then to make a call that if stadium is not ready, there is no tournament in Rustenburg, and provinces should not suffer more damage as a result of hosting there. And hence we made the call that the in the absence of the availability of the stadium, the provinces must not make any further bookings in Rustenburg in this instance because there is no stadium to be involved. And for that part, we do not need to consult our colleagues because what we are looking at here is whether the stadium is available or not. Stadium is not available. And this we were informed on the week leading to that event. And so we had to make a decision to say that venue is not available. And therefore, provinces, we are looking at the alternative. And that's when we needed to consult with our colleagues to say, in the absence of that stadium, given the period, and it is also coinciding with the Easter week, we are not going to be able to make all the necessary administrative responsibilities to proceed with Rustenburg, but we will pursue an alternative venue within a short space of time. And therefore, hence towards the end of April, the beginning of May, we then shifted the event to Gauteng precisely to ensure that the event does not suffer, but the event continues at an alternative venue after we have found the alternative and with the consultation of the powers that be. In hindsight, we should have taken this call quite earlier. But we had to provide the opportunity to provinces because many a times we are criticized of only looking at one province for hosting when there are multiple provinces that can host. But the truth of the matter is that the state of facilities, the availability of accommodation in various venues, including the capacity. And when there's capacity, if there are no other competing activities in that city, they dictate what is the capacity of that particular city. And in this instance, only one determining factor made it real. When we could not get the Royal Bafokeng occupational certificate for that venue to be cited as the seat for hosting this year's Autumn Championships, we had to pull out and therefore find an alternative venue for that regard. Yes, there are provinces like Western Cape that suffered a loss, and we are continuing to engage in them and to assist and provide support because the same funds that they used, they were the same funds that they're going to use for the upcoming championships. And all provinces are going to have to participate there. So we are working with them and assisting them to recover and provide support to them. Thanks.
Tell me, did the movie start where heads was supposed to roll in accordance the members' question? The minister promised that heads will roll.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, the minister did initiate the process of consequence management, which included fact-finding. Minister wrote to me inquiring about what had transpired, and I had the DDG and the Chief Director then within 5 working days responding and giving the detail around what led to that. All of that was then submitted to the minister for the minister to then make his decision on that matter. Just to add, Chairperson, further to what Deboho had also indicated, I had received correspondence on the 2nd of April, which was just before Easter holidays, from the HOD of Northwest, indicating all these things that Deboho is, the fact that the MEC has tried to intervene, the Premier has tried, and the issue around the traditional authority that owns that particular stadium. So we had to make a call looking against the safeguarding policies as against the cost of which we were very much aware that at that last minute we had to really make a call and take all things into account. And we then, as a minister, had also indicated that he wasn't aware. It is true because on the Thursday when we received this correspondence, we had to act on it, and I then subsequently informed the minister, which is also what was of concern as raised by the minister. I also just lastly, Chairperson, need to also indicate that the costing of the cancellation has been done. At this stage, the total figure that was given to me is a figure of 3.5 million, which is made up of 2.5 for Western Cape, submitted by Western Cape in terms of what they say they spent, 800,000 from KZN, and 300,000 from, I think, Northern Cape. I hope I'm not mistaken, at Tebogo. And this is totaling the 3.5. And as Tebogo indicates, we are therefore engaging because there are documents that they need, supporting documents, etc., that they need to submit for us then to look at how we meet the cost or compensate them for the cost incurred. But the decision, as I said, was solely based on a status that was shared with us, which we felt we couldn't subject the athletes and the young people to that kind of a condition. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Molatani, you've heard that the heads are still firmly attached to the bodies.
No,
Please
Chairperson,
proceed.
even if the department can say that it's 3.5, remember there are parents who have already spent their money for that event, which was abruptly so cancelled, Chairperson. And according to I am not an expert, Chairperson. I will just say it like a layman or on the street. This issue of school sports, really I'm starting to have a problem with it, because even the report of last year, what happened in Bloemfontein, it's still outstanding, Chairperson. We were promised that we will get a detailed report regarding what happened in Bloemfontein. Again, here we are again in Northwest. So I just want to check with DG, this 3.5 million, where are they going to get it from the budget? Or is it something that it's going to be written as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Where are they going to get that 3.5, Chairperson, on the budget? I think for that answer, I will raise it again next week when we meet regarding this issue of school sport. Let me go to my second question, Chairperson, before I go to my recommendation. What does the department owns report classify on indicator 2.4 as underachieved when the actual figures shows overachieve? And does this reflect a data reporting error or deliberate misstatement?
Thank you, Chair. 2.4, Honourable Member, it's sitting at 1177 as against 1250, but perhaps I'm missing the exact area that the Honourable Member is pointing out. It was indeed subsequently achieved, Chair, but in that particular quarter, it wasn't. In the annual performance, yes, it reflects achievement, but because of this quarter verification that we did as through M&E, it wasn't achieved because it's set lower than the target, unless I'm addressing a wrong area, Chair. The Honourable Member can maybe redirect me.
Honorable Molatani.
Yes, Chair. DG, on the department report, it classified that indicator 2.4 as underachieved when the actual figure shows overachievement. That is why I'm asking, does this reflect a data reporting error or is it a misstatement? This 2.4 indicator
yes,
2.4, is it underachieved or is it overachieved?
Can the DDG please respond, because in my report it's not achieved, Honourable Member, and the figure is sitting less than the actual target. That's why I'm asking the DDG. Maybe I'm looking at an incorrect area. DDG, if you can please assist.
No, Chair, through you. Indeed, DG 2.4 relates to the equipment and attire. It does reflect in the report, Chair, that you presented, DG, as underachieved. And there was also subsequent to that an explanation as to why there was an underachievement. So I'm not sure if Honorable Molisane can maybe just share that with us so that we can just make sure that we speak to the same item, Chair. Thank you.
It's fine, DDG. I will go to it. Let me, Chairperson, that one I will come back to it later. Let me just go to my last question before I go to my recommendation. Just want to check with the department what consequence management measures have been taken against program managers in program 2, where 3 of 8 indicators were missed.
Thanks, Honorable Member. DDG, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, what we've done is to do an assessment of the reasons for underachievement, Chair. And we've done a what we call a turnaround plan to deal with those particular matters, Chair. And what we've agreed on and signed off as all senior managers within RDSP, we've now agreed on a set of rules that we've agreed on in terms of consequence management should this particular problem persist. I found the reasons, Chair, since I started, I found the reasons for the underperformance to be reasonable, not acceptable, but reasonable in terms of the explanation that was given to myself. But obviously, we can't have a persisting underperformance going forward. So what we then did was to do a turnaround plan to ensure that full accountability will then be implemented going forward, Chair. We've also changed some of the systems within the department, Chair. We are finalizing the reporting processes through our SIMS, which is our automated reporting system, which will then negate all this manual reporting. So provinces will then be able to access a system and deposit the requisite POEs onto the system directly, which will also help us in terms of, just capturing the information. What we've also done, Chair, is to through MINMEC and as well as the DG's forum is to raise these things very, very sharply with HODs in the province, reminding them of their responsibilities. We are also going to look at going forward, Chair, how do we disperse the funds, in terms of dealing with people that are not reporting or not performing at the provincial level. So, Chair, like I've indicated, we've signed off, all of us as senior managers in RDSP on the plan. So going forward, Chair, we will definitely implement consequence management. We've now implemented corrective measures to try and make sure that we don't have a recurring underperformance, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before you go, Honorable Moratani, Mr. Campbell, would you argue that overperformance is poor, anything to do with poor planning?
Yeah, not necessarily. There could be an element of planning when it comes to achievement. Remember, Chair, what we do is we use the previous year's baseline as an indicator to set targets for the subsequent year. But in certain instances, Chair, you do have instances where things just explode. And I'll give you an example. The first quarter of this financial year, we've achieved almost half of the target in terms of the school sport. Because if you looked at the numbers that we've had recently in the recent school sports championships, Chair, we had over 2,500, and we've got a target of 5,000. And it's because more codes were then included in the championships. So you don't have those anomalies, Chair, where sometimes you set a target and then you achieve. But we also provide the reasons for overachievement, Chair. So we could plan better, but like I say, we use the baselines. So what we do next year is then use the current baseline to set the next year's target, Chair. I hope I've responded. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, thank you very much, Chair. You know what, Chairperson? On the same question that I've just asked, what consequence management have they taken against program managers in program 2? I think DG was supposed to say we didn't there was no consequence management that happened, full stop. Is the very same thing like the first question that I've asked to say that what specific institutional management or operational failures explain the decline from 90% of 2024-25 to 76% of 2025-2026 achievement? Who is accountable for it? Also, even that one, they were supposed to say the person who's accountable is 1, 2, 3, 4. It never happened, but it's fine, Chairperson. Let me go to my recommendation, Chair. The first recommendation that I will request DSEC to submit a written reconciliation classifying the indicator 2.4 discrepancy before we can accept the Q4 report as final, given the direct contradiction between reporting figures and stated achievement status. Recommendation number 2, DSEC should send us a table of root cause analysis distinguishing internal departmental failures from provincial non-compliance, procurement delays, and external factors for each of the 6 under achieved indicators, rather than generic corrective statement. My last, Chair, my last recommendation, I will request that the DSEC, given repeated reliance on provincial reporting as a failure point, they should present a revised monitoring and evidence verification framework that reduces dependency on provincial and self-reporting with clear escalation triggers. Lastly, Chairperson, that report the DG has just talked about regarding the issue of Northwest, where the department has lost 3.5 million, will also be added on the recommendation. I will request that we get that report before we arrive in the meeting where we are going to discuss a school sport with the department. We need to get that report, Chairperson, not today when the meeting is tomorrow. At least they must give us few days, 4 to 5 days, so that we can go through that report before we arrive into that meeting. Remember, Chairperson, we are talking about the quarter where the department has performed worst in 4 years. We can't just leave everything. Lastly, Chair, when I pause, because at least today the CFO, he's part of the meeting. I just want to check, CFO, the federations, have they received their allocations? Yes or no? I don't want any explanation. Have the federations received their allocation, yes or no? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Through you, Chair, no.
Thank you. Honorable Malatani, maybe we shouldn't stop there. If I may add, if you allow me to add that we asked the process.
Before you add,
Let us-
Chairperson, the reason I wanted to say yes or no, it's because the same question we asked it previously and we never received a clear answer. It was no federations have received their allocation and so forth. So today I wanted to hear it straight from CFO. Did the federations received their allocation, yes or no? They did not receive their allocation. Because if I can ask the reason why they haven't received their allocation, it's going to open another debate. This is that, Chairperson, to show how we are being taken for a ride as the members of parliament by the department. I want everyone who's listening to this, who's part of this meeting, listening to this conversation, to hear how are we being taken for a ride by the department. So I don't have anything to say, Chairperson. Federation are there, they are listening. We've asked the questions. And now it clarifies what they've said to say that they haven't received their allocation. When we were raising this matter earlier, we're told that no, they have received. The same thing that I've been saying. Last year, we had the meeting, I think it was on the 5th of December, when it was a meeting in the portfolio, where we said SASCOC must bring its federations, all federations, to the meeting. That's in that meeting where we only heard that the federations did not receive their allocations. It's in December, Chairperson. We are now in August. We've approved the budget. Federations have not yet received their allocation, but the officials managed to go to World Cup. They even failed to bring a detailed report of World Cup. If I can have to go deeper with this question, Chairperson, I will go deeper to even ask, out of this tight budget that we have, where did they manage to get money to go to World Cup? Because even there are officials who went to World Cup who were not supposed to be part of the delegation to World Cup. So I don't want to open that debate, Chairperson. They are still going to come to report on that of the World Cup. They will have to come and answer. The federations have heard that there are no allocation that they've received. It's August. I don't know how do we expect our athletes to perform when we are failing to allocate money for them. Recently, Chairperson, on my lastly, recently there's a coach who's coaching one of our top athletics. The athletics is performing very good. My worry is that that coach has left one of our athlete, and he is now heading to Australia. The reason, because of the same thing that I'm asking, the issue of allocating money to federations in time. We are losing good coaches because of that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Passionate input there. I want to add that the department, Dr. Khumalo, give us a kind of a memo on the process of allocating monies to federation. And then the second big bullet point, what are the reasons of the federations not receiving their allocations, and which federation have not received their allocations? Because I think members are tired of playing messenger for federations not being given their allocations. The Honorable Pool.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, with your permission, can you allow Member Leah Potgieter to go before me?
The Honorable Pool.
Chair, can you hear me?
I heard you, Honorable Pool. Can you please proceed? I am allowing members in terms of raising their hands.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, nevertheless, Chair, Chair, yes, the department said that a target of 100 community outdoor gyms and children play parks. It delivered 17 by 31st of March. The very same presentation then says 70 were budget for. Now, Chair, the contradiction, according to me, the target was 100. The department tells us 70 of that were budgeted for. Who approved target of 100 when the funded program apparently provided for 70? Chair?
Thanks, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson, DDG.
Thank you, Honorable Poole, for the question. The Chairperson, yes, from the onset when the target was set, the resource allocation did not match the target in terms of the funding on the budget. So what we had to do, honorable members, was to apply for environment during the course of the year to find funds to meet that particular target. And like I've indicated in the presentation, and sorry, Chair, I'm speaking on behalf of the Chief Director because I'm also the Chief Director for infrastructure. So I'm wearing that hat now when I respond. So what we had to do, Chair, we we had to then apply for environment, which we done towards the end of last financial year. The environment was only approved in February. And as a result, we obviously could not, given that there's a month before the end of the financial year, we could not then complete the projects. But what the silver lining, Chair, is that we were able to roll over those projects, and all of them are now coming online, in addition to what we also provided for this particular financial year. So that is the short answer to that particular question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. The Honourable Poole.
Chair, that explains when money become available. It does not explain why the department's target was 100 when its own funded project was 70. Treasury did not write DSAC's APP, who approved the target. Thank you, Chair.
If I may come in there, Chair, if you allow.
Please do.
Okay, no, thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Honourable Poole. For the financial year 25-26, because it was a first process of your 5-year term plan, what happened there? Normally, your budget process it get finalized by January to February, and then by March, then the cabinet already then approved the budget. So in this case, the aid administration priorities were only set after the budget process, which was sometimes, I think, in April or May, Chair. I can't remember the exact date, but it was then done after the budget process was then finalized. Because then you can't go back, because once the MDTP strategy was adopted and agreed upon, that 100 come from that priority. But the budget process was already concluded. Then, based on that, the only opportunity that one would then have to adjust the figures, it will be to request a shifting environment from National Treasury. What made it also things difficult was that the budget also was signed off as a bill by mid-October, which means then also you can't able to request any shifting environment if the bill has not yet been signed off by the president, because then you are not allowed, in short. And that is the reason why. So the issue here, what created this problem, is the misalignment between the plan target in terms of the MDTP, which is your 5-year plan, versus the budget process, which was concluded earlier than the APP. So that there's what I'm saying, that target come from the priority of the administration. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Poole.
Chair, it's unfortunate that Treasury cannot become the problem area for bad planning. Only 17 were completed by year end. The department then gave June 2026 as a completion date. June has passed. How many are complete and usable today? Thank you, Chair.
The department.
Thank you very much, Chair. By end of June, an additional 30 had been completed, but to date, we are sitting with only 5 that have not been completed out of the 70 planned ones. And those 5 are, I think 4 are from Western Cape, I stand to be corrected, at DDG from Western Cape, and 1 is from the Limpopo. So there is only 5 in terms of that initial completed as we see today. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Poole.
Chair, just to make sure and get a direct answer from the department, I am asking about facilities that a child can use today. How many can be used today? Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I thought that's the figure I was giving, but maybe can I ask the director then to give a a more specific response, Ntangeni or DDG?
Yeah, no, Chair. I also thought that the figures was pronounced, but let me give Ntangeni an opportunity, Chair, through you. DG, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Member DG and colleagues. As indicated by the DG, 65 are completed and usable. However, we're busy with inspection from our side, and we find some of the gyms to have defects, and the Sports Trust is busy correcting those. But those that are completed can then be utilized. Thank you.
You want the location, Honorable Pool, please request.
Yes, yes, Chair. Chair, then under the 52 municipalities, DSEC also claims 52 municipalities were supported in planning and implementing infrastructure projects. Intervention produced a completed functional sport facility. My question, the Baartman reports all 52 as achieved. How many of those 52 interventions produced a completed functioning sport facility? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. DDG, you want to go?
Yes, no, thank you, DG. Yes, I think, Honorable Pool, if you look at what we do as part of the MIC processes in terms of the support, we had indeed approved 52 municipalities who has got various projects. What we also tried to do, Chair, was to list those municipalities with those projects. Now, obviously, Chair, they are at various stages of completion. Some of them are multi-year projects. Some of them are small projects that we complete quite quickly. Others are bigger projects, etc., etc. So they are at various stages of completion, as I've indicated, Chair. But what we can do, Chair, is then perhaps provide that update. Just to say, Chair, that we had a long meeting last week with the select committee around exactly this particular point, where we are then given all of the details around where the projects are, what status of the projects, its completion deadlines, etc., etc. We can then avail that to the honourable members, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Then let's be clear. 52 out of 52 does not mean 52 facilities were delivered. It means DSEC performed 52 administrative or technical interventions. Then, where in the APP does Parliament see the corresponding outcome? How many communities actually received this facility? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. If I can go, is it fine, Chair?
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. On Honourable Pool, yes, we remember the MIG is a COCTA administrated grant. We've got those details available in terms of exactly what are the projects that was allocated to municipalities, and also we can articulate clearly what the support entails from DSEC side. You're correct, Honourable Pool. We do play a huge role in terms of the planning processes before the grants are allocated, and also the approval of those grants. We also play a critical role in terms of ensuring that those business plans are submitted, are in order, and subscribes to the minimum norms and standards. But so we can avail the complete list of all the facilities, the approved MIC facilities, and we can even do that for the last 5 years or so, Chair, just for the purpose of oversight for the honourable members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Pool, just a second. I hope that I'm not confused here. The location of the outdoor germs, the 17 outdoor germs, is this not in the annexure that DSEC have sent to us, submitted to us?
Yep.
Is that so?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Pool, please proceed.
Chair, if it comes to the infrastructure funding that is so scarce at this moment. How does DSEC decide which community goes first? Is there a national needs-based ranking of the objective criteria? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, sorry, I just missed the last point, the actual question. If Mama can just quickly repeat. Thank you, Chair.
When it comes to infrastructure funding that is so scarce, how does DSEC decide which community goes first? Is there a national needs ranking with objective criteria? And if yes, then provide it.
Yes, I'm going to ask my colleagues to also come in, Chair. Safe to say, Chair, the allocation of the funding through MIC processes is a bottom-up process, Chair. Municipalities identify needs through their IDP processes in municipalities. Obviously, that's the first port of call because they would have their own priorities and also their own what we would call criteria in terms of, we do have certain basic norms and standards. For example, we would say, for example, one library must serve communities within a 5-kilometer radius. So those are some of the standards that we do adhere to. But the municipalities ultimately prioritize through their IDP processes. And what then happens is, based on that, they then submit the business plans and requests for funding. We then have a full process, a planning process that, so what we do is, before we allocate the funds, the first tranche is essentially for planning processes, because historically, Chair, we asked municipalities to plan and implement in the same financial year, which led to a lot of issues around that particular process. So what we now do is we then support the municipalities through a full planning processes. So the first tranche goes to planning, and then the subsequent year, once the planning has been concluded, we then transfer the funds. That's also just to manage the funds and to ensure that the projects are completed on time. So, Chair, like I said, essentially, it's a process that's driven by the municipalities in relation to submission of plans and requests for funding, and then we then sit as DSEC with COCTA and the provinces. We do the technical assessments. We do all the checks and balances in terms of the norms and standards, and then there's a recommendation to the committee and to Treasury, who then subsequently then approves the business plans and the provisions in terms of the request for funding for a particular facility. I don't know if Songezo would want to come and share through you. Is the director responsible for MIC monitoring? Thank you, Chair.
Songezo.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm if I'm audible, Chair?
You're saying?
I just wanted to confirm if I'm audible, Chair, but I'm just...
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Okay. No, I think good afternoon and all protocol observed. I think DDG, you have clearly outlined the process. It is indeed a response kind of an approach type of a funding in the sense that funding goes to the municipalities that make applications. And maybe important to indicate is that only local municipalities are eligible to this kind of a grant, not metros. I think the process you've already outlined to DDG, that you have also introduced as an intervention in terms of how we allocate planning funding, followed by the actual construction funding going forward. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Poole.
Chair, does it mean that specifically identified or politically announced infrastructure projects go through exactly the same ranking process? Thank you.
The department.
Chair, if I can, DG, I'm not sure, Chair, whether I'm understanding the question. Obviously, municipalities are political structures, and obviously they would have to get approval from their councils in relation to the submission of those business plans. But also what we require, Chair, as part of the approval processes is that municipalities must commit themselves to the maintenance of the facility once we're done and we hand it over to them. So that's all part of the process. Yeah? So there is a political process involved through the municipalities' councils for submission of the business plans. I hope I've responded, Chair.
Thank you, the Honourable Poole.
So, Chair, then there should be no difficulty showing where each specially announced project rank against competing infrastructure needs. If it comes to the bigger infrastructure contradiction, according to me, Chair, the department is very good at counting projects announced, municipality supported, and projects in progress. Communities experience infrastructure differently. Either the facility exists and works or it doesn't. What percentage of sports infrastructure projects funded by DSEC over the last 3 years are today complete, functional, and being used for their intended purpose? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Chairperson, can we request, sorry, DDG, can we request that we submit that information so that we can give the detail the honourable member is asking for?
Thank you. Wrap up, Honourable Poole.
I will wrap up, Chairperson. Seeing that they don't have a number up front, then how does DSEC know whether its infrastructure strategy is succeeding? Then I want to conclude. We cannot continue treating an announcement, a transfer technical support in a completed facility as though they are equivalent achievements. They are not, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Any response from the department? Not the Honourable.
No, Chair. Yeah. Okay, comment, DDG.
No, I just wanted to say, Chair, we've got the information, Honourable Poole, of the 3-year, project that we've done over the last 3 years. And I think DG just indicated that we will then submit that in writing to the Portfolio Committee, Chair, with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm now giving the opportunity to the Honourable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to touch quickly on what we discussed previously in the portfolio, because we did discuss the reduction of the targets specifically. I know that some of them have been moved into the department's operational plan, but the committee itself, wanted to know exactly how that allowed us to perform better oversight. My concern on that is that we are trying to compare 5 years in this particular report, where we've seen a substantial drop in performance, but also we're not comparing like with like. Previously, we've had up to 43 targets. We're now dealing with 21 in the reporting out of 25. And it doesn't really give us a good indication of kind of what's going on, but that's just more of a comment. I think also, Chairperson, that Honourable Moletsani touched on it, is that the department has spent almost all its budget. So there's not an issue or question of whether or not they can spend their allocation. They clearly can. What concerns me, though, is whether or not there's a coherent strategy within the department as to where the money is going. And just to touch on what Honourable Moletsani did with regards to the athletics championship, and I mentioned this in the previous meeting, I would really ask that the DG and the departments engage both their provincial counterparts along with the Royal Bafokeng Stadium management, because the crux of the issue is that they knew several months before that stadium was not going to be ready. The occupational certificate is issued to the facility itself, and they knew that was not going to be ready until after, I think, June. But what kept happening is that the officials in the province kept sending them quotes and statements and emails and letters, etc., saying, well, we're going to have it here. I don't know if they thought that pressure would make the stadium available, as if by magic, but that's what was going on. They knew. I understand completely the department's response from a national level, but I do think there needs to be greater accountability at provincial level. It's almost like they were trying to force it into being, and they are not being honest. I don't know what the report says that you gave through to the minister, But I would really encourage you to possibly even, ask them that question in the same room together, because it wasn't a case of the province getting the occupational certificates. It was never going to happen. And I think they knew that. But I'll leave that there with you. And Chair, just with regards to, I'm going to touch on two specific issues. My first is the sports federations issue. And this is one that really does concern me. I asked a question in March, which the Department Minister responded to, which basically stated that the delay in federation funding had caused distress in the sector itself, and that it would not happen again, and that they would receive their payments on time this financial year. And that was in a response to a parliamentary question. That has not happened. What we're also looking at here is that the department is reporting 100% in terms of the compliant sports and recreation bodies supported, but they only list 5. There are 60, roughly, federations within the country. I'm trying to understand whether or not this APP target tells us anything useful, considering the fact that it excludes 55 different federations. So that's what I'm trying to understand, is why is the department measuring that, and why are the payments late for the federations?
Thanks, Chair. I would respond to the first part of the question and ask the colleagues to come in. The payment for 25-26 went to more than 60, I think around 62, 63, Honourable Member. Total number of sport federations that were funded 25-26. However, what you see there, the 5 that you see, are those that were paid within that particular period, excluding the rest of them. So when you look at the accumulative figure, you will then see the total figure that I'm making reference to. And then in terms of the delay, DDG, you would have to come in, or CFO, on this. But on the current ones, I'm not sure whether Honourable Member is talking about 25-26, but on the current ones, as we responded also last time, the process has started. Yes, we have not transferred, but there is no payment that has been processed to date, because all of them have been given a date, I think 3rd or something of September, for them to submit all their compliance documents. Now, you will see also when you see the AG report, quite a number of issues are being raised around the issues of compliance documents. And we are looking at those kind of things just to improve on what has already emerged as concerning findings. But all the letters have gone out, so all federations would know how much they will be getting, and they were given until around the 3rd or something at DDG to then submit all their documents, and then only will payment be processed.
Thank you, DG. I don't think I need a further explanation. I think you covered that completely. I'd just like to understand, why is this happening so late in the financial year with regards to the request for compliance?
Thanks, Honourable Member. There I would like the DDG to come in.
No, thank you. Thank you, Honourable Potgieter. I think, and Chief Director Mube can also come through if necessary, Honourable Potgieter. You know, Gigi spoke about the issue around the AG's findings on the transfer of funds to federations. So we went through that very painful process of auditing over the last few months, Honourable Potgieter, and the AG picked up quite a few issues that we needed to look at in terms of the policy. So parallel to us having to process the payments, we also had to update the policy to conform to what the AG has found to be some issues around the policy. So, and I can just say this, Honourable Potgieter, I think we managed to update that policy in record time, you know, because we understand the implications of this late transfer. So that was part of the reason why the transfer was we are where we are now at this particular point in time. But safe to say, Honourable Potgieter, all letters have now gone out. As and when we receive the plans, and I said to the team, we're not waiting for all of them to come in. It's a question of first come, first serve, because everybody knows their locations, and that's what they've been doing over the years as well on the Potgieter. So they get a letter, then they submit all the compliance documents, and we do the transfers. So we are now working on this particular process very hard. I hope that explains some of the reasons for the delay, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Potgieter, please rephrase your question on the federations, allocation of federations, and why are it being used as a measurement. I think members will be curious also to find out why.
You're giving me an English lesson, Chair. Rephrase my question. I'm not quite sure how else to put it. What I'm trying to understand essentially is because we got this story last year about the compliance issues, and then they were paid late, and then they couldn't spend their money in time, and we ran into all sorts of problems. And now again we're running into the same problems where they're being paid late. So I'm trying to understand exactly what has been done in terms of interventions, or what's been done to fix this particular problem. I'm not, completely, or not seeing the issues that are happening in federations. The issues don't just exist at national government, but I'm trying to understand what is being done essentially to fix these problems, because it doesn't really make any sense to me. I mean, the last time we spoke about non-compliance, we got a whole presentation on the structure of different management within the federations, which doesn't help to explain the compliance issues, etc. So yeah, I think, yeah, Chair, I don't know what else to say except maybe to ask a follow-up question for more written information with regards to what the DDG has just given us on the AG findings, the update of the policy, and so forth. I think that's a bit of a longer conversation than what we have, time available here. I know that doesn't rephrase your question, but that's where I'm sitting in my mind. Yeah, I think, and touching on that, Chairperson, we've seen a serious problem in a lot of federations. We've seen it now with athletics, what's going on with the Comrades, what's happening with Boxing South Africa, and various others. And I'm sure the minister is more than well aware, as is the department. So we know the difficulties around these federations. And I'm trying to understand from the department, in terms of these governance failures and the fact that, withholding, funding and, reacting sort of reactively to complaints in the media, and every time somebody cries because they don't have funding or they're not being supported or they can't go on a tour, is not a way to support the sports sector. It's not sustainable. What I can see is that you're going to then end up with 500, 5,000, or 50,000 people going, well, we didn't get funding, when are we getting it? And then all of a sudden the department's going to have to hand it over. This is not sustainable. So what is happening between the departments and the federations to ensure that there is better governance, better compliance, and better management of funding that is being given from the government to these federations so that these athletes are supported? Because I'm very worried. We've got Project 350. We've got all sorts of things going on. We've got people, representing the country. I've got kids complaining that they can't go and represent their country. It's extremely demoralizing. So if we can possibly get an indication of what is going on.
What is going on?
Check, may I answer?
Please, the Minister. Welcome back.
No, thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to switch off my camera, Chair, with permission, so that I can get better network, I think. Thank you, Honorable Potgieter. I think there's 3 big points that you've raised, which I think need really answers. I think let me start with the first one, which is the issue of federations. We find ourselves between a rock and a hard place. Let me explain. When we took over here, it was people were just doing as they wish. They would get money. There would be no officers. There would be no telephone numbers to reach them. They would not have a website. They would run the office out of the boot of the federation, out of the boot of their cars. People will just run amok. We then looked at the AG's reports, and the AG helped us along the way and say, in order for you not to be in transgression with what's expected of you, you need to have federations fill in this form and answer these particular questions. We have followed that, and it has really helped us. As I'm speaking to you now, every federation got the questionnaire, for lack of a better description. And the moment they filled it in, but there's some federations that, because they know they can't answer satisfactorily, They will then run to the media. They'll make a lot of noise. But then you have, and I'll use wrestling. They will answer the questions because they have nothing to hide. Now, that's the first thing. We are in the process. I think by the next financial year, we'll be in a process where we will pay with more ease. But at the moment, we inherited a whole lot of do as I want to do, and you just give me money and you say nothing, and I'll see you next year again when you have to give me money. And we had to stop that, and we've put that to a stop. That's the first thing. The second issue that you're raising, and which I think it needs to be made very clear. It's not government's responsibility to pay for athletes to go anywhere. That's not the arrangement. That has never been the arrangement. In fact, government gives every federation, let's say hockey, for instance, give hockey all of their money. And that's why they have a board. That's why they have CEOs. That's why they have people running the federation. Those people put their hands up and say, we will ecosystem where we will get sponsorship. We will get people that will invest in it. I mean, imagine if government had to pay for the Springboks, for instance, or for Bafana, or for the cricket team. These people go for long, like the cricket will be away for a month overseas. Then the rugby travels all the time. Now, that's not sustainable. Now, what you are having here, and I'm going to put it as plainly as I can, you have incompetent people running sports in this country, having put their hands up. And all they want to do is sit back, and they know children have to leave. Let's take ASA. I was told, yes, I was disappointed. A few days or weeks before, our children, there's no money to take the under-20 team to Peru. Now, these are the type of problems that we're sitting and if you run a federation, you have to know that by this date, I'm going to need this. Then you don't run to Newsroom Africa or to ENCA and say, yeah, we don't have money and it's the minister. It's not the minister. It is your incompetence because government gives you money. And we are enabled to enable the environment where you can sit. And when you look at once again the Springboks, they would call me Coca-Cola, for instance, as an example. They were like, Minister, we're busy. We're in big discussions with Coca-Cola. Do you want to come with us to a meeting? You want to come with us to a meeting with South African breweries. You want to come with us to a meeting. And that's how we help. So I wanted to come with this. That's the second one. The last one, Honorable Potgieter, it's not the first time I hear it being mentioned, Boxing South Africa. In fact, where I am sitting as the minister, if I have to give prices to federations that has really turned the corner, Boxing South Africa will be one of those that get a prize, honestly. And I think, I don't know what the AG's report is coming out soon, and I've got no doubt in my mind that she will also see the difference in Boxing South Africa. It was the worst one, but I can tell you now, we've seen green lights. We've really seen a big change there. Thank you very much, Honorable Potgieter.
Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I'd very much like to take this a little bit more offline for more detail, but again, I think it's a very long conversation. And I would be very interested in the AG report because I think that what we need to do as a committee is align, essentially, we can't keep coming back to the same fight that we're having, that there's not enough money, there's not enough that. We need to have a deeper understanding of what is going wrong with these federations so that we can actually benefit athletes. So I'll take it offline, but if possible, Chair, if we can get a copy of the AG's report once it is out, that would be my request.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter. I think the professional staff will make a note of that.
Thank you. Chairperson, my last question just revolves around the MGE funding. And we've had this fight before, and I've certainly had it, but I'd like to understand there was a conscious decision that was made to move away from established festivals and cultural programs towards sort of new and supposedly deserving beneficiaries. At the time, I think the committee and I specifically did raise concerns about the adjudication process the panel itself and the lack of methodology around how the beneficiaries were ultimately selected. Now, the Q4 report is telling us that some of these beneficiaries who received the first tranche funding failed to account for that. And I know the DG touched on this in her explanation earlier, which has now resulted in the second tranche as being withheld. But I'm trying to understand whether or not, you know, the department now is convinced that this new model is working, and whether or not we're actually just creating a bigger problem within this particular sector. And specifically on that, what is being done outside of the second tranches being withheld? Because that's not really going to solve the issue.
Can I come in first?
Please
Chair?
do, Minister.
Yeah, I agree with Honorable Potgieter when she says that just was holding funds, it's not enough. I agree totally with that, and I think the department should take heed of that advice. Us just was holding funds from people that put their hand up and say, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, and they don't do it. So if we can just take heed of that advice, which I think is very good advice, it cannot stop by just that as the department. And then I just want to touch again once on this issue of trying to our idea of bringing in, our idea of making sure that we don't fund old festivals that is already. Here's the issue. Common sense for me. If a festival has been getting funding for 20 years, it shows you that there's something wrong with it. For you to be dependent on government funding for 20 years, it shows that your business model is unworkable. You know, funding is to get you on the road. Then government will never have money to fund new projects if we follow that type of thinking, that we have to continuously fund existing things. Then new projects will never see the light of day. And thirdly, another thing that Honorable Potgieter raised is the issue of do we think it's working? I think we must be humble enough to take stock immediately in the coming months and look at it and say, what we do know is that the first people that got money, like the festivals, that's not working. I can tell you that now. Because if you're going to, anything that needs funding for 30, 20 years is not working from government. But I'm not saying the new one is working, but we'll have to take stock and we have to be honest and come back to the portfolio committee and say, now, even this model is not working. Thank you very much. I don't know, DG, if there's something I left out, you can take further.
Thanks, Minister. I think it's true. I think bottom line, in line with that review, which we did share with the portfolio committee, we've looked at a new model that begins to address what that MGE review report raised. Now, if you look at it comparatively, for this financial year 25-26 that we are talking about, you had around 139 applicants. I'm including everyone, even those that might have withdrawn afterwards. Out of those, 98 of them did submit reports. And if you look at that comparatively, you see that they did submit reports and get paid second tranche. Maybe let me put it like that. So 98 did submit and get paid. But there were 29 that also submitted, but their reports lacked they had gaps and etc., and they had to be reviewed and sent back. So roughly you're looking at about 127 out of 139 that are complying, and I'm saying inclusive of those whose reports, much as they were submitted, but they were reviewed. Now, all those things, they give us an indication of where improvements need to be made. There are certain that we are exploring with the minister in terms of how to then further improve. But for me, the figures are telling me that the level of compliance is increasing. However, there are areas that, including us as a department, because we have also looked at that, honorable member, in terms of the kind of findings that are coming out of these MGE reviewed reports. also from the AG, and we see that the skills capacity within the department lacks some of the skill that is required. When you look at a report where somebody is saying, I spent 1,000 rands, and they change the font size to 2,000. Now, the officials don't pick that up. So it's those kind of things, and I know I'm becoming pedantic, those are the kind of things that we are picking up in terms of, and through the discussions we are having with the minister, we then looking at how do we then further improve, moving from the improvement that we had already implemented. Thanks, Honorable Member.
Thanks,
Honorable
DG.
Kopsieter, please wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, suffice to say, I think, we'll agree to disagree on a number of things, and I don't think it's just because something is long-standing that it shouldn't rely on government support. A lot of these festivals in particular are community-run things that have developed over years. I think the way in which this was done is incorrect, and I'll maintain that. I would also really ask the department, there are a number of these festivals and other ones that are not part of this process who are not receiving feedback from the department. And we get a lot of these queries going, can you help us get feedback from the department? Nobody's responding to us. At the very least, I would think that engagement and that discussion and communication should be happening. And that's part of the bigger issue. The other thing, Chairperson, is that we cannot say that we're not going to give to these particular ones, but then, we're giving millions of rands to like federations, for example, like SAFA, who are self-sufficient and have a lot of sponsors. And I think the minister mentioned this, and yet they're getting copious amounts of money for other things where they should be able to fund these things themselves. So there's a direct contradiction in how this is happening. And that's why I'm trying to understand the methodology behind what's going on in the department. I do understand that the DG spoke about a new model. And I would very much like to have cited that, particularly from the committee's point of view, so we can understand why they've taken it forward this way and what sort of commitments, why they're making these sort of commitments. And yeah, I think that would enable us to do proper oversight over what's going on. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to have a rebuttal on two things that the minister has mentioned. Federations belongs to SASCOC and they comply to belong and they pay affiliation to SASCOC. The statement of the minister that there are incompetent people might be challenged elsewhere, somewhere, by the federations. And maybe we should think, Minister, about a remedial action to assist if that is a serious concern about the competency and the skills of members within the federations, because we cannot allow that amid the fact that we have such good athletes. The question about running the office from their booths, it is the very same department that came to us and said that they are setting up shared office buildings for federations. What is the progress on all of that? What is the progress? And also, yes, indeed, we have seen interventions by the minister himself. We have seen interventions by the department itself when it comes to athletes. Now, then the question arises whether there is a budget for interventions. Because we sit here and year in and year out, with every financial year, 25, 26 millions have been mentioned. And the question is, how is that being spent? Is there an intervention? Because at the end of the day, these children must be assisted. Next on the list is the Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Minister, it is only seeds that you bury in order to grow again. Federations, when they die, they're not going to grow again. Just as a passing note. May I say again and again and again, arts at school. The whole report speaks so much in detail about sports in school, sports this, sports that, arts in school, at school. Can you show us the budget for the arts at school? The targeted support maybe the kind of support you are giving to that, because I saw only plastic bags when you spoke about schools, arts at schools. The achievements attached to that, the portfolio of evidence to your arts at school. Can you do that for me, DG?
Can I go first, Mteto?
You want to answer to the seed?
Minister, may I ask that you go after the DJ? I'm having a very good reason for this. The question being asked now, there was a promise being made on arts in schools. DG?
I thought you will allow the minister to help me out here.
You made the promise, not the minister.
Just specifically on artists in schools, because that was artists in schools, Chair, not generally arts in schools, where we had made a commitment in terms of the artists in schools program. Remember, we said we were reviewing and that we were committing to have this finalized by end of May. I believe that's what we said to the portfolio committee. The report was indeed finalized, and it was then presented to the executive management team on it was the end of June. I think it was the 29th of June. And that report has made recommendations, Chair, of a model that perhaps just looking at the exercise that was done by the service provider really takes us forward, and it is my view that it does. So that report was tabled to us at the end, towards the end of June, around the 29th of June, and we then commissioned the research and policy and planning unit to develop an implementation plan. We are then going to take that to the minister, but it's been finalized, Honorable Member.
I did not ask what plans do you have. I said the arts at school deliberately. What have you done to support arts at school, and can you be able to give me portfolio of evidence of what you've done? Okay, please give us samples of previously disadvantaged schools that you have supported or that have received support from the department. In which services? Yeah, let me end there. This is what I'm asking, arts at school, not artists in school.
Yes, Honorable Member, I was going to respond to you, and then the chairperson came in and diverted my focus in responding. So I addressed the artists in schools. Yes, indeed, I did hear your question. Your question was arts in schools. And if you allow me, because you are asking for specific in terms of how much and the wherefore, can the acting DDG then come in and respond on that with those specifics you are asking for, Honorable Member?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, and members. Chair, can I just open the spreadsheet, because I don't have the figure at present with me right now. Can I come back with that?
Can I do this, Chair, with your permission? Pass this question whilst he's opening his spreadsheet, putting his notes together. We'll come back to it, because I don't want to lose time on my questions. If you allow me, Chair.
That's fine. The minister also wanted to respond to you, Honorable Member.
Oh, okay, that's fine. The minister can respond.
No, please don't take Honorable Mteto's time. I just need to respond to something of thing that you didn't give me a chance, Honorable Chair, of Honorable Potgieter, because I don't think I can leave it like that, Honorable Chair. Where I said the majority of federations, they are incompetent people, but I'm not saying all federation CEOs and chairpersons are corrupt or incompetent. We have a handful, very few of them. The majority of them are really coming to the party. I just need to get that one right, because I don't want the impression to stand there and say, because for me, there's such great improvements, but there is one or two rotten potatoes that spoil a bag, and I say that some of them are really not competent to be in that post. Thank you. But Honorable Mtetwa, I don't want to take your time.
Thank you, Minister. You know, when Mr. Tanyane says that he's gonna go and open his spreadsheet, this just reminded me of Athletic SA when they went to look for their credit card. Okay, in your report, DG, in your report, where do you reflect on forensic investigations and the budget attached to such? Do these form part of your KPIs? And how do you categorize them in your report?
No, it's not, honorable member, in the APP. That will be reported against the operational plan of the individual unit.
Also, it doesn't affect the budget, the entire budget of the department.
No, it does. You will note that that will be under administration. It would, under normal circumstances, such will be responded or reported in the administrative branch. However, because we then identify those that need to fixturing around compliance, maybe in other reasons, you won't find all the indicators reflected in that APP as such, but the budget would have been provided within the unit as part of the operational planning.
But you would agree that since you have so much dominance of forensic investigations, contrary to that, you have 99 point something percent in terms of admin that you have spent. You seem to be doing very well in terms of admin, the budget of the admin. It doesn't therefore tally with, for me, it doesn't tally that you would have 99% of the budget spent, yet you've got so many forensic that unplanned, those are unplanned circumstances, but they don't reflect on your report. So it makes it look like, you know, you've got a separate budget for them. So I don't know, I will just allow that to go by, but I can't, it doesn't give me logic in terms of that. But in the manner that you are explaining it, that those are hidden costs, I don't know what would be hidden when we sit down and make and approve budgets based on the items that you are presenting, but you don't present anything about the forensic investigations. The term or the reason about lack of verifiable portfolio of evidence, thus such cannot be counted as part of the KPIs or your performance plans or the performance of the department. I've had that particular reason. In the 2026, in the 6th admin, I've had that term. What have you done to mitigate against that, or what mitigation plans you have so that that term doesn't rematch in the next reporting season?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We have, and you're correct, it has been a problem that has been an Achilles heel for quite a while. We have, as a result, commissioned a development of a system. It's called SIMS. Through you, I'll also ask the DDG to come in. That system has already been developed. I think at the beginning of this financial year, the chief financial officer, the chief information officer was reporting that the system is ready for use and was encouraging the sport branch in particular, because those are the ones that deal with big numbers, bulk numbers. And the human error aspect is what then affects the reporting and the verification at the end. So the system is now in place. It's not been finalized, but some of the modules are ready for use as confirmed by the CIO.
Okay. What would be your take, or what would be your answer to the fact that the department has spent 99.6% of its entire budget, but underachieved by 24%? How do you explain that maybe, I don't know, mathematical or scientifically.
Chair, can you allow CFO, please?
Please
No,
do.
no, thanks, through you, Chair. Yeah, maybe let me start for in case with the underachievement under program 2, the sports program. If you look at those targets, they are attached to your conditional grant on sports. So what will then happen in terms of the budgeting? We'll budget the sports grant within program 2, and then we'll then give the money on the basis of the business plan that they have signed with us. So the money will have then paid in terms of the payment schedule that agreed or that is being gazetted in terms of the Division of Revenue Act. So basically, in our case, it will then register an expenditure. So from the side of the provincial government side, between provincial treasury and the Department of Sports Arts in the province, they will then account that expenditure in their books in terms of when they do procurement for in case. But in our case, it is registered under transfer payment. For in case if they have to buy sports and attire, just make an example, that item level in their books, because it's also been tabled at the legislation of the province, it will be under goods and services, and then it means they will then request procurement in terms of that. So what I'm trying to say, honorable member, is that we pay on the basis of payment schedule to the provinces, which will then register an expenditure in the books of the national department. On the side of the provinces, for in case, like we are saying, the issue of supporting document, it does not necessarily say to us the expenditure didn't happen. It just say the evidence that was provided to us was not sufficient to say the target has been achieved. If I also maybe have to go to program 1. Under program 1, for example, you've got a target of that talks about all the public entity must be constituted in terms of the law, which means there must be the board and so on and so on. And that expenditure will then be paid on the basis of allocation letter by National Treasury to those entities, which also going to record the expenditure. So what I'm trying to say to honorable member is that there may
No,
be...
that's fine. That's fine. The fact that you are constantly saying you are trying to say that, for me, it speaks volume. I would want to know then. I've heard your explanation. I want to know then, how do you then consolidate those into the next financial year? Do you include those in the next financial year as overachievement? Because then it means that there would be a rollover of those programs that were supposed, you haven't received in this financial year, you haven't received that portfolio of evidence from those that satisfy you. Now, you report this year, but what even Poole was saying is that you report something that is not done, but as if it is done. Now, coming the next financial year, what are you going to report? Are you going to report those as part of the next financial year overachievements, or you just you register that as wasteful expenditure?
No, thanks, Chair, through you. We, in terms of the next financial year, for in case, let's take what we'll say it must be a rollover. The money that was given of 100 million for combi courts, remember we said we only achieved 17 out of 100. So you've got a balance of 83 that is there. And you also have a balance of that budget of 100 million. So then what will then happen? The sports trust will then request a rollover. And that rollover will then approve it to be part of the allocation for 26-27 financial year. And then will then report whatever they built or completed in the current financial year as the number to be reported on the APP. So that is a simple one I can try to give.
It's very, very unfair, because it paints It doesn't paint the picture. The reason why we go on the ground and we don't see these pictures is because of such reporting. And which I would further question even, how do you then report that to the AG? How do you report that to the AG to say that we have paid 100 million, we've given this entity 100 million, but it delivered less? The issue of compliance, it is very selective. Maybe then let me talk to the issue of compliance. The issue of compliance is an old issue. I don't want the department to act as if it has been caught up with its pants down. Issue of compliance, it's something that is standard. Everybody knows that for one of the entities that we are still going to meet here, SARA, the question of compliance was the key issue. We want to know whether the entity is compliant before it receives money from government. Now you are talking about federations, compliance, you had to you received Auditor General's alert. The department seems to be sleeping at the job, Minister. I want to say it again. The issue of compliance is nothing new. We all know that one entity, you can't apply for money from government when your company is not registered, when your company doesn't have tax certificate, when your company, all these things are things that are required. So I think the statement I was saying that it's only seeds that you plant, they die, and then they re-emerge as new plants, but not federations. Let us not kill the federations. We can assist federations to comply in the process, but what you then have to do is to monitor them closely. This is what is lacking from the department side, monitoring and evaluating the things that we are supporting. Let me go to the last question that I think I have, the last question that I've written. I'm very much hurt with the issue of arts. I'm getting very, very hurt with the issue of arts in schools, arts in general, because there's not much that is talked about arts. If I were to ask, for instance, that the schools that you have assisted with some maybe instruments, give me the list of the schools that you have assisted with such instruments, previously disadvantaged that never had anything, and move away from them dancing, doing gumboots dance all the time. When you go and visit them, they must gather as a group and sing songs without any instruments, without any help, to show that we are improving their. Let me come to the issue of Rustenburg Stadium. Minister, you need to really start applying consequence management. You would agree with me that it doesn't take 1 week to organize an event. You have months before the event. The red alerts are showing months before, long before that, to a point where parents have to spend money, their last monies, in order to be told that the event is no longer happening, as if the department only knew about the challenges a week or 2 days. I do not accept that as an explanation. What is your take, Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Let me answer your question, and if the chair allows me, I want to make a statement on something that you previously said. I think the issue of what happened to parents there, that was so wrong. I think that we, together with our department, together with the provincial DSEC, we've dropped the ball. There's certain things, Honorable Mtetwa, you can't explain away. There's no rationale to have a parent take their last money and send the kids in a day before the event or days before the event. So I don't want to make myself guilty of explaining or trying to explain something like that. So if there's anybody in the department that feels that we didn't drop the ball, they can explain that. But where I'm sitting, we're totally wrong. That's my take. I hope I've answered that question. Then I want to move to the next thing. You've just said it in a very funny way, but it's such a serious thing. But just the way you said it, or about the gum boots and gathering children, because it's the truth. I think we must take really heed with what you are saying. And not only as the department, but as South Africans. I would be asked one question wherever I go. When are you bringing sports back into school? When are you bringing sports back into school? Nobody asked me, when am I bringing the arts back into school? And I think it's something that everybody on this, whether it is the department and the DG, myself, all of us, we really need to the same amount, because I know in the department we spend a lot of money on buying tennis rackets, hockey sticks. That was correct. We do not, we not always should say be defensive, but I think in our next budget we need to talk about buying guitars when you buy a hockey stick. We really need to do that, and that does not make us weak to agree with good advice that we've been given. Because I look at my kids, for instance, the one will play football, the other one will play the piano, and both of them will get what the instrument they need, whether it's a hockey stick or a piano or a violin. And that's what happened with all the kids from the department side. We truly need to take this very, very serious as a department, where in next year, when we come back here, the next financial year, if I see the sports budget for what the equipment, what chance does an ordinary black South African child have to play the violin? Next to zero. Because where will his mother buy him the violin? Even if he buys him the violin, he wouldn't be able to get, because those lessons are very expensive. And a violin is the only instrument in the world, they say, that you cannot play that thing if you don't have training. So I want to plead absolutely guilty here, Honorable Mtetwa. And we will do better. When it comes to arts, it's wrong. The department, we mustn't always come and say we spend more money on the arts. Yes, but on what? So that we need to look at that. Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Minister, for that admission. I think there's progress in that. In that way, if we admit what we have done wrong, then it says there will be change, because people who change are people who admit if there is a problem. Those who try and hide, they don't change. The last one is around the international market access. How do we deal, Minister, with the situation where children have been coming, my parents have been sending me messages that my child entered this competition on her own or on his own, and he has received an invitation. He has scored very high on that competition and has received an invitation to come to compete in the United States. I have so many people who are asking for that, because I don't think MGE is not catered. I remember the department responded saying that it is through MGE. MGE is only seasonal, but those requests, they come now and then. I have somebody who I've just raised for them 20,000 rands. They're short of 60,000 rands. I can't give them 60,000 because I don't have that amount of money. But these are commonly things that are happening. That's the first one. The last one is around the gyms. Minister, I wish the department can send me a list of the gyms, open door gyms that are existing in the suburbs. And it can't be one or two. And if it is so, please give me the ratio between the previously disadvantaged areas that have open gyms and the previously advantaged or predominantly white areas, suburbs that have such gyms, if that could be provided to us, because last time you said there is one, but I'm not happy with that, because it paints the picture of the apartheid era, the colonial era, where certain things were preserved for Black people and certain privileges were preserved for white people. That is my last question, and thank you very much for your answer to my previous question.
Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Please proceed, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to answer the first question. The other one of the questions you ask, the department can respond. Honorable Mtetwa, you are not the only one. You know, wherever I go in this country, I be the parent that tells me my child has come number one at this, number one at that, number one at this. So much so that I have now given a task, I've given an instruction that, which is actually tomorrow is the deadline, that they need to give me a strategy because we cannot just tell parents we don't have money. We need to see where we're going to cut in the next financial year. I'm happy to share that with you. I've asked that from my own political team to come up with a strategy of how can we alleviate this problem, because it cuts through all races, through all demographics, through all LSMs in this country, where somebody says, my child is number one. I met a choir this weekend in Mamelodi. They came number one in, I think they performed in Australia or somewhere. And now they must defend the title in Austria. And they have no money. And I said to them, I don't care what happens, we're going to make sure that you get the money. But that is a choir. But there's so many people like that. So I can tell you, I will share that with you for inputs, Honorable Mtetwa, as soon as I receive it. And the other question of the in the suburbs, and then I would want to give over to the Vincent, the DDG. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Chair, through you. Honorable Mteta, we can obviously, I will avail that list to yourself personally. Then you can have that comparative analysis as to where those gems are situated. We will give you the full list of gems spanning the last few years, and I think that will give you a sense of what we've done over the last years around those particular gems. I think once you've seen it, Honorable Member, we can then obviously engage with yourself directly in terms of responding to your concern. If that is okay, Chairperson, through you. Thank you.
That is super fine. All that I hope that the Minister has been informed about the mixed feelings, especially in the Gauteng province on this particular area, where the MEC of Gauteng was very arrogant in his approach that he's not interested in outdoor germs. But I hope that will be in order with you, Honorable Mtetwa.
No, that is in order, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we have now come to the end of this meeting. Am I correct, Honorable Khabo?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope
And
I'm
you
audible.
forgot about me as well, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me once more again pass my greetings to your good self and all participants on the platform. Chair, let me start my questions in relation to what was said earlier on by a number of honorable members. When you look at the performance of the last quarter, it tells you that this has been the worst of them all. And if we were to quantify or qualify our statement in that regard, you would also realize that the number of targets at that quarter or during that quarter under review, they were also quite minimal. And what makes it even matters worse is the fact that the budget has been exhausted, Chair. So with that being said, I would want to check with the department, especially in light with what they have said, that provinces, money has been sent to provinces, there's been lack of portfolio evidence in relation to the work that they claim that they have done. I wanted to check with the department on how do they play their oversight, how do they particularly exercise it, let alone relying on the reports that the DG would indicate. But how do they verify that the work has been done? That would be my first question, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. Can we then respond on how this verification is done at DDG Teboho? If you could please come in.
Yeah, Chair, maybe let me come in there. Thank you so much. Chair, thank you for the question. And I think because we exercise oversight, not just over the money, but over the allocation made through the Division of Revenue Act of which it has certain responsibilities assigned to both the national and the provincial accounting officers. Within that are also the responsibilities that assigns through Section 17 that gives the accounting officer the authority to withhold funds due to non-compliance. And I'll go direct to this one in particular that has been asked here. At the end of Q1, for instance, this time around, wherein we saw one, underperformance, two, a lack of adequate means of verification, including poor performance in certain elements. We have one, held the quarterly meeting, two, send the feedback to provinces to indicate the underperformance, three, have visited three of the provinces. Obviously, we can't go to all within the same quarter, to also probe further and look further at the evidence being provided. Compile the report. As we speak now, we are presenting or going to send letters to each of the accounting officers with specific details of where poor performance has been seen, and what are the relevant actions that needs to be undertaken. Amongst them would be the recovery plans, but two, where there's clear non-compliance, and especially where there are repetitive non-compliance, exercise the Section 17, where we inform the intention to withhold fund if there is no improvement or any satisfactory responses to the matters that we are there. The DG will get those letters and send to the HODs. But this is the exercise that we conduct on a quarterly basis with regard to the conditional grant related indicators, like in this instance, those ones that we have already indicated. But broadly, throughout the conditional grant performance, we do monitor not only through reports, but with site visits as well, including the quarterly meetings with the programs and with the provinces. Thanks.
The second question would be, is there probably a service level agreement that will clearly indicate the expected performance per province in line with their allocation, specifically looking on the guidance of how do they manage their relations? I've heard the invoking of a particular section that withholds the funds in that regard, but how do you then guide or manage your relations with provinces?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Khabo. There are processes. First, we plan together. When I say we plan together, the conditional grant framework is developed in partnership with the inputs of the provinces. That part is done. Second, following that would be the development of business plans that's going to implement that that conditional grant framework. In between the submission of the business plan, the final submission, and its development, we go on a one-to-one planning meeting with each and every program, each and every province, to determine the indicators, the allocation that needs to be delivered for those indicators to be delivered, including what are the performance expectation per indicator per quarter. So that exercise we do. Hence, we are able to tell you now that at some point, why would a province not be able to achieve a particular indicator or performance, especially when you start looking at how they are spending their money and what the performance are. And that's why we are able to say, given the planning that has been agreed, where the business plan was signed with our input and correspondent by the HODs to us, we are then able to say, you have not met your performance as per the agreed terms. As a result, here is a letter. Tell us how we're going to improve. Tell us how you're going to spend the money. Tell us how you're going to, why you have not been able to comply with certain regulations. And we issue those letters. So even in this instance, they are due to receive their conditional grant Q2 tranche. We are sending those letters so that before we send, we already satisfy ourselves that there's improvement plans, there are responses from provinces about where they've not complied. Those that are not able to give us satisfactory responses, we withhold the funds, and we've done it previously. Thanks.
Now that we're dealing with the third quarter, which also gives us a demonstration of the inability of the department to a large extent of playing oversight on this project, even though you are telling us of site meetings that you are convening, mini-mac engagements that you are having. I want to draw you directly with specific reference to your MIG funding process, which then indicates that the department largely is not playing its role. And that's why I want you to check, to tell us in practical terms, not give me a theoretical outlook. We met with provinces last week, if not 2 weeks ago. And in a number of provinces, it has been demonstrated that the department is literally dumping resources into the municipality, into the provinces. And largely, there is no any other oversight that has been demonstrated. And I want to draw you with specific references to projects that are being even implemented in the Northwest Province. Let me start with the Mamusa local municipality, Motoro Sports Ground, a project that has been implemented by both the department and the provincial government of the Northwest, including the local municipalities. All three of you have a responsibility, particularly the national government and the provincial government, you have a responsibility of playing oversight, especially on municipalities that are implementing agents. It is for that reason I want to boil back to the question on how do you then conduct or exercise your legislative authority of playing oversight on these provinces. Sports Motara, it's almost now 2 years the project has not been completed. We have written letters to the department. The department does not come out clearly. What irritates the most is even the fact that when you invite the department to this oversight, they are not coming through, so that we can get more clarity as to how does the department continue dumping money in a province, including a municipality, where from time to time it has been demonstrated that they are unable to fulfill their responsibilities, especially with speaking in reference to the spending. As much as their spending is not aligned to the program, to the business plans that you approve, what is it that the department is doing? When does the department say that now is the time to intervene? Because you withholding resource, you are basically telling us that you are reacting to the problem. Those early detections that you are speaking of, when do you decide then to intervene? And I've said that with specific reference to the Motoro Sports Ground in Mamusa local municipality, so as Renek, Ipelegen local, Ipelegen location. So I would want you to tell me now that I've been to an oversight, the project has not been completed. Their spending pattern has moved away from the business plan that has been submitted. Their program of action, they have moved away from the time frame that they have allocated for themselves. But still, you have a department that has the audacity to come before you and tells you that they are conducting their oversight. And with specific reference to this one, how are you conducting your oversight, especially when the MIG themselves have confirmed that the department has not been attending to their meetings? Can we get clarity on that project in particular?
If I may, I don't think that one is for Mr. Tebai.
Yeah, please proceed. Please proceed.
Yeah.
As it comes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Khabo, for the question. I'm going to ask the Director, Songezo, to come in, Chair. I can just say from where I'm sitting, Chair, I think we've got the most elaborate that I've seen since working in government, the most elaborate governance and monitoring system in place when it comes to MIG. So I'm going to ask Songezo to just explain that whole process and how we monitor those particular projects on the ground. That's one. Two, Chair, I think I explained the last time that in terms of how the MIG processes work and the shared responsibilities that we have together with the provinces and the municipalities in relation to the constitution, and what would be the requirements from and the roles and responsibilities related to those particular spheres of government, but also other entities within government. So I'm just going to ask Songezo to very crisply and very briefly just explain that entire monitoring and evaluation process that we've instituted as DSEC in relation to this particular project, the MIG project. Thank you, Chair. Songezo, you can just come through.
Thank you very much, DDG. Good afternoon once more, Chair, Minister, and honorable members. I think to be straight to the point, DDG, the way we we do monitoring in our projects, especially I will start with the ongoing projects, meaning the projects that are at construction stage. We target to conduct actual physical site visits to those projects. And where we identify issues of concern, we through our DG, we issue a letter of concern to the accounting officer of the particular municipality. But I think you have covered the
Can we,
part of.
Chairperson, sorry, I would request that we should not be general. The official must be clear as to whether is it speaking to the question in relation to the Mamusa local municipality, or is that a general statement? Because my questions were in particular related to that project. Now that the project has been dragging for almost 2 years now, there is extreme deviation from the business plan that was submitted. There is even high level of questionable workmanship. So I would want the department to take me through on that process of oversight with specific reference to Mamusa local municipality. Let us not be general.
Yes, we would want you to have deal with the specifics on the issue in the members' constituency.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. DDG, I think in terms of being specific, I apologize. I will have limitations because we divide these provinces among ourselves as colleagues. I'm not sure if Ms. Shivase, who is responsible.
It brings us down, just a second, it brings us down to our earlier point, the right horses for the right courses. Who is responsible for what the member has raised? Can we delegate the appropriate person, Mr. Campbell?
Indeed, Chairperson, yes. Ntangeni Chivase will provide a response, Chair, through you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable Khabo, in terms of Mutoro, we can confirm that we are providing oversight. Maybe we just need to give a bit of a background in terms of the Mutoro project. Yes, the money was allocated, but the half of last year, the municipality was going through some challenges politically, where we had a situation where we didn't know who to report to because they had two MMs and two mayors. We have written a letter to them where they indicated that they will be working and resolving the issues. In terms of the oversight, we are conducting oversight together with all relevant stakeholders, including MISA and COCTA, and we've been attending site meetings with them and quarterly meetings with the COCTA where this project was discussed. We then requested them to report back to us in terms of the challenges that they are experiencing on how they are going to make sure that the project is continuing. We have written letters and I can confirm that we have received the response. However, the response was from the contractor and we have rejected it to say no. We will need the MM of the municipality to confirm in writing all those things. To date, we've been following up so that the project can complete or we get the implementation plan with the commitment from the municipality. But just in short, we are working closely with COCTA and we do attend their quarterly meetings, and as and when we have site either initiated by DSEC or COCTA, we are attending together with MISA and all other relevant stakeholders. But we are waiting for the municipality to confirm on this one because the response and the responsibility lies with the municipality. And in addition to that, municipality is under administration where no payments can go through the municipality directly, but through the COCTA after verification from MISA. So they are not able to process any payments based on the fact that we had those challenges and other MIG challenges that are not related to the Mutoro Sport facility. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Maybe as a follow-up while we are still on the platform, can you confirm as to when last did you communicate with the municipality? And second to that, can you confirm that indeed there's not been any money that has been sent to the local municipality? Because I'm in possession of the invoices that has been processed by the municipality. itself. So I would want you to confirm being sure of your facts.
Yes, I can confirm that there is no money that was allocated to the municipality the current financial year, because we are aware of the challenges and we cannot allocate monies if they have project that is still outstanding until the project is then finalized. In terms of the communication, I can quickly go to my emails and verify the exact date where we communicated with them, following up in terms of the letter. Thank you.
I'm still going to remain on that project. Please share everything in terms of communication. But while we are still there, I'm saying to you that the municipality was under cost containment and almost 10 million was transferred to the municipality. And in the process, the approval of the certificates was done outside the participation of other stakeholders. I'm taking you back to the issue of your verification on how do you conduct. Do you basically rely on reports or you go on site? Because I was on site. I was on site in Motoro during the month of June. I went for a follow-up engagement. The municipality had made a commitment on a turnaround strategy. That turnaround strategy has not yet been implemented. And it tells you that the people who continues to suffer and who will continue to suffer is the people of Mamusa local municipality. Because like you have correctly said that there is no way that you are going to fund. So that is not our area of interest. What then if there is an investment that has been done, a project that has already started, and there are problems in between? What does your MIC framework say in relation to your role as a department?
Honorable member, if there's one thing that we are aligning with you here is the fact that we want the project completed so that the community can enjoy the benefit of the facility. What we have done as the department, because we're not able to stop funding because we are not the transferring department, we are in communication with COCTA for them not to transfer any trenches until the problem are resolved. Actually, we are waiting for their turnaround strategy to be signed so that we can then start assisting going forward. But however, as indicated, we have a challenge that the municipality is not signing. We received the letter from the contractor, which we have rejected. But we're working closely with COCTA in trying to resolve this, and we don't leave the projects unfinished. We follow up and make sure that they are assisted on the ground through MISA, and making sure that all the items that are outstanding are then attended to. I can assure you that we're not leaving this project. We are as much as concerned as you are, and making sure that the project will be completed at the end of the day. Yes, we do acknowledge that there are delays, but it's something that we are working on together with COCTA and MISA, which is on the ground as technical support as well. Thank you.
Your response in relation to my questions tells me that you seems to be taking this project lightly in terms of the problems that are there, and you seem not to be having an in-depth understanding of the challenges. And I've referred to you to the MIC framework that tells you on what is your responsibility. COCTA in the province, I want to check with you, has there been any communication between yourselves and COCTA in a form of writing? Because of COCTA has a responsibility through Section 54 of the Constitution of providing support to these local municipalities. And in an event that the municipality is unable to execute its legislative authority, there are processes that COCTA must embark on. So that at the end of the day, we are not told stories as if the process is outside your control as a department and the control of the provincial government. So I want to check with you. Are you aware when did the project start and when was the project first phase supposed to be completed?
Yes, I am aware. I do have reports with me right in front of me, which I can then take you through. But in terms of the MIG framework, as indicated, from DSEC side, we are limited in terms of actually penalizing or taking decision to stop. We do this thing through COCTA. And yes, we are in communication with COCTA, MIG colleagues in the province, and the district officials from the department, including the municipality. We do communicate, and all the communication that is sent to the municipality has gone through to the province, provincial COCTA as well, because we are working closely. Hence, I'm saying, indicating to you that there is no payment that is processed without COCTA looking at it because the municipality is, like you have indicated, they are under administration. So there is no payment that they are processing if it's not approved through MISA and then through COCTA. But unfortunately, from DSEC side, when it comes to those processes, we are limited because it is a COCTA process as a transferring department.
I'm saying to you, madam, your report is outdated. Your report is outdated because you still maintain that the municipality was under cost containment. And I'm saying to you that in between, there was a time where COGTA had given the municipality its tranche in terms of allocation. And there was a point where COGTA itself, including some officials from MISA, they had confirmed in a meeting that a payment was done without COGTA's participation. So you cannot come into this meeting and argue the issue of COGTA. And second to that, you cannot come into the meeting and argue the relationship between yourself and COGTA as if you don't have any responsibility. And when you speak of penalization, we are very clear in terms of the process. You're part of your oversight, even if it means that you must write letters on a monthly basis to the provincial leadership, including the premier. You are then demonstrating that as a department responsible for the provision of sports and arts and culture in South Africa, even though we are not the implementing agent, this is how we have maintained our core responsibility of flowing oversight during the implementation phase of this project. Chairperson, I would request that we provided a full detailed report because clearly what the official is presenting here, I'll share with you those invoices because she keeps on saying that the municipality is under cost containment, because there's no way that a municipality can be under cost containment and the provincial government, the municipality still processes payment. There's no way. There's no way. It's highly impossible. And I'm speaking of things that I can refer to that are quite in front of me. Let's leave that part. I want to go to the issue, Chairperson. That the department earlier on had cited limitations in terms of budget as the reason why certain sporting codes could not be implemented. And they later, Chairperson?
Proceed, Honorable Member.
All right, thank you. So I'm saying there was a bit of a contradiction in their presentation. On one hand, Tate High was indicating the limitations of the budget. On the other hand, Tate Vincent was giving an indication on how these sporting codes programs are unfolding, which then in a way impacts on their targets. Now, I want to go back to the statement that was uttered by Honorable Moletsane as to whether does this report lack some accuracy or generally there's misrepresentation of facts? Because we would want to go back to the spending pattern of the department, in particular to what they have raised that provinces have been unable. And Chairperson would want to request the report on which provinces particularly have been failing in relation to submission of portfolio of evidence in relation to the allocations that have been sent. So my first question, before I can get to program 2 and program 1 in particular, I want to check the issue of budget execution vis-a-vis the delivery, especially when we can see that the spending is just above 90%. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. CFO, if you could please come in.
Okay. No, thanks. Through you, Chair. I think
please proceed.
Yes, Chair. Thanks very much. I think, Chair, if I have to deal with the issue of expenditure, I think expenditure or the budget of the department is not mirrored to your APP or your annual performance plan. So the way the government design their APP is a high-level strategic indicator. It's not point by point, so there is no mirror. And the second part, maybe also just to clarify the issue of why we do transfer. The issue of transfer payment is based on the accounting treatment that is there, that is allowed, that we are also doing in terms of what Treasury deemed to be an expenditure at the time you transfer the money. So we will be doing that in terms of transfer payment as an accounting treatment. And also, if you go to the definition of Revenue Act, which explain the responsibility between the transferor and the transferee. The transferor must make sure that before he transfer any money, number one, is in terms of the plan, and number two, both the accounting officer have signed the plan, and also it's in terms of the payment schedule. So you'll have a cash flow projection that you say that is how you're going to pay that money to a certain province. And that also need to be part of what the Minister of Finance will then sign off in terms of the budget for the financial year. So all the transfer, Chair, was done in align with that. Hence, in our books, in terms of the accounting treatment, does become an expenditure, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Khabo?
No. Chair, it's fine. Let me then make a follow-up based on that response, take into consideration that the CFO says that it's not a mirror. Now let's talk to the issue of federations. The legislative process dictates that federations must be able to submit their plans even before the allocation is being sent to the federations. Now, I want to check with the chair, the CFO, now that we are dealing with the last quarter. How much was the allocation meant for them and how much was spent at that time? And secondly, would it be right legally, even in terms of the PFMA, that you present a budget and say that this will be the allocation for federations and you don't do it?
Maybe, Chair, are we talking about 25-26 financial year?
The quarter under review, CFO.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Honorable Kham. No, what the allocation for the federation was 98 million, and then what we paid, if I remember proper, Chair, out of 60 something federation, only 3 or 5 were not paid, and those 5 that were not paid was in terms of non-compliance from their side. So we paid whoever 100% complied to us, and the one that are on the APP, especially on the fourth quarter, those 5 federations that are listed there are based on what was paid during the fourth quarter, Chair. So basically what I'm saying, we do have about 2 to 3, which I think Program 2 can confirm for me. But I know we didn't pay 100%, but those that they were not paid, majority to have paid, I'll say 90-something%, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to quickly add, Chair, through you.
Yeah, please do. If it's a percentage up, 97.
I just wanted to confirm, Honorable Khabo, you are actually 100% correct, Chair, in terms of the process. So we issue allocation letters, and then obviously the compliance, documents has to come from the federations. We then sit as the team together with our colleagues from SASCOC, and we then assess those particular plans and submissions. And only on the basis of compliance, Chair, do we then transfer the funding. I just wanted to confirm your
Does SASCOC have a say in the compliance and withdrawal or withhold of funds?
No, they also play a role in just assisting us in assessing the business plans, Chair, because they also have a look at from their side whether these federations are compliant. So we have that relationship where we sit and then jointly look at those particular business plans. Thank you, Chair.
Now, Chairperson, they did not confirm as to legally what does it say when they firstly indicate the funds meant for a particular federation and that funds are not transferred to the federation. That is the first one. The second part would be if there has been any deviation from the initial. Remember, the department appeared before us and gave us a fully fleshed report on what is given for federation, and they later provided a report on allocation per federation. So I wanted to check with the department, given the last quarter, Was there any deviation? Let's say that in an event that SAFA was supposed to be allocated 5 million, did they ultimately receive that 5 million? Has there been a situation whereby it has been increased from 5 million to a different number that was not reflected on the initial plan?
No, thanks. Through you, Honorable Chair. In terms of the shifting of funds for the fourth quarter, there was none that we made. I think we stick to what was the allocation, Chair. But if Mr. Nube is in the meeting, if he can confirm that, Chair. But in terms of what Honorable Khabe is saying, yes, indeed, for you can't spend money that is earmark fund because federation is an earmark fund without treasury approval. So, but for the fourth quarter, if my memory does not fail me, Chair, we didn't do any shifting of funds in terms of federation to reduce that 98 million that was allocated for federation. But simply if we can assist, because there will be an alignment between those that were not paid by the end of the financial year based on the non-compliance. Thanks.
You know, out of all.
So,
Was that the minister?
no, it was Simpiwe.
Oh,
Nube.
Simpiwe.
Yes. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to the Minister, Deputy Minister, Chair, and the members of the committee. Yes, CFO is correct. There were no funds that were shifted. So just maybe to indicate that the funds are not broken per quarter. So it is the annual funding. Hence, the indicator itself is an annual indicator. So the 98 million is the 98 million that should be transferred within a particular financial year. In this case, financial year under review 2025-2026. So there were no funds that were shifted elsewhere as such. So they were the 98 million is what was transferred. Thank you very much.
All right, no, thank you very much for the explanation in terms of federation. Last part that we would want to speak to from a financial point of view, CFO, or probably two things. The allocation of the Mzansi Golden Economy, was it also spending aligned to what we had targeted for in terms of the spending on the last quarter?
That is correct, Honorable Khabo.
Now, thank you very much, CFO. In the process of failure to confirm portfolio of evidence, how was then probably a process of analyzing payment when such key documents were not provided?
Through you, Chair. Remember, like I was saying, Honorable Khabo, in the beginning when I was explaining the issue of non-compliance, especially on the MGE, to say that, for in case you'll have a beneficiary that through us assisting him to comply could not able to finish that exercise by the end of the financial year, then it means there is an outstanding payment of that beneficiary. So that beneficiary will then be paid in the next financial year, because at the end of the day, the 10% that was remaining is still due to him. It's just that the issue is a timing issue in terms of compliance. So that is why even if you have beneficiaries that were not paid at the end of the financial year, then you still have the one that came in from the previous financial year. So it's more or less of a rolling over project. I hope I've answered that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Wrap up, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think others will then submit them in writing. What I wanted to understand is the last part where the minister appeared, obviously, on the number of occasions and indicated that the federations have received funding, and ultimately, even in the current quarter, we seem to be encountering the challenge of federations not receiving their allocation as it has been confirmed. I would then want to check in terms of the spending pattern of the department in particularly. How does it implicate negatively, and how has the department developed mechanisms of assisting this federation, because it's a year in, year out problem? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, the department.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask, with your permission, Chief Director Mube to come back and just take that question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DDG. DDG, I think, Chair, the DG did explain, and I think the DG explained as well, some of the things that had to be done to ensure that by the time we transfer, we are in a position where we will not be found wanting in terms of particularly the audit matters. So we do actually offer the federations, those who are struggling to comply, to indicate to us so that we can send liaison officers to assist them to compile the documents. So we always make that offer every year. I can just indicate that at this point, I checked we've got a central repository where the federations submit their documents, so they don't go all over. So for audit purposes, there's a central email that receives all the documents that all of us are able to see. And I can indicate that at this point, we only have softball that has actually submitted these documents. As we receive, we will not wait to actually have 30 before we process. Those that we have received, we will process. If it means we process just softball, we will certainly do that. So we do avail those services to the federations, and we do assist them to actually, there are things that obviously are beyond our control. For instance, if the tax clearance certificates have not been sourced, there isn't anything we can do. And if the business plans have not been signed off on the side of the federation, there's also nothing we can do, but we can assist them in terms of how to complete the documents and how to complete the business plans. So I hope that does assist in answering what we try to do to assist the federations to actually comply much sooner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simpue. That brings us to the end of the questions by Honorable Khabo. I'm now going to call upon the Honorable Mataung.
Oh, what a day. Thank you so much, Chair. I think 90% of the things my colleagues have covered them, but one important question that I wanted to ask to the minister, since as well he said he will try to run with it, sports, arts and culture in schools. But this question will go back again in May. If Dr. Khumalo will recall, I asked it again to say what the Department of Education and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, what are they doing with the schools? Because I think the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture cannot deal with sports, arts and culture in schools alone without involving the Department of Education. So that relationship, remember I once spoke about the hierarchy to say these departments, they need to link together. So probably maybe the minister might tell us what sort of plans do you have, Minister, in order for the Department of Education and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in order to work together in order to fulfill sports, arts and culture in schools? Because as you can see, we really need sports, arts and culture in our schools. This will eliminate that our kids should go out and get drunk and smoke and do all the nasty things. So That will be my first question.
Thank you, Honorable Down. Through you, Chair.
Please proceed, Minister.
Yes. You know, Honorable Down, there has been, if truth be told, there's been a lot of stories between the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and Department of Basic Education, that we just don't make any headway. So what I then did is I called the minister myself, and I asked to meet with her. She met with me, and I said to her, "Listen, I don't think we're really moving forward with what we want to do." And she's like, I get the same feeling. So what myself and the minister has agreed what we've agreed on last week is that within the next 2 weeks, which was 3 weeks, we are going to call all our staff members task or ceased with this task together, and we will then. So there's a really a willingness on the minister's part to just fix this little impasse that we are experiencing. But I'm not going to come here and say everything is smooth sailing, but because everything is not smooth sailing, I approached the minister. She was very collegial and said we can truly work this out. Let's call them together because it's super important. Thank you very much, Honorable Gift.
Thank you so much, Minister, for that. We're looking forward in having a collaboration with the Department of Education, Basic Education. We really need it on the ground for the future of our kids at large. One other one, I want to go to the federations. When federations receive the money, I believe there's entities that under the federations. So meaning when the federations get the budget funding that they've get, they need to share with certain entities. Do we have, for instance, I'll go to SASCOC, under SASCOC. Do we have these entities' names and how much do they get and what kind of projects that they're doing, especially whenever it comes to sports? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Can I proceed, Chair? Am I audible?
Yes,
you're audible.
Just a quick response, Chair. Honorable Gift Mutong. Indeed, we also provide funding to our sports confederation and Olympic Committee, which is SASCOC, in terms of what they are responsible for, and they also submit obviously their plans to us before we transfer the funds. And I just want to say then, all the compliant federations that's part of the SASCOC family all get separate grants in terms of the agreed upon allocations in relation to their submitted business plans. So SASCOC gets funding, and then all the federations that's part of the SASCOC family and that's compliant in terms of the law, then also receive their individual allocation share. Thank you.
Okay. This takes me to my next question. When they get this funding, there's a program, right, that will be running. So who does an oversight from the department itself before we come to the committee meetings and deliberate in terms of now there's 99.9% of money in terms of the reports. Some of the federations, they don't report in time. There's money missing. As much as Honorable Eugene Mteta said, some of them, they were using credit cards, So who does the oversights 90% of the time to make sure that the fundings, they are used where it's supposed to go?
Thank you, Chair. Once again, through you. Honorable Mutong, yes, we do have a unit within the department, Chair, that does that particular monitoring of the implementation of the grant or the federation's business plan framework that they submit to us. I must just maybe say, Chair, that is one of the units that's severely undercapacitated, where we are looking at that as a priority going forward. So we've allocated federations per individual staff member within Winning Nation, who then does that oversight. in relation to making sure that the business plans that are submitted in terms of the commitments are then spent in that particular way. But like I say, Chair, we are struggling a bit with the capacity, and we are looking at augmenting what we have currently within that particular unit. You can imagine we've got 64 or 63 compliant federations, and they all submit all their plans and documents, and we need to make sure that we monitor those, not only desktop monitoring, Chair, but also going out to see some of the programs physically that they committed to do as part of the business planning submission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Please
you.
wrap up, Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much. In realistic again, through arts and culture, I've seen in your presentation that most of the things or most of the infrastructure development, they are based more on sports. Who's responsible for arts and culture in the department, and why there is no development and infrastructure development in the arts sector? I think I'll pause there for last time, Chairperson, then I'll do my last question after this.
Thank you, Chair. The responsibility for arts and culture infrastructure is in the same unit as well, which is the infrastructure unit. However, I do need to hasten to say, I think as Minister was also acknowledging earlier on, we've done a review in terms of the concentration points. And I think also in recognition of the fact that the sport infrastructure was further assisted by the MIG funding, as you are aware. However, despite all of that, we did a conditional assessment exercise to determine the status of facilities in the country. And that particular exercise was finalized, and there has been recommendations around implementation, but we need budget, Honorable Member, to be reprioritized to then go towards that. However, I'm just confirming, if you look at our UM, you will see that it's roughly about 3 or 4 projects, if I'm not mistaken, Acting DDG Tanyane, that are arts and culture projects within the infrastructure allocation, excluding the MIG budget allocation. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mataung, was that the last question?
No, this is the last question, Chair.
Oh, okay, proceed, please.
Yes, sorry for that. Chairperson, recently, I've been receiving complaints from artists, producers, directors who applied in one of the entities.
Which is... to buy a Ronda.
You?
My apologies,
Hello?
please proceed.
Okay. I've received more complaints, letters from producers, directors, artists, individual artists who said they've been rejected from a funding from NAC. And when I look at those letters, you could see those are AI-generated letters. So I'd love to know from the minister and the department, when we receive such letters and when we send it to the department, why does it take so long for the department to respond to such? Because of this is part and parcel of our oversights. Yes, we don't want to nail you with a lot of work and say, this one is coming in now, there's another one this side. But for the fact that we send questions and we send you these letters, please look at this, please look at the rejection letters, please look at their proposals. Is there anyone from the department who can also look at the proposals of these individuals or artists to say why they were rejected, and If so, who does that? If not, why is the department not doing it?
Thanks, Chairperson. Acting DDG, if you could just come in, Zanyana, but I just want perhaps to start off by saying who does that, who does the review, etc., specifically with the funding rejected from the entities, all our three funding agencies. It is an appeals committee that gets set up by the department that then looks at all those that come through from the entities, and they would then make recommendations to the minister. That's the system in terms of how it works. But I would like Mr. Tsanyane to then come in terms of the status right now.
Thank you, DG, through you, Chair. Yes, it's correct, Honorable Member. It could be that the letters that are sent are system generated because they utilize the grant management system, which then picks up whether it's a compliant rejection or after it has been evaluated. And then they have a right, all the rejected applicants, to then submit the appeals to the department, as the DG has said. And that appeals committee appointed would then look at those, review those applications and make determination whether they were correctly rejected or they can be reconsidered. After that consideration, the communication would then go back to the entity where the appeals have been successful. Then the entity has to look at that and make funding available for those. But where then they are rejected by the recommendation of the committee, it would then stand like that. They can then apply in the following year. So that's how the process goes. That goes for the grant funding. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mataung. Thank you to the department. There are two issues that we still have to discuss. I'm not too sure whether the members would want the department with us, but be as it may, I don't think there will be a problem. The one issue was raised by Honorable Eugene. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me remind the department that they went to go and look for the credit card and they said they are coming back to answer that question. So they would have to send the, I think it's the spreadsheet. It's the spreadsheet that they went to look for. They can forward it to the secretariat through you, Chair. My issue, Chair, is that in one of our sittings, Honorable Marlon Davis used very unparliamentary words, uttered very unparliamentary words, and even left the meeting. I don't know, maybe I've missed a meeting where you dealt with it, where maybe he came to apologize. I don't know whether that was dealt with. Please pardon me if I am behind. You have already dealt with that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm not sure, but I think, under correction, Honorable Member, that the part of the video has been circulated to members. And I would allow this issue to be discussed, outside this procedural way. Perhaps if we also give Honorable Daniels the opportunity to peruse the video, if he and perhaps come back and give him an opportunity, if he have remorse, we have operated like this before, he can just as well apologize to the committee. If not, then the committee must take a formal decision pertaining to the action that we need to take. The Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also add on that, Chair. I think we are all human beings, and at some point we are going to disagree. We'll say we disagree to agree, but it can be that if one member, he or she is not happy with whatever that we are discussing, and he's not supporting whatever we are discussing, then he will utter such weight. I'm happy that we are raising this, and the minister is here, who will be able to go and talk to Honorable Malone. Really, Chairperson, it can be. We are now even afraid to say things that we know Honorable Malone is not going to support. When we are here, you've just mentioned it clearly that we are the portfolio members. It doesn't matter from which political party we came from. But for us to be told such words, Chair, it's not right. And the worst part is that all of us, we know how to respond, but we want to respect other members by not responding. If there is any, if Honorable Malone has come forward to apologize, Chairperson, unfortunately, he will have to do that apology in a platform where we were insulted in. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, let's do this outside and have a look at the procedure. I don't have a problem. What I would not want us
I
to
would
do.
I would like not to agree with you of things to go outside. When Honorable Malone was insulting us, it was during the portfolio meeting where the public, everyone, the 60 million South Africans were listening. So immediately when we take this matter out, Chair, it doesn't resolve the issue.
Yeah, I think you must understand me. I'm speaking about, let's talk outside this meeting on the procedural matter. This is what I'm saying. If Honorable Daniels have to apologize, he must come here. And what I don't want to agree, and I said it earlier and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, we should be mindful for the blurred lines between party and state. The minister is the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, and not the minister of a political party. So what I would suggest is that we not involve the minister in all of this. It is a portfolio case. What has been ATM to this portfolio was the a member on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, Honorable Daniels. There's no ATC that has come through this meeting that the minister is representing a political party, is representing the country. So I think let's leave the minister out of this. I am going to give an opportunity to Honorable Daniels also to watch and ask him whether he have watched the video, whether he have remorse. If he don't, and then we have to follow procedure then. Honorable Tetwa.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm okay with that. That's why I wanted to raise this issue in the beginning, because he was still here. He could have just done that easily. I'm sure he would have apologized easily, like he did in the National Assembly. The second thing that I wanted to bring to your attention again is when I am here, I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee. When I'm outside on my X or Twitter or whatever, I am Eugene Mtetwa and EFF member. There's politics that I would do on social media. I wish that members should not come here and call spurious orders, blurring the lines. I'm not at loggerhead with minister. I did not like that statement that they know. I think it was Honorable Khaulat saying that he knows that we have beef, me and minister, and therefore I mustn't bring the beef into the committee. That's blurring the lines of accountability. I wish to state that categorically, I do not accept that. And it shouldn't not be blurred. When I'm outside, I'm doing my political work in my X or Twitter. Minister, I engage with minister. I send messages to any minister. They mustn't create a fictitious a picture of me being at loggerhead with minister. It's not personal. It's work. Thanks, Chair.
So noted, Honorable Mtetwa, and I've always attempt to be impartial as well, and do my utmost best as the chairperson and give everyone a fair chance. And I agree with you. We are, in actual fact, all members of this portfolio committee representing the country, representing the sport in this portfolio. And never once did I even introduce myself, my name and the political party. You know that I always encourage that, but members are indeed deployed to these meetings by their political parties, and it's also good to be introduced on behalf of that party. But what you are saying, I agree, it's correct, and I think we as members should be mindful of that particular fact. The Honorable Matawung of the MK party.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I believe we all adults here. And sometimes when the issue is burning, it tends to be out of control. But I love sometimes the way you handle issues. So my take will be, if I feel that Honorable Daniels touched a certain nerve in me, I think it will be easier for me because of I have his number, I have Honorable Eugene Mtetwa's number, I have Honorable Molotsane's number, and other members as well. I'll call them aside and say, the behavior that you've done on the day, I did not like it. To bottle up something for a very long time, it creates tensions. Even if somebody will speak in the committee, then we'll know to say, if this one enters, then we know he will protect his own political party, or he's going to protect whoever and so on. So as adults as we are, I think we must start using that kind of a platform to say you are able to call a person aside, because of in this platform where we're at the present moment, we don't want to paint one another as if there's one political party that is better than the other, or there's one individual that is better than the other. But we can just correct ourselves when one has done wrong on the side and say, you must stop doing what you're doing. It's not good for the committee. We're here for one vision and one mandate in order to hold all the entities and federations accountable, not to clear scores or whatever for each and every individual. I'll close it by that saying, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those wise words. Honorable members, I will also give the Honorable Daniels a personal call and have a discussion with him. I'm now going to give over to Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me speak to the issue that I wanted to raise earlier on, and you had requested us to entertain it during the item of general. My issue was in relation to the report on the World Cup, and we had requested the department and provided it with clear timeframes as to when the report should be finalized and when are we expected to discuss that matter. But ever since I've raised the issue, I saw there's been developments in relation to the communication from our secretariat indicating as to when are we going to process this matter as a portfolio committee. That's what I wanted to raise earlier on, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Khabo. Remember, I had a voting line on the issue. The participation was very limited, and that's why you received communication. So there were no clear, outright indication in terms of members and how they voted on that issue. That's the first thing. Secondly, we are meeting also with SAFA, I think the 25th, and also the 25th is questions to the president. We have decided as management to perhaps see after the meeting with the president that we meet with what is called that we meet after the meeting with the president, that we meet with the department on that report. What happened, what is actually a good thing, during our meeting, there was a number of other issues that members raised that form part of the wish list on the report of the World Cup. I also open it up and ask members to send more of that questions and concerns. They have done so. As a result, there was a pile up, and I have seen my way through that the department may be recused and excuse and give extension up until another 5 days, which I think is just fair because most of the other issues only came up later. So those that report will be forthcoming. I think it's in 4 days, after 5 days, if I'm correct. And then we will most probably, after meeting SAFA, we will then have the meeting questions to the president, and then we'll meet late after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, meet with the department on the expenditure and as per their revised report. If that is in order with you, Honorable Khabo.
No, it's aligned, Chairperson. Thanks for the way forward that you have provided. It's accepted. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, every meeting has shown that we don't have enough time. This meeting was scheduled up until 4 o'clock, and it is what it is, but I think it's in the interest of the country. I want to say thank you to the Minister, Deputy Minister, to Dr. Kumalo and her team. Thank you very much. Minister, you want to say a word or two before we close?
No, thank you. I just want to thank the members of the Portfolio Committee. And yeah, it gets heated here sometimes, but we must never take issues as personalized issues between us. And we're not always going to agree. We're not always going to be feeling good about each other at times. And I couldn't help but hear the issue of Honorable Marlon. I think I will also, after yourself, not as a president of a party, but just as a leader, will have a chat also with him and to understand his side of the story. But you can also have your processes go on. But other than that, thank you so much. Thanks for today. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, thank you for your inputs. Thank you for your concern. Thank you for your oversight role. To the department and everyone else, thank you so much. Honorable Tetwa?
Please make the minister aware that Mackenzie is not spelled with an MZ. It's Mackenzie. Yeah, I've just noticed that.
Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani.
I think Minister has forgot to clarify the issue of the invite, which he said that he will just talk about it before we adjourn the meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, thank you, Chair. I spoke to the DG. The issue has been sorted out. If you just go to your inboxes, I know you've been working the whole day. The issue has been sorted out, and tell Mr. Mtetwa to say, or Mtetwa, Mackenzie from Marisborough. He doesn't know what that means. He's not old enough to understand.
Yeah, especially to Honorable Tetwa and Honorable Mataung and Honorable Potgieter. Those are the culture individuals in the committee. Honorable members, enjoy the evening and have a good rest.
Thank you, Chair.
Baie dankie voorsitter. Baie dankie voorsitter.